America, success in both fame and fortune. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 126 First Confrontation. The next morning, a black Cadillac pulled into the parking lot outside Warner Brothers Studios. Harvey Weinstein, sitting in the back seat, said, "I went through a divorce, went on vacation with Joanna, and when I got back, the director I worked with launched a new project, and nobody told me." Stewart, standing next to him, said, "Bob doesn't want to be bothered." Hearing his brother's name, Harvey's expression brightened somewhat. "I'm going to talk to Craven," he said. Stewart said, "Shall I come with you?" Harvey waved his hand. "No, I'll go alone. You and Wes have been friends for years. Don't let us quarrel over such a small matter." Stewart's words made his point clear. Harvey got out of the car, glanced at Warner Brothers Studios, and frowned. Ever since the release of The Lord of the Rings 3 last year, he and Warner Brothers had been locked in a legal battle over copyright and revenue. And yet, Wes Craven had chosen this location as the studio's office. Harvey couldn't help but wonder if he had exploited Craven too much during the Scream trilogy. But the series was a huge success, and if he had to start over again, he'd squeeze even harder. As agreed yesterday, the studio would officially sign an investment agreement with Vincent and Sophia. Early in the morning, Martin took Min and Bruce to the hotel to pick them up. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Bruce said to Martin, "You stay with them. I'll drive behind you to provide cover." Martin patted Bruce on the shoulder and said, "Brother, she's not interested in civilized people anymore." Bruce glanced at Min, who was filled with curiosity, and warned Martin, "If you say another word, the shit out of your head will definitely fall to the ground." Min was surprised. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Bruce turned to Min and lifted his coat. Min, tactful, covered her mouth with his hand. Bruce returned to the Volkswagen, intending to follow them from a distance, as he had done yesterday. Martin and Min entered the hotel lobby and waited for about 5 minutes before Vincent and Sophia came down from upstairs, followed by Scott, the bag-carrying boy. After boarding the business car, Min drove to Warner Brothers Studios. Sophia, remembering the handsome old man who had suddenly vanished the previous day, asked, "Martin, I wanted to invite director Craven to dinner last night, but he disappeared." Martin replied, "Preparations are underway for the film, and director Craven is very busy." He then cryptically warned, "The crew invested tens of millions of dollars, and the entire burden falls on director Craven's shoulders. If he can't handle it, the project and the investment will collapse." Sophia understood the meaning, glanced at Martin, and smiled faintly across his fleshy face. "We'll talk about it later." Martin, unnerved by Sophia's gaze, shrugged, slumping back in his seat. This seemed like the real Dr. Hyena. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Warner Brothers Studios. As they entered the studio, Sophia's attention was immediately drawn to the sudden development. Martin, leading Vincent, Sophia, and the others inside, spotted a portly man through the transparent glass curtain wall, some distance from the semi-open conference room. The fat man was talking to Craven in a high voice, somewhat forcefully. "Wes, if I hadn't gotten the news, you were going to keep this project a secret from me? Are we still the best partners?" Craven glanced at Weinstein. Somewhat helpless, "Harvey, this is a project that I came up with on the spur of the moment. You've been busy with personal affairs lately and facing so many troubles. I don't want to bother you too much." "Fortunately, someone is willing to invest," Harvey said. "Louise Mayer's Pacific Pictures? A company that can only do piecemeal work and has no production and distribution capabilities." His fat face was full of smiles. "Just like the Scream series, Dimension Pictures will invest, produce and distribute. Leave all the troublesome things to me, and you can just focus on making movies." It was indeed reassuring, so reassuring that the other party took away most of the profits, but Craven didn't want to have a bad relationship with Weinstein, so he could only deal with it. "The studio has been established, and it will be very troublesome to exit." Harvey waved his hand. "Leave the sunk costs to me to negotiate. Louise Mayer will understand." Not far away, Martin stopped early, and Vincent and Sophia also stopped. Vincent raised his cowboy hat. What does this guy mean? Martin heard it clearly. If the project's investors changed, it would trigger a series of chain reactions, and the main players might even be gone. He had no relationship with Harvey Weinstein. Not wanting to draw Harvey's attention, Martin took advantage of his back to him and stepped back slightly, shielding his face with Vincent's cowboy hat. He said, "You heard it. The guy who's trying to steal projects and investments." He didn't hide a word. "That's Harvey Weinstein." Sophia had heard of him before, the man behind Gwyneth Paltrow. Martin nodded. "That's true. He's worked with Craven on many films. He's a strong personality and a real problem." He glanced at Sophia, remembering her equally strong personality, and said bluntly, "I'm from this industry. I can't do anything about him. It might even make the situation worse." Sophia was understanding. "I'm not from Hollywood." Martin's brain raced, and he whispered, "We've done so much. We can't just give up. Find a way to take him down." "I don't have the ability, but Sophia can." Louise couldn't handle Harvey, but Sophia was different. Sophia waved to Scott. "Come with me." Martin pointed to the office next door. "Let's go in and wait." The few people entered the office. Martin's idea was simple: don't show up in front of Harvey Weinstein right now. Sophia wasn't in Hollywood, her base neither in New York nor Los Angeles, and she kept things simple and straightforward. Sophia's not going to pull out her gun and shoot that fat guy, is she? Martin wondered. Harvey was advising Craven when he noticed someone approaching. He turned to see the man, bigger than Tyson or Johnson, his muscles bulging like they were inflated. "Who are you?" he asked. Sophia didn't hear him and reached back. "Give it to me." Scott, the bag boy, opened his briefcase, pulled out a pink water bottle, and handed it to Sophia. A water bottle. Another water bottle. Sophia was assertive, but not foolish. She gripped the egg-shaped base of the water bottle with one hand, while her other hand, veins bulging, stroked the bottle from top to bottom. Her face trembled with laughter. "Idiot. You're trying to steal my investment? Get out of here, or I'll shove it up your ass." Harvey saw her face was unfamiliar. "Where are you from? Don't you know me?" Sophia approached Harvey step by step, her sharp eyes fixed on his large buttocks. She thrust the kettle forward, then back again. Harvey instinctively clenched his buttocks, feeling that the person facing him wasn't a human, but a female hyena. He caught a glimpse of Scott from the corner of his eye. His peculiar pigeon-toed gait gave him a bad impression. Since founding Miramax, Harvey had always been a bully, never having been bullied before. This time, he felt the danger of being bullied firsthand. If he didn't leave, his life would be in jeopardy. How could a big boss suffer such a loss? Harvey quickly moved around Sophia. "Wes, we'll talk another day." He shot away like ball lightning. Craven glanced at the pink kettle in Sophia's hand and asked, "Is this the one Martin made?" Sophia tossed it to Craven. "Here, for you." "It's a big hit." Craven took it, savoring its exaggerated design. "You were kidding, weren't you?" "Of course not. If he doesn't leave, I'll definitely shove this thing up his ass." Sophia was clear-headed. "You'll prove to me that he asked me to do this, right?" Craven didn't directly answer, taking it as a tacit agreement, but warned, "Be careful with him. He's a big shot in Hollywood." Sophia said, "I'm not in Hollywood. If you piss me off, I'll send someone to kill him." Craven reacted. "That's right. You're from Atlanta, and he's from the North. Your main business isn't entertainment." The studio was in talks with Warner Brothers to distribute a film, so Craven wasn't worried about distribution. Martin and Vincent came in and smiled at the sight of Craven holding the pink kettle. Craven quickly placed it on the table and glanced at Sophia. "This is hers, not mine," Sophia said generously. "I'm giving it to you. It's very useful." Scott suddenly turned, swaying his legs, and chuckled at Craven. His smile was both frivolous and frivolous. Craven suddenly thought of a possibility. He had touched it again with his hand, quickly hid it behind his back, and rubbed it vigorously on his pants. Martin, not wanting any more accidents, said, "Boss, Wes, let's sign the contract." Vincent agreed. "After the contract is signed, the crew will send someone to Mexico and the funds will be transferred directly. Get the tax bill ready, and pay every penny." Wes Craven was fully in charge of this project. "I'll have someone prepare the contract," he added. "Wait a minute, I need to go to the bathroom." Entering the bathroom, Craven went to the sink, applied hand soap and disinfectant, and washed his hands over and over again, rubbing them until they were red. In the conference room, Martin glanced at the kettle and asked Sophia, "Did you bring it?" Sophia replied, "Yes, I did." Scott's smile vanished without a trace. Martin quickly interrupted, "Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's get down to business." Afterward, Wes Craven and the studio's representatives officially signed a contract, becoming the largest investor in The Hills Have Eyes, with a total production investment of $12 million and priority for publicity funding. The crew immediately began a large-scale recruitment drive, prioritizing behind-the-scenes personnel who had worked with Wes Craven and Alexandra Aya. Martin, the actor, didn't have to oversee the production. After receiving the completed script, he began delving into his role and preparing for filming, particularly the action scenes. Chapter 127, Bet with Louise. The small studio next to the office building was also temporarily rented by the crew for pre-production training. Martin, gripping the bat tightly with both hands, aimed it at the custom-made plastic dummy in front of him and smashed it down. The dummy's head exploded, sending plastic fragments flying everywhere. Action director Walter shouted, "Yes, that's the power. A bat is a weapon. Once you throw it, you can't quickly retract it for a second strike. You have to hit it hard and with force," he urged Martin. Next, Martin switched to holding the bat with one hand, no longer using baseball moves, but the one-handed hammer he'd practiced as a stunt double. With the heaviest of the strikes, he struck the plastic dummy's shoulder, shattering half of its body. He then turned and swung the baseball, smashing it horizontally into the dummy's chest. With a resounding bang, the dummy severed. Walter shouted, "Okay. You've got the technique." Martin checked the wooden bat, it was undamaged. Walter said to the prop master who was watching the training together, "The bats used in sparring must be made of soft materials to match Martin's professional movements and avoid danger." Martin came over carrying the bat. Although he was confident that he could control the strength, he still said, "Safety first." "Yes, safety first," Walter said solemnly. "Crew safety is very important. This involves unions and insurance. If other actors are injured because of your personal problems, the next time you shoot an action scene, the insurance company will refuse to provide accidental injury insurance for the crew because of you, which will lead to union intervention and the crew will not be able to start work." Martin nodded. "I understand," Walter said again. "You take a rest first. I will discuss your weapon issue with the prop master." Martin handed the bat to the prop master and went to the rest area. The agent Thomas was waiting here. Thomas was still brooding. "With your skills, you should be in that Disney action movie. You'd definitely be a big hit." Martin ignored him and asked, "Walter just mentioned crew insurance. What's that about?" Thomas had heard what he said and explained briefly. He was talking about crew insurance issues caused by the actors themselves. For example, Nicole Kidman was injured while filming Moulin Rouge. The insurance company paid out $3 million due to delays in her life insurance. He was also reminding Martin, she was originally slated to be the lead actress in Panic Room, but a few weeks into filming, she suffered a knee injury, halting the project. The insurance company nearly paid out a $54 million guarantee until they convinced the crew and Jodie Foster that the project could proceed normally. That's why Nicole Kidman wasn't liked by the insurance company, and consequently, Hollywood. Martin said, "I understand now. Use a body double if you can. Avoid danger if you can." Thomas praised his clever client. "If the body double gets injured, you can just get a replacement. But if you get injured, your career will be severely impacted." Martin, of course, listened. He was in charge of the forward movement, while the others carried the weight. He knew this routine all too well. Martin glanced at the folding stools in the lounge area, picked one up, and went to Walter to see if they could choreograph a scene where the stool would crush the psychopath. After a moment's discussion, Martin picked up the stool and swung it with a whirring, almost bronze-clad grace. Two women in jeans and casual shirts entered the studio. Kelly, who had come from Atlanta, had come to see the film project after landing. She had brought along Louise, who was overseeing post-production on Alexander the Great. Louise folded her arms as she watched Martin smash the dummy's head. "He picked the wrong role," Kelly asked. "Why? You just read the script." Louise gestured. "Don't you think this guy would be more suited to playing a psychopathic killer?" Her playful spirit returned. "He looks sunny on the outside, but he's hiding a murderous weapon. Someone's coming," Kelly warned her. Thomas stepped forward to greet her, smiling. "Ms. Mel, I'm Martin's agent, Thomas. I've been wanting to visit, but I'm afraid to disturb you." Louise nodded and introduced the slut next to her. "This is Kelly Gray, the president of the largest film company in Georgia. "Hello, Ms. Gray," Thomas said quickly. At that moment, he suddenly realized that there wasn't one woman behind Martin Davis, but two. No, there was also the female King Kong he had met a few days ago. Thomas couldn't help but feel lucky that such a high-quality client had fallen into his hands. After finishing work for the day, Martin went to the dressing room to shower and change his clothes. When he came back, he hugged Louise and Kelly one by one, and then left the studio with them. At this moment, the men were all cursing at him in their hearts for being shameless. But everyone was envious. Why wasn't that person me? After dinner, the three of them had dinner together. Martin asked, "Where are we going tonight?" Louise said, "Your place." She winked at Kelly. "A change of scenery. It's fun there, and the fat landlord is nice," Martin said. "You were shouting so loud last time, Anthony almost pulled a gun on me." Kelly had also been drinking, and was in the mood for a wild outburst. "Let's go." When they arrived at the apartment, they saw Antonio sitting under a parasol at the door, drinking a large bottle of Coke through a straw. He took a deep sip, and the 2-liter bottle was a quarter empty. Seeing Martin and Louise, Antonio looked at the latter. "You're here again." Louise smiled. "You don't welcome me." Antonio glanced at Kelly, pulled his business card holder from his pocket, and handed a card to Martin. "You can use this one." "Curious?" Kelly took it first. "Dr. Cole," Antonio said. "He specializes in treating kidney failure." Louise laughed happily, leaning on Martin's shoulder. Kelly tucked the card into Martin's pocket. "Here, you might need it someday." Martin pulled the two women aside. Let's go," Antonio said. "There's a package for you. Don't forget to pick it up." Martin went into the hallway and retrieved the package from the mailbox. The label on the box indicated it was from the Clayton community. Louise and Kelly, one on each side of Martin, took Martin's arms and entered the apartment. Martin quietly placed the package somewhere inconspicuous. Louise noticed it. "Don't you want to open it and take a look? It can't be exposed to the light." Kelly, who couldn't hold her liquor as well as Martin and Louise, was a bit tipsy. "It's from Atlanta. Your old friends." "You want to see it?" Martin asked. Louise reached for a bottle of wine from the refrigerator. "Of course I do. No mistakes." "No," Martin said seriously. "You can look at it. But I'll charge you for it. Whoever opens it will get it." He took the package and used a wallpaper knife to cut through the tape. After unwrapping it, he found that, just like last time, the object was wrapped in shock-absorbing cloth. Louise took it and opened the package. She held the horn carving in her hands, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "It's so exquisitely crafted." It was a bluish-white horn carving, and its shape was almost identical to Martin's, except that its face was carved into a clown's form, with a gaping mouth and a red nose that were particularly striking. Kelly went over to grab it. "Give it to me." "Let me see." "The carving is nice," but Louise held on tightly. "This is mine," Martin said. "Whoever opens it gets it." Kelly pressed on Louise, her hands groping everywhere. "Give it to me quickly, or I'll make you pay." Martin opened the box next to him and took out another one. "Don't grab it, everyone has one." Kelly rolled off Louise. "Did you custom make it for us?" Martin neither admitted nor denied. "A friend in Atlanta made it specially for us." Louise poked the carving in her hand to her lips and said, "How about we open a lottery?" "It's about the movie you starred in," Martin asked. "What's the bet?" Louise said, "If the North American box office exceeds 10 million, no, 30 million US dollars, Kelly and I will show you. If it's less than 30 million US dollars, you show us." Martin had a premise: you can't fall behind. Kelly was dissatisfied. "Tens of millions of dollars, are we stupid?" Louise provoked. "Do you want to bet?" Martin gritted his teeth and said, "Let's bet." Louise, full of playful spirit, whispered to Kelly, "Let's mail a gift for Martin." Kelly nodded repeatedly. That evening, the sound of two people singing echoed through the apartment building. Antonio roared, "Martin Davis, I'm raising your rent." The next morning, Martin slept in, not seeing Louise and Kelly off. Instead, he rested up and headed to Warner Brothers Studios that afternoon for another audition. He was auditioning for the supporting role in The Summer of Jeans. Martin rejoined Thomas and asked, "You actually came with me?" Thomas, convinced there were at least 3 people behind or below Martin, took him up a notch. "I'm your agent, as I should," Bruce said. "Man, you're getting smarter." Martin reached the studio door, pulled out his phone, and called Robert. "I'll audition soon, old man." "It's up to you." "At the Marietta Theater?" Robert pulled out the success manual and followed the instructions meticulously. He laid out the coke, said a congratulatory message, and said into the phone, "Done." Martin's confidence soared. He told his two generals, "Let's get this role. I've checked the filming schedule and can coordinate it." Thomas, whose salary was primarily commission-based, wanted Martin to take it seriously. "Shooting will take a maximum of 20 days, and the pay won't be less than $250,000. Martin nodded. "Old Bruce, stay behind me." They found the audition room. As usual, there were many people auditioning, most of them actors from WMA. Martin spotted Joe Anderson and Mike Vogel. This was the second time in over a month that three people had competed for the same role. Bruce stood beside Martin, his gaze like a radar, scanning for any potential adverse events. Thomas reviewed all the auditioning actors one by one and said, "The director and casting director are all clients of the company. I've done enough work for you. You're a higher priority than them. As long as you perform normally, you can get this role." The average subscription is $4,100, and there will be a third chapter soon. Chapter 128, Comprehensive Dominance. The audition room door opened, and someone called out, "Martin Davis." Martin pulled out his phone and handed it to Bruce, then strode into the room. He greeted director Ken Kappas and casting director Heike warmly, his gaze darting around the room. This audition group was unprofessional, no one even played games. Kappas didn't let him audition for now. Instead, he asked, "Do you know English football?" Back in Brisbane, Zomi had often talked to Martin about football, and their discussions had given him some confidence. "I watch more La Liga, and occasionally the Premier League. I'm a Ronaldinho fan. Although he didn't win La Liga with Barcelona, he was a true football genius." Kappas nodded and said, "There's a beautiful woman across from you trying to seduce you. Act out a scene that shows interest without being obvious." Martin understood immediately. Wasn't that a way for him to act out his true self? A few minutes later, he emerged from the audition room. Thomas came up and asked, "How's it going?" Martin said, "Feeling alright." Thomas led the way, "Let's go first. We'll have news tomorrow." Bruce handed the phone back to Martin. "There's a text message, near the front desk." Martin opened his phone and glanced at the message. It was from FedEx, informing him that his package had been picked up and was ready to be sent to Atlanta. He asked Bruce, "Did you ship anything to Atlanta?" Bruce was puzzled. "No, I never contact Atlanta." Martin guessed who it was and walked aside to call Louise. "Slut, what did you ship to Atlanta on my behalf?" Louise laughed crisply. "It's something serious, a set of carving tools as a return gift. Kelly and I have the things. If you don't return the gift, we have to be polite." Martin didn't believe this slut. "Really?" "Nothing else," Louise said. "You can ask Kelly." Martin hung up the phone without asking again, and told Bruce and Thomas to leave. He visited the post-production studio for House of Wax and chatted with Zomi. House of Wax was nearing completion, and was set to hit North American theaters in October. Warner Brothers had already begun promoting the film, having secured promotional spots with films like Resident Evil 2, The Exorcist, The Beginning, and Alien vs. Predator. That evening, Martin met up with Zomi, Craven, Aya, and the others for a barbecue restaurant to bond. Thomas joined them, watching Martin socialize with big names like Craven, sharing meals, drinks, and even discussing how to play with women like a pervert. He was truly born for this world. The next morning, Martin was practicing his routines with a newly recruited stuntman on the set when Thomas called to tell him he'd landed the role of the football coach. He hadn't invested any effort in the role, but the strong recommendation from a major agency was a guarantee of the role. Thomas would go to the set to discuss compensation and filming schedules, while Martin only needed to wait for the signing. During a break in training, Martin called Robert again. "Man, I got a role. I won't thank you enough. When will you come to Los Angeles to develop?" Robert on the other end said, "I'll stay in Atlanta for the time being. The team leader is too busy." He developed a model and gained confidence. "Call me whenever you need me." Martin said, "I won't be polite with you." After hanging up the phone, he asked Bruce, "Old Bruce, what is the best gift for Robert?" Bruce pondered. "Robert is a man who will definitely not accept your money. I imagine he has always envied Jerome for driving a Cadillac." Martin said, "After we finish filming these 2 movies." At this time, someone shouted at the door of the studio, "Martin, a man named Mean is looking for you. He said he is your friend." Martin waved his hand. "Let him come over." Mean came in from outside with a bag on his back. From a distance, Martin found that his lips were thick and upturned, like two fat sausages hanging on him. Bruce was surprised. Was he beaten? Ming took a folding stool and sat at a small round table. His voice changed. I don't know what the female casting director of Land of the Dead used to wash her, but I made her feel sweet and refreshing, and my lips became allergic, and it became like this. Martin asked, didn't you go to the doctor? Ming opened and closed his mouth with a strange expression. I went to see a private doctor, the one with the business card Antonio gave me. I forgot what he said. The doctor nicknamed Hyena, who specializes in anorectal medicine. He added, the doctor said there was nothing wrong, and he would be fine in a few days. Bruce patted Ming on the shoulder. Man, it's not been easy for you. Much better than before. Ming is optimistic by nature and can find joy in adversity. I can find a way to give, and get rewards for my efforts. It's better than most actors in Los Angeles. I got that special zombie role. Martin said nothing more. Good luck getting a bigger role soon. Ming smiled cheerfully. A stable income of over $100,000 a year would be enough for me. He patted his backpack. Director Romero asked the actors to join the crew for special training soon. I came here today to say goodbye to you. I'll be leaving this afternoon, Martin said. I'll be going to Mexico soon too. If you have anything, call Old Bull. I'm afraid it's hard to get through to him. What could it be? Ming had his own way of dealing with it. Don't forget, I have a special trick. Martin glanced at his almost whitened face. As far as Hollywood was concerned, Ming had a nuclear weapon. In West Hollywood, at an ordinary boxing gym, Mike Vogel, wearing gloves, punched a training dummy, making it thump. He gathered power with his back fist and delivered a powerful punch to the dummy's head, causing it to shake violently. His agent, Pinto, came in and asked, take a break. Vogel turned and nodded, raising his fists to his coach. He waited for the coach to remove his gloves and approach Pinto. Please give us some privacy, Pinto said after waiting for his coach to leave. As expected, the company gave Martin Davis priority for the role of Eric. Vogel understood that he had gotten the role and said, I have more experience than him, just because of a Best Young Actor award? Pinto shook his head. No, I have confirmed that Martin single-handedly dealt with Craven, so he won the award. Can you? Vogel knew he couldn't, but his strong character wouldn't allow him to say such a thing. He raised his fist and shook it. I can beat all the horrible monsters created by Craven into pulp. Pinto suppressed his fist. There's also good news. You got the role of Costas. Your role is not much less than Eric's, but you have to dye your hair dark, Vogel said. You go and negotiate your salary. Pinto sat down at the edge of the boxing ring, pointed to the side, and waited for Vogel to sit down. He said, have you ever considered changing your image and acting style? Vogel didn't understand. Why? Pinto explained, among the level 5 and 6 clients in the 20 to 25 age group, you and Adrian were originally the highest priority. Now, the company's resources at this level are shifting towards Martin Davis. He pointed at Vogel's hair color, face, and body. Your temperament, age, and style are quite similar. Martin Davis will definitely be the first to choose suitable roles. If you don't take the initiative to change, you will only be able to choose the ones he leaves behind. Vogel was no newcomer to the industry and knew that this circle was brutal, but he was accustomed to everything. After a while of careful consideration, he said, give me some time. I'll think it over. Pinto persuaded him. You haven't yet achieved true fame, so it's relatively easy to make the transition. Your role in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is similar to Martin's in House of Wax. Martin now has the leading role in Wes Craven's new film. If you don't change, you will continue to be in Martin's shadow for similar roles. Vogel asked, I don't have any other resources. Pinto said, you've auditioned for several of the roles Martin has chosen, and I've put in a lot of effort. But the company won't put in the effort to recommend you, so we've achieved nothing. Vogel jumped off the ring and approached the dummy. Without gloves, he began to pummel it with a furious thrashing. When he stopped, his knuckles were red. He turned to Pinto and said, wait until I finish this film, then I'll make a decision. Vogel wasn't Pinto's most important client, so Pinto said no more. Okay. 3 days later, Martin, accompanied by Thomas, arrived at the studios of the Summer of Jeans and signed an acting contract with producer Brad Arisman, who represented the production. After signing, Arisman shook Martin's hand and said, welcome to the crew. Martin smiled and said, it's my honor. Now, unlike before, as the winner of the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor, Martin had some status. Brad took a photo with Martin holding his contract, which would be used in future promotional materials. In another office, Bruce also signed an assistant contract with a production. Just like in The Hills Have Eyes, Thomas secured a paid assistant position for Bruce. Aside from the 4 female leads, only Martin enjoyed this treatment. Martin's pay for the role was $250,000. In addition to the normal pay for the main cast, the crew also provided him with 2 business-class tickets to and from Los Angeles. The Summer of Jeans was also a compilation project, with a main filming location also chosen in Mexico. The schedule did not overlap with The Hills Have Eyes, giving Martin ample time to film Craven's film before joining the other crew. In addition, both crews chose Cabo San Lucas on the Baja California peninsula for their indoor scenes. This is a famous resort city and a common filming location for Hollywood crews. The elephant trunk-shaped beach arch that often appears in Hollywood movies is located here. Here comes a 3-chapter, 9,000-word update. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 The business card reaches the hands of those who need it. To save money, the crew even held their regular script readings in Cabo San Lucas. For the first time, the entire cast and crew were gathered in the conference room at the Ocean View Hotel. Craven, Aya, and Martin, representing the investors, formed the crew's most powerful trio. There was also Sophia, who had come on vacation to join in the fun. But the actress, Queen, merely listened in curiously, saying nothing. Martin didn't recognize any of the other actors. The actress who played his wife, Lane, was Vanessa Shaw, a former child actress. Martin chatted with her for a while, getting to know each other well, since they were playing a married couple. "I have severe dyslexia," Vanessa said, smiling sheepishly when Martin asked to discuss her scenes. "I often rely on my assistant to read the script for me," Martin, fully aware of the importance of not discriminating, said. "We'll discuss it after the script reading," Vanessa nodded. She had been modeling for commercials before she was 10, and had been involved in film and television productions since her early teens. Her childhood memories were almost entirely about crews, sets, and cameras. As for the crew and family education, it was more of a formality, complying with PTA regulations. Martin had recently been interacting with more actors and had come to realize that there were many people with dyslexia, especially among the actors themselves. Director Aya led the script reading, focusing on Vanessa and several others' roles. Martin's scene went without further discussion. Representatives from 2 key actors who hadn't been present also arrived. One represented the lead actor's son, and the other represented the dog. The latter, based on daily wages, was second only to Martin, the lead actor, in the crew. At the end of the script reading, Aya suggested that the main cast quickly get to know each other for filming's sake. Craven emphasized safety on the set. Cabo San Lucas is a popular tourist destination in Mexico, with significantly better security than places like Tijuana and Juarez. However, it was important to avoid going out alone, especially away from the downtown area and into the old town to enjoy the scenery. For location shoots, the crew hired several professional security guards. They weren't good fighters, but they were familiar with the local forces. In essence, the crew was paying protection money. Martin took Vanessa and the main cast to the beach to enjoy the scenery and chat about their roles. The lead actor's parents-in-law were 2 veterans with decades of experience. Their acting and understanding of the characters were no problem. The sultry actress playing the sister-in-law introduced herself, and Martin remembered that this was Millie, one of the strippers he, Aya, and Craven had met that night at the strip club to discuss the plot. Millie was an actress, moonlighting as a stripper, and had gotten on the set through Aya's connections. Actors in Los Angeles are everywhere. In the afternoon, Martin joined the crew at a studio area near the hotel to acclimate and rehearse. All interior scenes would be shot there. The studio area was close to the beach, and a football field was currently being constructed nearby. Bruce went to ask and came back and said, "The set of Summer of Jeans." Martin found a higher stone platform and observed over there, "That crew has a lot of scenes, filming a women's football training camp." Bruce reminded, "Man, you are an actor. Not a pervert." Martin looked innocent. "What did I say? It's just a women's football training camp." As he was speaking, nearly 100 women came to the lawn over there one after another, with all kinds of hair colors and skin colors, all young and beautiful. about 20 years old, with a fit body, wearing shorts, and a curvy figure. It turned out to be the Jeans crew selecting female football extras. Hearing the commotion, the perverted AG arrived and stood beside Martin, saying, "That teen film crew looks so pleasing to the eye. I want to be in a teen film someday." Bruce, the pervert, said, "I like crews with lots of actresses." AG nodded repeatedly. "Our entire crew combined doesn't have as many actresses as they do." Martin raised a more practical issue. "The crews next door are all beautiful women, and ours are all perverts." He felt the need to throw a party. "AG, when time permits, you can go to the crew next door as the director and have a social gathering for the two crews." "How about that, AG?" An artistic French director quickly agreed. "That's a great idea, but it'll take a while. The crew over there is just some advanced crew. We'll have to wait until their main cast arrives. We also have to shoot the exterior scenes first." Back in the studio, Martin met two canine actors, both well-trained German shepherds. He asked, "Can I pet them?" The two German shepherds, wearing muzzles, looked very docile. "Take it slow, get familiar with them step by step," advised the dog's owner, Daniel. Martin had never owned a dog, but he had been a police dog trainer in a previous life, so he had some experience with dogs. After a while, he let Daniel remove the muzzle and fed him some meat. The animal actors used by Hollywood crews all undergo rigorous training and are undoubtedly among the smartest of their kind. Their pay is also incredibly high. With Daniel's permission, Martin fed them some food, and the two German shepherds soon began circling him. Daniel put muzzles on the dogs and said, "It's almost time for a walk. Take them for a stroll." Filming requires coordination between humans and animals, so Martin took the leashes and led the two dogs out of the studio. Daniel followed behind. Bruce remained nearby to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Vanessa got off the trailer and saw the two German shepherds. She said, "They're so cute." "What are their names?" "They're very smart too." Martin smiled. "The female on the left is called Beauty, and the male on the right is called Beast." Vanessa smiled. "Beauty and the Beast, great names." Martin pointed to the beach ahead. "Let's get familiar with Beauty and the Beast, and chat about her characters." Vanessa simply walked the dogs with Martin, talking about her roles as they walked. "You and my family have a lot of conflicts, and I'm just the lubricant, right?" Martin walked onto the beach with the dogs and said, "I didn't want to come on this trip. You dragged me along to ease the conflict with your father." Vanessa had already started to play the role. "Yes, you and my father both have strong personalities, which led to constant clashes, but his death angered you." "It wasn't mainly him," Martin said, also speaking from the character's perspective. "It was mainly because you were killed by those perverts, and our child was taken away. So I was furious and decided to take the initiative to save the child." A perfect song, a perfect post, a perfect content, a perfect book, a perfect forum. Vanessa nodded. "So, you killed all the perverts." The dogs, feeling neglected, turned and looked at Martin eagerly. Martin quickly consoled them. "I'll play with you right away." Daniel brought over a frisbee. The beach was part of the studio area, rented by the crew. Martin removed the leash and muzzle, and the two dogs darted out toward the sea. Halfway through, one dog turned back, barking at the frisbee in Martin's hand. For some reason, Martin remembered a sports club a friend had organized, also involving frisbee. Back then, frisbee games were incredibly popular, attracting many in the entertainment industry, and each one was incredibly rewarding. Yoga pants, camel toes, and tights made the frisbee games a real spectacle. Martin threw the frisbee, and the dogs jumped to catch it, automatically fetching it back. Several other actors who had a history with dogs also joined in. Martin played with the two German shepherds for a while, then handed the frisbee back to Daniel. He spotted Sophia approaching from the other side of the beach with her bag-carrying boy, Scott. Sophia, wearing a bikini that revealed her impressive muscular figure, looked like a female King Kong. She waved at Martin. "Let's go for a swim." Martin casually replied, "I'm a terrible swimmer." "No problem," Sophia said, still scheming. "Little Martin, follow me. Auntie will protect you." With that out of the way, Martin refused to go over. Sophia reached back, and Scott opened his bag, pulled out a pink water bottle, and handed it to her. Sophia bit the straw, staring at Martin as she drank. Everyone on the beach looked over. Vanessa thought about her scene and said, "I want to use this in the movie." The veteran actress, Catherine, who played her mother, came over and said, "It's a symbol of a free woman." Vanessa had a scene where she battled a perverted freak with a water bottle. Sophia went into the water. Scott walked with his legs spread wide, came to Martin and warned, "Idiot, stay away from Sophia." Martin gave him a middle finger. "No one is competing with you," Scott said. "If you dare to compete with me, I will tell the whole crew what you have done." He squeezed out a sentence viciously. "Don't forget, your dad killed my wife for free, and you, a bastard, killed my daughter for free." "Stop," Martin reminded him. "Emma is back, and Jack has nothing to do with me." Scott glanced at Sophia swimming in the sea. "It's better not to come back." "I will divorce her sooner or later," Martin asked. "Because of a rich woman. Aren't rich women attractive?" Scott was proud. "I conquered Sophia with my charm. She is willing to spend money on me and let me enjoy the good life that only rich people have," Martin said. "In this way, you will be safely supported by the rich woman, and I will do my job normally. No one of us will interfere with each other. How about it?" Scott figured he'd won if Martin didn't fight him. "Deal." He was about to leave when he remembered something. "I'm warning you, idiot. Stay away from Elena and Lily." Martin ignored him. Feeling he'd won, Scott held his head high, trotted out, and started to walk. Martin stopped him, asked Bruce for a business card, and handed it to Scott. "Here's yours. You'll need it later." Scott realized it was from a private doctor. "What for?" Martin said. "The best anorectal surgeon in Los Angeles. Nicknamed Hyena." Scott didn't lose his temper. He carefully put it away and meandered away. Antonio's business card had finally found its way to the person who truly needed it. Chapter 130 Fengouging. In July, Baja California was stiflingly humid and stuffy, with mosquitoes swarming everywhere. Filming with makeup on was a real chore. Martin had come prepared, having bought multiple copies of the three-piece makeup set before arriving. At the makeup trailer, Bruce slapped him in the face, sending large mosquitoes scattering to dust. Martin moved closer, finding almost no mosquitoes biting him. "Old Bruce, look at how you stink." "Mosquitoes only bite you," Bruce shot back. "You pervert. Your blood and flesh stink. Even mosquitoes won't bite you." Martin went back to his bag and pulled out a set of medicated oil, floral water, and cooling oil. He handed it to old Bruce. "Apply the first one to your eyelids, the second one drink half the bottle, and the third one to your brother. Not only will mosquitoes avoid you, but you'll also be able to fly into the sky." "Are you sure?" Bruce unscrewed the medicated oil, sniffed it, and felt something was wrong. Martin wanted to see how effective it was. "Also, you can use Fengouging and Kinglingao in place of Vaseline. Next time you go seek him, give it a try." Bruce poured a little out and rubbed it on the back of his hand. The cool feeling was pleasant. He said, "Vanessa sure seems interested in you. Why don't you try it first?" "I've tried it countless times before." Martin went to the gas station ahead to prepare for filming. Bruce muttered a few words, applied Fengouging, sprayed some floral water, and put the Kinglingao in his pocket. He'd try it with Kim when he got back to Los Angeles. Martin arrived on set and practiced his positioning with Vanessa. The two had rehearsed several times and their synergy was pretty good. This was a rundown, old-fashioned gas station, a staple in American road thrillers. Martin, dressed simply in jeans, sneakers, and a t-shirt, with his neatly cropped hair, looked incredibly stylish. He was a stark contrast to the shabby station. Agia came over and said, "The look is great. You don't belong here, so you're very resistant to this trip, but you have to force a smile to save my wife's face." Martin nodded. "Most of the time, I tolerate my father-in-law and let him nag, acting like a good guy." "Actually, you're not. You're a pervert." Agia, directing a Hollywood film for the first time, was doing much of the work himself. He shouted, "All departments, get ready. Shooting in 2 minutes." With the script supervisor's clapperboard, filming officially began. Martin was filing the RV with gas as per his schedule when his father-in-law, Bob, came over to talk to him. A small verbal argument broke out between the two, with a stubborn old Southern man accusing his son-in-law of being uncooperative. Meanwhile, the children cried, the dog barked, and there was a chaotic scene. Agia, driven by perfection, shot the first scene in 3 takes before giving it the all-clear. Originally, the next scene was supposed to be Martin visiting the children, but the baby actor suddenly had a foul bowel movement and started crying violently, so they had to temporarily switch to the dog scene. Beauty and the Beast hadn't quite adjusted yet. I called cut repeatedly, forcing the actors involved in the scene, including Martin, to play along. The child and animal actors were even more troublesome than the female cast members. It was an uncontrollable factor. After finally calming the dog, the filming began when the beast, seemingly unnoticed, suddenly bolted from the RV door, barking at a pile of rocks. Daniel rushed over to calm it, but the beast continued to whimper in alarm. Martin, following the crowd, went over to take a look. Bruce then scurried out, blocking Martin's way. "Be careful, there's a rattlesnake." Sure enough, amid the rocks, a khaki-colored rattlesnake, over a meter long, coiled itself, its tongue lolling, its tail pounding the ground. Faced with this highly venomous snake, Daniel slowly pulled the beast back. Craven's hired security chief, Dalit, was prepared. He arrived with long pliers, grasped the rattlesnake by the neck, and dragged it away. I remembered and asked, "Where's the crew doctor?" "Here." Someone raised their hand. AG asked, "Have you prepared any snake serum?" The doctor, having worked with many film crews, was well prepared. Any crew filming in Mexico must have all the common snake serums. Filming quickly resumed as normal. Perhaps because the rattlesnake had been removed, the baby actor calmed down during the subsequent filming. Beauty and the Beast gradually settled into their groove, and the crew began to operate efficiently. Most shots were completed in 3 or 4 takes. The gas station scenes took 3 consecutive days to film, and then the crew moved to a nearby scenic area. This valley, with exposed bedrock, retains a relatively pristine, wind-eroded landscape. The bumpy roads and jagged rock and sand dunes create a particularly desolate appearance. Nearby, a natural rock pit served as a burial ground for abandoned cars and other belongings of the deformed. Local Mexican officials arrived on the set to ensure the crew did not damage the environment and that all trash was collected after filming. He turned a blind eye to the incidents of passing gang members setting fire to abandoned cars. Hollywood crews follow rules, but gang members don't. Officials who provoke traffickers will soon be found dead on the streets. Every car on the crew flew an American logo. As long as they hired a local security company and paid a fee, traffickers rarely harassed the Hollywood crew. During a break, the crew chatted, and Craven mentioned something. "I heard that a Mexican politician who's very tough on traffickers is running for election. Their policies might change," Martin said. "That's useless. As long as Mexico and the United States are adjacent, the problem won't be solved." Bruce knew more. The American market is too big, and the profits are too lucrative. Everyone is jealous. It's not just the gangs, but also many other forces, such as the U.S. government. Agia asked, "Can't the Mexican authorities deal with the traffickers?" Craven threw a can of beer to each of them. "Just wait. Once that person takes office, he might declare war on the traffickers." Martin had a vague impression that the Mexican authorities had lost the war against the traffickers. Bruce continued, "Individual traffickers aren't that scary. They're backed by the CIA, the DEA, or some other force in Washington. The Mexican authorities can't handle them." Martin asked, "I heard the CIA is the biggest trafficker in Latin America." Craven laughed. "You're out of touch? This is common knowledge. Many high-ranking figures in Washington are definitely involved," Bruce said. "I've heard from some retired friends that Washington will soon become the biggest trafficker in Central Asia." Agia suddenly had an idea. Make a horror film set against a backdrop of the CIA, showing how they torture and kill opponents. "Is that okay?" Craven said. "As long as it doesn't taint the IRS, it doesn't matter." The CIA doesn't care. A prop master passed by, clutching a few pink water bottles. Agia was curious. "I heard you came up with this thing, Martin. What were you thinking back then?" Martin pointed to the words on the water bottles and said seriously, "I believe that everyone should be able to make their own decisions about their own lives." The others nodded in agreement. I checked her watch. "It's almost time. Get ready to shoot." Martin got up and went to find the makeup artist. I returned to the set. The 3 actresses were already seated at a small table in front of the RV, each with a water bottle in front of them. As filming began, they drank from the pink bottles. In the next scene, a psychopath invaded the RV. Vanessa used the pink bottle to beat up the psychopaths, smashing one into a pig's head. Ultimately, she was shot and killed by the psychopath. The filming quickly shifted to a car graveyard. Standing in front of the camera's slide, Martin, wearing a sun hat, gazed in wonder at the dozens of rusted, wrecked cars. He opened the nearest door and pulled out a mud-covered teddy bear. Elsewhere, the actor playing the psychopathic killer prepared to go on stage for a fight scene with Martin. Bruce went to the props department and carefully inspected the prop weapons and knives. The prop master asked, "Are you worried about me?" Bruce, not Martin, didn't care. He said, "The crew uses real guns. I have to ensure the safety of my employer." Knowing that Martin was one of the 3 most powerful people on the crew, the prop master took the gun and let Bruce inspect it. Bruce opened the revolver's cylinder, confirmed that it was empty, and asked, "Why not use a prop gun?" The prop master said, "In the US and Mexico, real guns are easier and cheaper to get than props." Bruce couldn't help but say, "Fake guns are harder to get than real ones. We live in shit." The prop master shrugged. "You get used to it." The special actor then came over to receive his weapons, a revolver and a prop knife. Bruce watched as the prop master handed the inspected weapons to the special actor and followed him to the car graveyard. The action scenes began, shot by shot, making them extremely fragmented. Often, a single action would constitute an entire shot. In this scene, the male protagonist was attacked by a freak in the car graveyard and fell into a pit. After being injured, he fought back and killed the freak. The dangerous scenes involving tumbling down the pit were naturally filmed with stunt doubles. Even the shots where the lead actor smashes into the windows of an abandoned car were all shot with a stunt double. Even for the most challenging action sequences, Martin insisted on using a stunt double unless he appeared in person. He left all the heavy lifting to others. However, Martin was a very courteous person. Upon returning to his hotel that evening, he proactively treated the stunt doubles to drink. He also had Bruce buy some small gifts, which he presented to the stunt doubles upon their departure. Those with high pay, like Reeves, received motorcycles, while Martin's pay was limited. After over 2 weeks of filming in the field, the crew wrapped up all exterior scenes and moved back to a soundstage near the hotel. In this soundstage, also converted from a factory building, the set designers constructed a maze of caves and a small valley town for the lead actor's final battle with a deformed creature. The rest of the cast had completed their scenes and returned to the United States, leaving only Martin and the stunt doubles filming the action scenes. Meanwhile, the crew of the Summer of June had also arrived in Cabo San Lucas. The 2 crews form a stark contrast. One is almost entirely male, the other is filled with young, beautiful actresses. 2 updates today, still collecting manuscripts. Chapter 131 The Best Fighter. Inside the studio, a blood-stained Martin dodged from behind a wrecked car, leaped onto the hood, and swung the baseball bat with both hands. On the other side of the car, a wig-wearing dummy's head was smashed, and the ketchup inside exploded with a bang. Red liquid rained down on Martin and onto nearby cars. Martin landed firmly on the dummy, kicked it, and like a psychopath, swung the bat twice more. He struck the dummy in time, not giving the psychopath a chance to get back up. Aya and Craven were tired of the traditional American horror film trope of a 2-parter, where the villain is never defeated in one go. Martin's chest heaved rapidly as he stalked toward a house, bat in one hand, wiping the red liquid from his face with his arm as he went. He looked like a warrior, his face painted with grease paint. Aya shouted, "Stop. You passed this." He couldn't help but praise him. "Martin, you're doing great." Martin stopped and stood still. Aya, a Frenchman brimming with romanticism, shouted, "Martin Davis, unleash the beast in you." Martin, already detached from the scene, replied with a smile, "Everyone on the crew is in danger." Walter, the action director, chimed in, "What? You want to kill us all?" Martin pondered, "Why do I think that's a good idea?" Walter gave him the finger. "Because you're a complete psychopath," Martin said seriously. "That way, no one will compete with me for the beauty next door." Walter laughed. "Sorry, buddy. The beauty next door is taken by the best fighter in the crew." Martin said seriously, "That's right, the best fighter in the crew is me." The others chimed in, "Yeah, Martin's the best fighter." "Walter, you're good with the words, but you're not as good with fists as Martin." Walter was powerless to object. He was much shorter and smaller than Martin. Aya then reminded him, "Okay, let's go to the next scene." Martin arrived at a break area, and the makeup artist immediately came over to touch up his makeup. A keyman ran from the studio entrance and whispered something in Aya's ear. Aya nodded slightly, letting the keyman reply while he continued his work. Craven entered through the entrance with 5 or 6 people, but they didn't approach the set, observing from a distance. Martin glanced over and recognized the creative staff from the adjacent crew. He saw director Ken Campus, producer Brad Arisman, and the blonde actress Blake Lively. The rest were strangers. Martin ignored them and re-entered the set. His face, head, and body were covered in blood, like a demon from hell, coming to reap the lives of the world. In front of the camera, Martin smashed another dummy's head, picked up a rusty knife from the ground, and hid behind a house, waiting for another psychopath to pass by. He then swooped in and strangled him. The prop knife stabbed the stuntman in the chest and abdomen, causing the fake blood bags to spurt out. Finishing blow. He drew his knife and stabbed again and again. Blood gushed out like a fountain. I called for a stop again and praised Martin. Well done. You're a natural killer. Martin turned back, picked up the red-stained bat in one hand, and gripped a realistic-looking knife in the other. His blood-stained face suddenly cracked into a smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. The image, reminiscent of a psychopathic serial killer or the most evil version of the Joker from DC Comics, was chilling. I slammed the megaphone against the director's chair. In the distance, Ken Capus asked, "Is this Martin Davis?" "The look and demeanor are so different," Craven said. "He's a great actor and can handle so many different types of roles," Blake replied. "I know him and have spoken to him. If Uncle Capus hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it was Martin." She had met Martin several times, even in the WMA lobby, and had spoken to him. He was a sunny, handsome man, friendly, and pleasant to the eye. In short, he was just good-looking. The contrast between his current look and demeanor was stark. "He plays a completely different character on my crew," Capus said. After finishing the day's shoot, Martin went to the dressing room to shower and change. When he emerged, Bruce, who was waiting at the door, said, "They're having a discussion. They asked you to come over for a chat." Martin spotted the people sitting in the lounge and went over to greet them. Capus, looking at Martin, dressed casually, smiled and said, "This is the sunny, handsome football coach." Martin pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "I'm the sunny type. The dark side is my character's setting." Aya and Craven laughed. Capus got to the point. "Is the ending of your film similar to the revenge formula of I Spit on Your Grave?" Aya said, "Yes. A group of psychopathic killers have nearly wiped out the protagonist's family and stolen his child. The protagonist wants revenge, wants to save his child. His raging flame of revenge is determined to consume all the psychopaths." Capus said, "That sounds very interesting. Strictly speaking, this is a horror action film." Craven and Io were somewhat influenced by Martin during the creative process. The repression in the first half of the film is all preparation for the explosion in the latter part. The protagonist will also use massacre to achieve revenge, Martin added. "It's a pure commercial thriller," Gene's producer Braid said. "This may provide a new approach, allowing bloodthirsty films to break away from the old-fashioned model of monsters slaughtering normal people." Craven, the godfather of modern horror films, said, "Normal people have been slaughtered in bloodthirsty films for too long. It's time for a hearty fight back. In films like Scream and Wrong Turn, the human fight back seems so weak, and they always survive by luck." After chatting about movies for a while, Martin exchanged a glance with Aya, who was standing next to him. The rapport between the two perverts was undeniable, and Aya automatically changed the subject. "Ken, Brad, our crews are right next to each other. It's a kind of fate. I have a suggestion. How about we have a social gathering this weekend?" Hollywood couldn't be without a party, and producer Brad readily agreed. "Sure, let's have a beach party." Craven nodded repeatedly. "Great. If you're interested, you can even go for a swim in the ocean." As expected, the perverts' rapport was impeccable. Next door, they were filming a soccer training camp, and at least dozens of young actresses were expected. The text then abruptly shifts topics, seemingly unrelated and possibly unrelated. The perverts shifted gears, preparing to head to the beach to discuss how to make the party a success. Blake quietly followed, glancing at Martin, who had his hands in his pockets. As menacing and ferocious as he was on set, he now looked as sunny and handsome as ever. The setting sun shone on him, making him seem radiant. Young Blake seemed to see Jack on the big ship. He quietly approached Martin and said, "Hello, Martin, I'm Blake. Do you remember me? We've met several times at WMA." Martin replied, "Of course I remember. You came to me to ask about the audition results." Blake found a topic and said, "My brother Eric auditioned for the same role as you, but was rejected by the director. He was unwilling to accept it and always wanted to get clarification, so I had to ask you." Martin said, "I didn't get that role either." Blake understood why and praised, "It shows that you are a principled person." Martin turned to look at her. "Yes, although I am an actor, I have principles and bottom lines." The soft light shone on Martin's profile. Blake, a beauty lover, looked at it and found it difficult to look away. He murmured, "You are so handsome." She was the captain of the cheerleading team at school and was brave enough. "Martin, I have never met anyone as beautiful as you before." "Thank you," Martin said politely. "You are also a great beauty." Blake spoke to Martin in a low voice. She was not only a beauty lover, but also had a lot of thoughts. The old perverts up ahead had already decided that the two crews would join forces for a large swimsuit party this weekend. The expenses would be split equally, with each crew paying half. Martin then declined Blake's invitation and returned to the hotel for a video call with Louise and Kelly. During the call, Kelly mentioned a package she'd mailed back to Atlanta, but there had been no news. Lily Carter, who had been selling stars in a nearby city with her brother Harris after summer break, finally returned to the Clayton neighborhood. Nanny, who owned the shop down the street, stopped Lily and told her about the package. Lily took the package home and checked the address. It was from that idiot Martin again. Sitting on the sofa, she took out a wallpaper cutter and opened the box. Inside was a set of exquisite carving tools. "Is that idiot satisfied with my gift?" Lily thought naturally. "So, he gave me a set of carving tools specifically for me." She still had a buffalo horn, so she dug it out in the storage room and flexed her wrists and fingers, ready to try out the new tools. After making a few new toys, Lily felt confident in her exquisite craftsmanship. In the hotel gym, Mike Vogel from the Jeans crew was doing strength training. After the script meeting and rehearsals, he would travel with the crew to Greece. A crew member came over. Vogel took the initiative to walk to a deserted place, and when the others caught up with him, he asked, "Rick, how did you get through?" Rick said, "The crew next door is filming as normal, and Martin Davis is the male lead." This afternoon, the director and producer, as well as Blake and others, went to visit the crew next door. Vogel went to the lounge and sat down. "What's special?" Rick got a lot of information. "I asked my colleagues next door. Martin is filming an action scene, and many people praised him as the best fighter in the crew this afternoon." Hearing the last sentence, Vogel raised his eyebrows. "The best fighter," Rick said. "Yes, many people in the crew next door have heard it more than once. Once Martin gets excited, or drinks, and gets emotional, he will brag about being the best fighter and the #1 figure in Atlanta." Vogel analyzed. "The little guy is lucky, gets a few auditions, starts to get arrogant, and gets excited and easily gets drunk." Rick added, "We will jointly hold a party with the crew next door this weekend, a beach swimsuit party." Chapter 2 will be a little later. Chapter 132 Rattlesnake. Filming the tedious action scenes was incredibly demanding, and the actors inevitably suffered minor bumps and bruises. Martin himself was fine, but several of the stunt doubles had multiple bruises. This was common on the set, and the stunt doubles were used to it. After filming another action scene, Martin was fine, but the doubles were exhausted and panting. Adria, her voice hoarse from shouting, said to her assistant, "Let them rest for an hour." 3 stunt doubles similar in build to Martin, along with 2 more unusual stunt doubles, sat down in the rest area, all unwilling to move. Martin personally went to get Gatorade, gave each person a bottle, and said, "Guys, replenish your energy. You've filmed as much as we have, so take a break." The stand-in buck has developed a good physique, but unfortunately he's already balding at the age of 25. He said, "Martin, you have great physical strength." Martin sat on a chair, deliberately bent his arms, pointed to his bulging muscles and said, "Forgot? I am the best fighter in the crew." When men get together to chat, how can they not brag? "Have you seen my machine gun dance? I have the best endurance, too," special actor Lord said. "My wife and I watched the Saturn Awards live broadcast. My wife saw you dancing and laughed at me, saying that compared to that man, you are a wimp. At that time, I thought that when I saw him, I would definitely beat up his brothers." Martin looked frightened. "Man, you can't hit my brother even if you hit me in the face, because your hand will break." Lewis, also Martin's stand-in, said, "Martin, I admit you have the best stamina and the best fighting ability on the crew, but what really ranks first is your thick skin." The others laughed. Martin said seriously, "You know what the most popular saying in Atlanta is? Everyone envy Martin, everyone wants to be Martin." He coughed and said, "I've got some good news for you. This weekend, we're teaming up with the crew next door for a beach party." Lord got excited. "Really?" Buck said, "That's all the pretty girls next door." Martin suggested, "How about we form a pickup group?" "No, I want to stay away from you." Lewis had already accepted the reality of the situation. "If we follow you, all the pretty girls will go to you, and we'll just have to pick up the ugly ones left." After a while of chatting and laughing, Bruce came over and said Sophia had asked him out. Sophia had taken Scott on a trip, and Martin had assumed she'd just come back to Atlanta, but she hadn't. Martin dragged Bruce along. "Don't worry, she won't dare do anything to you with me here." Bruce's hips clenched, his legs trembling, but he spoke stoically. "You're worried about what she might do to you, right?" The two men, feeling guilty, met Sophia at the studio entrance. The woman, dressed in a tank top and shorts, revealed her muscular build. "I'm heading back to Atlanta." Bruce's legs, which had been clenched, unconsciously relaxed. "Here on the crew, you two, keep an eye on it. Don't cause any trouble." Sophia suddenly remembered the fat guy in Los Angeles trying to steal investment. What's his name? "That ugly fat guy, dare to mess around again, call me and I'll go to Los Angeles and take care of him myself." "No problem," Martin said, feeling more confident. If Weinstein caused trouble, he could just summon Sophia. Sophia's eyes swept over Bruce's face. Bruce grabbed Martin's arm. Then suddenly remembered that this piece of shit wasn't trustworthy and might even sell him out. Martin said, "Goodbye, let's go," Sophia said, waving to Scott and heading out of the studio. Scott followed behind, his splayed gait unconcerned with his family. Martin and Bruce walked back, passing the beverage area where two production managers were packing up their things. Their voices were a little high. "Did you see that? Martin on our crew is amazing at action scenes. He's the best fighter on the crew." "I have someone even better over there," said another, from the crew next door. "His last movie was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You know what the director said? If he went to war, the Iraqi enemy would have no choice but to run away," the previous production manager said, with a hint of meaning. "Everyone can brag," the person next door said. "You don't know, before he became an actor, he was a professional boxer. When he first started, he was showering in the studio's shared bathroom. He was a very handsome boy, and he was covered in foam. Some bastards came looking for some fun. He saw them in the mirror, and then, boom, 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 those bastards all fell down," the production manager asked. "Really? A lot of people over there know." Martin and Bruce kept walking, continuing inside. After they walked away, the two men turned around and looked at each other. The production manager said, "He must have heard it. Here's the balance." Rick from the next group took out a rolled-up small denomination dollar bill and pressed it into his hand. "Spread the word around the crew." The production manager took the money. "It's no big deal." Arriving at the lounge, Martin found a deserted spot and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. Bruce sat next to him and glanced at the beverage area. Martin asked, "Who are they talking about? What do they want to do?" Using such a stupid method, Bruce thought for a moment. "To provoke you to fight with someone? You brag on the crew, making people misunderstand that you are a bright and upright person who likes to confront people." Martin was unhappy. "Am I not bright enough? Not upright enough?" Bruce presented facts and reasoned. "Please give examples of the time and place when you confronted people head-on." Martin didn't answer at all, and turned the conversation back. "He left enough information and wanted me to go to his house to fight him? This lousy method is not as good as Adrian." He shook his head. "Even the idiot Lily is better than him." Bruce said, "Find out who it is first." Martin took out his mobile phone and called Blake Lively. After asking a few questions, he hung up and said, "Mike Vogel." "I'm really not surprised at all," Bruce said. "The actor with a similar style to yours at WMA? No wonder you were in the way." "What a shit a circle." Martin pointed to one side. "He's on the set next door. Is he trying to provoke me into a fight?" He recalled his few encounters with him. "He doesn't seem so clueless," Bruce suggested. "How about this? You keep bragging on set, and I'll spread the word. I'll spend some money to get Dallas help. Let's see what happens." Martin laughed. "Boasting? I'm the best at it." Break time arrived. After a quick makeup touch-up, Martin and the stuntmen returned to the set. Perhaps energized by the news of the weekend party, the stuntmen had regained their energy. Los Angeles, Pacific Pictures. In the office, Louise, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was shrewd and capable, without a trace of playfulness. Assistant Nikki knocked on the door and entered, placing the latest report on the desk. Louise took it inside. Even Jerry Bruckheimer couldn't pull off a comeback miracle. King Arthur, a co-production between Touchstone Pictures and Bruckheimer Films, was a disastrous flop. Investing hundreds of millions of dollars, it only grossed $15 million in North America in its first weekend. 3 weekends later, it had only a paltry $45 million. The showing had plummeted from over 3,000 theaters to fewer than 2,000. Huge losses were inevitable. Troy fell short of expectations, and King Arthur was a critical and box office flop. What about the similarly titled Alexander the Great? Louise's long career as a producer had given her the impression that the market was tired of this genre. The success of Gladiator and the Lord of the Rings series had led to the belief that North America was entering an era of epic and fantasy. This widely held prediction might have been wrong. Louise grabbed the nearby bottle, poured herself a glass, and emptied it. Then she picked up the phone and called Warner Brothers. CEO Barry Meyer, suggesting that the release of Alexander the Great be postponed. Barry Meyer refused. The film's project involved funding from all sides, and no one wanted to wait any longer. Louise called Warner Brothers president Alan Horn, who also disagreed with postponing the release. The market wouldn't change in the short term, and the film sponsors couldn't afford to keep the project tied up for long. If the film flopped at the end of the year, delaying it for 6 months wouldn't change the outcome. After hanging up, Louise had another drink, stood up, and walked to the window, gazing at the Warner Brothers studios nearby. She felt a surge of pressure. She took off her glasses, fished out the notepad Martin had given her, tore off a page, and called her assistant, Nikki. Call Esquire and the Bartenders Guild and tell them that mixologist Louise Meyer has created a brand new cocktail. At the Jeans location, the crew was making final preparations for filming, and the actors were busy rehearsing their scenes. 10 days later, Mike Vogel would join the B-team on their trip to Greece. Rick, the production manager, quietly found Vogel and said, "I've been there every day these days, and I can confirm with absolute certainty that Martin Davis likes to brag and is extremely arrogant. Everyone in that crew flatters him." Vogel adjusted his dyed dark brown hair in front of the mirror. "Anything else, he likes to drink, and he goes for a drink with the crew every day after work." Rick found out a lot from there. "He brags even more when he drinks more. He claims to be the most talented man in Georgia. Once he was drunk and boasted about a gunfight with gangsters and traffickers, and he shot a trafficker in the ass with one shot. You can tell it's fake as soon as you hear it." Vogel nodded, "A typical drunk who doesn't know who he is." Judging that Martin Davis was arrogant and liked to brag in front of others, he deliberately leaked the news just to stimulate Martin's competitive spirit, and then combined with alcohol. Vogel asked again, "Are you sure the crew wants to have a party?" Rick replied, "This Saturday, all day." Vogel stood in front of the mirror and thought for a few minutes. "Rick, you are Mexican. Can you get a rattlesnake or other venomous snake? What do you want to do? Put a venomous snake in his room?" Although Rick is from Tijuana, he doesn't want to cause a murder of an American. "I won't do this kind of thing. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the hotel, and you can't avoid it. Man, I advise you not to do it." Vogel's father used to work in a snake farm, and he has some understanding of venomous snakes. "How could I do such a thing?" "Are you kidding me?" Rick asked. "Are you sure you don't want to do it? Find someone to get a snake and empty most of the venom in the venom sac." Vogel whispered a few more words and emphasized, "I'll pay more." Rick responded, "Okay, Mexico is not short of this stuff." 2 updates today. Chapter 133, Adaptability. The hotel's private beach was reserved for 2 film crews. All Saturday, crew members were free to party on the beach, enjoying unlimited drinks, beverages, and barbecue. The crew displayed clear discrimination, refusing entry to men who were not members of the crew. Women, however, were free to join in the fun. Martin, wearing swimming trunks, walked onto the beach alone. Agia called out to him, "Martin, come over here, let's play a game." On the 5-a-side beach soccer field, Agia, relying on her directorial charisma, gathered a group of female players. Martin immediately ran over. On the small, enclosed field, there were at least a dozen women in swimsuits. They were all young actors from the neighboring crew, playing female soccer players. Agia said, "We 2 will be captains. We'll each pick 4 players to play." Martin stepped on the ball and said, "Okay." The surrounding female players jumped and shouted enthusiastically, holding out their hands. "Director Agia, pick me. Pick me," Martin shouted. "Who wants to play with me?" Not far away, the famous beauty-obsessed Blake Lively was running towards them at a rapid speed, shouting, "Save me a spot." She was tall and long-legged, and her figure was impeccable, though her appearance was a bit mature. Blake ran onto the field, winked at Martin, and then ran over to Agia. Agia raised a finger and shook it at Martin. "Dude, you're not attractive enough." Martin turned to face the girls. "I'm going to pick someone, Several female players jumped out. "We'll play with you." Martin randomly selected 4 Latina women, the tallest of whom would be the goalkeeper. Agia said, "You'll kick off first, girls." Martin, standing in the middle of the field, declared, "We need to score first." He kicked the ball to the black swimsuit on his left, then turned and ran toward the opposing field. The black swimsuit immediately passed it back. Martin had played soccer in a previous life, in middle school, but hadn't touched it in years. He immediately took a wide dribble upon receiving the ball. A girl in a gold swimsuit rushed over to grab the ball, seemingly without breaking, and crashed into him, ball and body. Martin experienced firsthand what it meant to run into someone with a ball. No wonder Agio wanted to organize a beach soccer game. Blake, the handsome man, bumped into Martin and threatened to fall. She grabbed Martin's arm and pressed down hard. Agio rushed past Martin with a ball. Martin didn't bother to defend him, only a fool would defend a man. Blake stood up and rushed forward. Martin went back to defend, but just as he was getting into position, he saw Blake, who had received the ball, coming straight at him. No shot, no pass, no feint. Blake, the handsome man, just ran straight into Martin. Martin collapsed onto the sand. Blake fell as well, sprawled across Martin. Perhaps hurt, or perhaps remembering something, she rolled back and forth on top of him. Agio was stunned, realizing why the woman next door had chosen to be on his team. They weren't targeting him at all. The dark-haired Latina girl next to him curled her lips, nearly blurting out the word shameless, but the crew was brokered by the woman's father, so she had to hold back on calling him a bitch. "Sorry," Blake struggled to his feet. "I didn't stop myself." "Did I hurt you, in front of so many people?" What could Martin say? "It's okay." Blake struggled to her feet, reaching out to pull Martin up. Unable to resist praising him. "You're so strong, you're so fit," Martin complimented, standing up and brushing off the sand. Blake said, "I played soccer. I've been cheerleading since 6th grade." Martin nodded. "Playing soccer, and then bumping into people with a ball?" Agia grew impatient and shouted, "You too, are you still going?" Martin stretched a little. "Why not? Not far away." Vogel sat on a beach chair, taking in the entire situation. The disparity in resource selection shattered his heart with sorrow. Vogel climbed up by stepping on others, and he didn't mind stepping on others to continue climbing. In his mind, this was the Hollywood ladder, with each step up revealing the bodies of his opponents. Rick approached and said, "Afternoon is best, accidents are more likely at night." Vogel asked, "Is everything ready?" Rick nodded slightly. "The snake is ready. Call me before we leave so I can prepare." Vogel understood Rick's intentions. "After the job is done, I'll give you the balance. Just watch your mouth." Rick smiled. "I'm just Mexican, I can't threaten you." Vogel waved his hand, and Rick left. More than 20 meters away, Bruce, wearing sunglasses, pulled out his new camera phone and took several photos of Rick. He then called Dalit, the crew's head of security, and sent an MMS picture. On the field, the other female players were distracted by their football. These Mexican women dreamed of going to America. Iowa slammed into the goal by the enthusiastic female players. Martin wasn't doing so well either, knocked down by several female players, and more rushed forward with the ball. It was terrifying. Martin, like a wounded soldier lingering from a bombing raid, struggled to crawl out from under the relentless barrage of female players. 2 long legs came running towards them, and Blake rushed to their rescue, grabbing Martin and running. "Hurry! Hurry!" Martin humiliated the man, but safety was far more important than face. After running a few dozen meters, Martin stopped. Blake caught up from behind, brushed the sand off his face, and stared into his handsome face. "Are you okay?" Martin spread his legs and stretched a little. "Not too bad." Blake went to brush the sand off Martin again. Turning back, he saw an open-air shower and grabbed Martin's arm. "Go over there and rinse off the sand." It was hot, and he was sweating, and the sand on his skin made Martin uncomfortable, so he followed him. After a quick rinse, Martin found a beach chair and lay down under a parasol. Blake brought over 2 cold drinks, handing one to Martin. "This should suit your taste." Martin took it, nodded, and smiled. "Thank you." Blake lay on the beach chair next to him, covering her chest and abdomen with a towel, her long legs draped over the side. She deliberately waved her head in front of Martin's eyes and asked, "When are you coming to the set?" "I'm looking forward to rehearsing with you." "You're playing the person I'm attracted to, and acting with an assistant is nothing," Martin casually replied. "I can finish filming next week." He noticed Old Bull walking by and said, "I have something to do. Let's talk later, I'll wait here." Blake watched Martin leave, pondering. Good looks are something the company focuses on training. Although she's a face-obsessed person, Blake grew up in a family of actors and thinks much more than the average girl. Arriving at a locker room, Bruce closed the door from the inside and said, "I've informed Gallet. His men are following that production manager. They seem to be heading out into the wilderness." Gallet was the crew's previously hired security chief, a man with considerable influence in the area. Martin was surprised. What are they doing out in the wilderness? Shooting a hidden gun? Impossible, we've already finished filming the exterior scenes, Bruce advised. It's best to figure out what he's up to, and then react accordingly. I'm sure you can handle it within the confines of the hotel, Martin emphasized. Bruce, you have to guard my rear, Bruce said. Don't worry, I'll cover you. Gallet and his team have a lot of Hollywood connections, they're paid for their work, and they have a very good reputation. I can get at least a dozen people with just one call. This sounded unreliable, and Martin felt uneasy, but he trusted Bruce. Before leaving, Bruce reiterated, act accordingly. Find out what he's up to. I'll be nearby. Martin returned to the beach to find Craven, Aya, Kappas, and the others, each leading the female players back to the hotel. At this rate, they probably won't even come out this afternoon. Martin returned to the parasol and found Blake still waiting for him. Blake watched Martin walk into the sunshine and was simply delighted. He was so handsome. He had the right face and the right figure. Martin reclined on his beach chair and chatted with Blake until almost noon. The two crews had prepared a sumptuous luncheon in the hotel's Grand Ballroom 1. Not many people showed up. The mostly male cast and crew had already taken the Mexican female players back to their rooms. Martin showered, changed, and went to the ballroom. The luncheon was a buffet. Martin grabbed a bunch of food and a bottle of wine. Just as he found a seat, Blake, dressed in a dress, arrived. She placed her glass across from Martin and said, "Pour me a drink." Martin habitually asked, "You're not old enough to drink," Blake replied. "This isn't America." She beckoned a child actor to the crew and said, "Get me a bottle of wine." The child actor obediently went to get the wine, like a servant. Blake seemed concerned for Martin's sake. "That's none of your business." The young actor brought over his drinks, and several others followed, one of them being Mike Vogel. He was carrying 2 bottles of Mexican tequila and sat down at the table next to him. "Martin, long time no see. Want a drink?" Martin smiled, his mind racing. Spreading the news would arouse his competitive spirit. Drinkers are prone to impulsiveness, so why not goad him into a fight? He was a good ally in the alcohol test. Vogel opened the bottle, poured 2 glasses, and pushed one to the edge of the table, teasing Martin. "I reminded you about Andrew Nick all that time. You owe me a favor." Martin didn't touch the drink, but took his own whiskey. "I can't handle tequila." Vogel tilted his head to glance at the alcohol content on the whiskey. "Please." Martin opened the bottle, poured a glass, and clinked it with Vogel. "Thank you for last time," he said calmly. They drank together. Once you start drinking, it's hard to stop. Vogel knows this all too well. He keeps chatting with Martin, finding every excuse to pour him a glass of wine. Martin also wants to see what he'll do. After a few drinks, the two of them start boasting. They brag about the incredible things they've done, about how good they are at fighting, as if they could single-handedly crush the earth. And neither of them would be intimidated. Blake is slightly disappointed. Doesn't the man have a good drinking record? Martin boasts about being the bravest and best fighter in Georgia. Vogel boasts about being the best fighter in Baja California. Chapter 134 Dancing with Snakes. What? You can't do it? Vogel looked at Martin leaning back in his chair, pointed at him and said, "Man, you lost." As he spoke, he burped. Vogel had drunk just as much as Martin. Martin seemed to be intoxicated. He stood up and said, "A man can't say no." He picked up his glass and clinked it with Vogel's crookedly. "Cheers." Vogel was almost drunk too. He downed a glass and suppressed the urge to vomit. "Let's have a drinking contest. We're evenly matched. Let's try another way to prove who is the man among men." Martin looked drunk. "You's a woman?" "I'm not saying you can't do it." The words were too hurtful. The drunk Vogel stood up and impulsively wanted to hit someone. Who can't do it? He remembered his purpose and held back. This is Mexico. Let's compete the Mexican way. A fight wouldn't solve the problem. Vogel raised his voice. It's the tradition here that a real man dares to challenge the venomous snake head-on. Let's challenge the venomous snake. Blake stretched out his long legs and kicked Martin under the table to make him refuse. Martin, still a drunk, was perfectly clear-headed, having probably guessed what this guy was up to. Vogel, leaning against the table, staggered. What? You don't dare, he suddenly raised his voice. Hey, guys, pay attention. Martin and I are going to have a real man showdown, Mexican style. Anyone who doesn't dare is a wimp and won't be picking up girls on set anymore. Martin turned and glanced at Bruce. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Bruce knew this piece of shit Martin was up to something, and he nodded slightly. Martin staggered to his feet and said, We have to compete. We have to compete. Damn it, where's the venomous snake? I'm going to blow its mouth open, Vogel said. Okay, let's go find a snake. Martin caught sight of Bruce on the phone and tried to stall for time. Yeah, let's find a venomous snake, the most venomous kind. Anyone who doesn't dare blow its mouth open is a wimp. Blake, disappointed in his idol, reached over and grabbed him. Martin, you're drunk. No, how can a drunk person be as sober as me? I can still have 2 more bottles. Martin's typical drunken rhetoric came out. Vogel, still relatively sober, secretly rejoiced. Seeing Bruce leave, Martin shouted, Guys, go cheer me on. He grabbed Vogel and said, Let's go. Vogel grabbed him too. Let's go. Before leaving the banquet hall, Martin grabbed 2 more bottles of wine. On the way to the parking lot, he opened the bottles and continued drinking with Vogel. The sea breeze inhaled, and Vogel was intoxicated. When drunk, no one talks nonsense. The wine automatically poured down his lips. Martin threw the bottle into the trash. Let's go. Vogel, remembering what he was supposed to do, also discarded the bottle. Before leaving the hotel, Martin went to the restroom, where Bruce, who was waiting there, had a quick exchange with him. To prevent Martin from quitting mid-sentence, Vogel called the cruise bus. When the driver arrived, he pulled Martin onto the bus and beckoned the other onlookers aboard. Many were eager to watch the action. As for trying to stop it, the actors behind him wished the actors in front of them would all be dead. Blake also boarded the bus and tried to persuade them twice, but seeing no effect, she fell silent. As the bus pulled out of the parking lot, Dalit, who had worked with the crew, received a call from Bruce and gathered a large group of people. They boarded several SUVs and followed. In the car, Martin continued to brag to Vogel, his voice piercing the universe. The bus quickly left the city and reached the desert, where everyone got off to help search for venomous snakes. Rick, blending into the crowd, arrived at the target area and shouted, Here! There's a rattlesnake. Dozens of people rushed over. Among them were Dalit and his men. On the flat gravel ground, a rattlesnake with ochre-colored patterns hid in a crevice. Seeing the approaching bipedal monsters, it trembled helplessly, only able to pitifully rattle its tail to warn the monsters to stay away. Real men, go for it, a small actor shouted from the crowd. A cacophony of voices rang out, Go for it, don't be a wimp. Don't let us look down on you. Martin and Vogel stopped 20 meters from the rattlesnake. Vogel grabbed Martin's arm. Man, it's time to prove yourself. Go for it, and take down the snake. Martin glanced at the snake and whispered, I'm not going. This completely caught Vogel off guard. You're a fucking wimp. Martin broke free from Vogel's grip, grasped his shoulders with both hands, and shook him vigorously, back and forth. I'm not going for it. I'm fucking afraid of snakes. He shook Vogel's head vigorously, and the alcohol in his head made him want to vomit. But Vogel held it back. As a real man, how could he throw up in public? Martin turned back, and seeing Vogel didn't move, he shouted, It's a draw, I didn't lose. As he emerged from the crowd, a Mexican man shouted in English, Martin's a wimp, and Vogel's a wimp too, 2 wimps without a brotherhood. Over a dozen people shouted at Vogel, Wimp, get back if you can't do this. You don't even dare to do what you're asking. You're such a disgrace to a man. Ballless piece of shit. You're just a piece of shit. Not only did they shout, but some even pulled out cameras and video cameras and started filming Vogel. Wimp, cooperate, or we'll have you on the front page of the local newspaper tomorrow. These people kept quoting Vogel. Blake was surprised when Martin suddenly changed his mind, and then a group of people started taunting Vogel. Initially, only about 20 people were calling him a piece of shit. Soon, driven by the crowd mentality, the crew, drunk and eager to stir up trouble, joined in the chants. Those who had been dragged by Vogel to pressure Martin now dumped all the pressure on Vogel. Martin was shameless as he could be. Vogel was shameless, but not to the extent of Martin. The key point was the man holding the camera and video camera, even wearing a badge that looked like a reporter. Vogel had put himself there, stimulated by the surroundings, the alcohol igniting, and armed with both his brain and his courage. He made a truly manly choice. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Vogel strode toward the rattlesnake. "Look here, you losers. What does it mean to be a man?" His father had worked at a snake farm, and he'd caught snakes as a child, so he was confident. Reaching the pile of rocks, he heard the thumping of a rattlesnake's tail, and suddenly cleared his mind. "What am I doing? Why am I fighting a rattlesnake? Isn't this what I prepared for Martin Davis?" His mind cleared, and he couldn't hold back his vomiting. Vogel opened his mouth wide, and a waterfall of vomit poured out. The disgusting liquid fell to the ground, splattering everywhere. The rattlesnake, trembling with fear, was splattered with vomit on its head and skin. How could a real snake tolerate such such insult? The rattlesnake shot out like an arrow, biting Vogel's leg. Vogel screamed in agony. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Vogel flailed his legs, finally regaining consciousness, and screamed, "Help me! Help me! Call a doctor! Call a doctor!" Many on the crew were still wondering, would I have a better chance if I didn't save him? Would that remove another obstacle to my advancement? One of Dallas' Mexicans pulled out his phone and called 911. Of course, no one was foolish enough to help Vogel, leaving him to dance with a venomous snake. Martin walked slowly out. When the chaos broke out behind him, he glanced back, hands in his pockets, and walked away from the wasteland. The SUV provided by the crew was parked on the curb. Bruce leaned against the door and waved at him, like a beautiful woman flirting with customers on the streets of Cabo San Lucas. In the crowd, Blake looked from Vogel to Martin as he retreated, and suddenly understood something. Uninterested in watching any further, she swung her long legs and strode after Martin. Blake was certain this was the real man. Unnoticed, Martin had already left. Some even thought Martin, for backing down at the last minute, was a wimp. Blake caught up with him from behind, grabbed Martin's arm, and asked, "You want to go back?" Martin's breath reeked of alcohol. "Go back to bed and sober up." Blake thought even the smell of a man's vomit was so pleasant, like a dog licking his lips. "I'll go with you." Martin pointed behind him. "Believe it or not, one of those bastards will report me, and then I'll be in big trouble." Blake had been a cheerleader since 6th grade, and she had developed a thick skin. "It's okay, I can wait until you're 18, it won't be long." Martin suddenly stopped. Blake asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Martin deliberately said, "I feel like vomiting." Blake opened the small backpack she was carrying, took out tissues and a small bottle of mineral water, and waited beside Martin. Martin, quite surprised, asked for her bottle of mineral water and took a sip. "It's okay." Blake handed him a tissue again. "Wipe it off." The two of them reached the car. Bruce glanced inquiringly, and Martin nodded slightly. All three of them got in. Blake was curious, but she didn't ask too many questions, simply thinking about the whole situation. Her father had said more than once that this circle was full of fighting. The huge base at the bottom and the pitiful number of positions at the top inevitably led to extremely fierce fighting. Back at the hotel, Martin sent Blake away and went to take a shower. When she came out, Bruce was on the phone. After Bruce hung up the phone, Martin asked, "Is he not dead?" "No," Bruce said roughly. "Dallet sent someone to the hospital and asked about the idiot's injuries. The venom injected by the rattlesnake was very small, and he was sent to the hospital in time. His life will not be in danger, but the snake venom is very troublesome. He will have to lie in bed for a while. If he is unlucky, he may even have an amputation." If Martin was really an impulsive young man, the consequences would be disastrous. He said coldly, "He's lucky." Bruce thought it was very funny. "I thought he was taking advantage of people's impulsiveness after drinking and was ready to fight with you and beat you up. I didn't expect him to use alcohol to stimulate you to deal with venomous snakes." He added, "This is Mexico, not Los Angeles. If you were really bitten in that situation, he wouldn't be in too much trouble." Martin said directly, "Bruce, get a black mamba and throw it to his ward." "Men, we are in the entertainment industry now." This time it was Bruce who reminded Martin, "Don't use civilized methods indiscriminately." Chapter 135 The future is ruined. In the hospital ward, Vogel regained consciousness. His right leg, bitten by a rattlesnake, was swollen and distended. The skin around the wound had ulcerated, and the area below the knee had turned light brown. It felt as if this leg no longer belonged to him, and it was difficult to even move it. His entire body felt indescribably uncomfortable, a state worse than death. Vogel's heavy breathing startled the people around him. His agent, Pinto, who had rushed over overnight, took a look at him and called a doctor. The doctor came in, examined him carefully, and said, "He's not in danger of death." Vogel, lying on the hospital bed, breathed a sigh of relief. When he was bitten, he doubted he would die. Fortunately, they didn't intend to kill Martin Davis. He was temporarily unable to speak, and could only mutter in his heart. Fortunately, someone cleared a rattlesnake's venom sac in advance. The doctor motioned for Pinto to come out with him, as some things were not suitable to be said in front of a patient. Pinto walked out of the ward and asked, "How long will it take for him to recover?" "I only think he's fully healed and can work normally. 2 months at the earliest? Maybe 3 to 4 months. It's not certain. Everyone's physique is different." The doctor adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "He was bitten by a tiger-striped rattlesnake, which is common in the western United States and Mexico. It is also the most poisonous rattlesnake in North America. He was lucky. There was very little venom in the venom sac of that snake, otherwise," the doctor pointed to the sky. Pinto was a man of efficiency. "Doctor, please tell me the details." The doctor picked up the medical record and glanced at it. When the patient was brought to the hospital, a small area of skin and muscle near the wound had ulcerated, but the nerve fibers were damaged. After the injury heals, a large scar will remain. The nerve damage will affect his ability to walk normally. Pinto grasped the key point. "Will he become a cripple, more or less?" the doctor continued. "The toxins also damage the kidneys. Based on our examination, the patient is very likely to develop renal dysfunction in the future." Pinto asked, "Will he be unable to be a man, if luck is bad?" The doctor gestured. "It will probably be as you say." Pinto nodded. "I understand. When can he be transferred back to the United States for treatment?" The doctor said, "It's best to observe for 2 days. If the wound ulcerates and causes sepsis, it will be troublesome." "Thank you, doctor." Pinto pulled out his phone, found the number for Vogel's family, and informed them of the situation. He didn't enter the ward, but sat on the bench by the door, thinking about the next steps like an agent. He would negotiate with the crew on how to handle the aftermath. If negotiations were unsuccessful, he would notify the Screen Actors Guild, which would initiate an investigation. These are the duties of an agent. As for the rest, once one's legs and feet become inconvenient, it becomes very difficult to become famous, and one can only work as a special actor. Footsteps came from the corridor. Pinto saw Brad, the producer of the crew, and went over to shake his hand. "How could this happen?" Brad gestured to the bench by the wall and asked him to sit down and chat. "We are very sorry that this happened," Pinto said. "This cannot be solved by regret," Brad said. "Vogel's injury is complicated and he will not be able to recover in the short term. I have asked the crew to initiate the withdrawal procedure and will pay him the full salary of $80,000. That's it." Pinto was dissatisfied, but he would not tear his face with a well-known producer in the industry for a potential actor. His tone was relatively calm. The doctor said that his recovery from the injury is not optimistic, and the sequelae may be with him for life. Brad handled the matter in a businesslike manner. This was his personal behavior after he was drunk. 2 idiot young men got drunk and insisted on dueling with a venomous snake. One had some brains but was timid and retreated at the last minute. What about Vogel? He insisted on challenging the venomous snake and then got bitten. He emphasized, "One more thing. Everyone here can prove it was Vogel who suggested the Viper challenge. He was the one who ordered the crew's vehicle and forced the crew to go." Pinto said, "The crew brought a crew to Mexico, and now they've suffered an accident." Brad raised his hand to interrupt him. "The crew fully insured Vogel. We've notified the insurance company, and they'll initiate an investigation. We'll wait for the results." "Okay, no agent wants to offend the producer, so Pinto explained in advance, if an actor has an accident, I'll notify the union as a matter of routine. The Screen Actors Guild may send someone." Brad backed off. "I understand." Before the Screen Actors Guild left, investigators from the Firefighters Fund Insurance Company had already arrived in Cabo San Lucas. After extensive investigation and questioning with his assistant, Bull met with Brad and Pinto individually. He submitted his report, and the compensation claim would be decided by his superiors. According to regulations, Bull was required to notify related parties, especially the actors. "It's crystal clear, and everything stems from Mr. Vogel," Bull told Pinto directly. "From now on, The firefighters' fund will refuse to provide insurance for Mr. Vogel on any set, Pinto demanded. Isn't your decision too hasty? Bull replied. This is a company decision based on our investigation. I'm just giving you a routine notice. Pinto realized Vogel's future was over. The firefighters' fund holds over 80% of the market share among Hollywood studios. If they refuse to provide insurance for an actor, the production would never use an actor without insurance. While there were other options, no production would want to go to the trouble of shoring up an actor without strong market appeal. There were so many alternatives. After helping Vogel relocate his family, Pinto left Cabo San Lucas for work in Los Angeles. On the set of The Hills Have Eyes, Martin gave the crew a routine explanation of the incident. There were numerous witnesses that day, including Blake Lively, who volunteered to testify. From challenging Martin to a drinking contest to proposing a duel with a snake, everything was Vogel's initiative. Thomas flew from Los Angeles to visit Martin on set to inquire about his well-being. At this stage, his interests aligned with Martin's. At the hotel bar, Thomas ordered 2 paper airplanes and said to Martin, "This is Louise Mayer's masterpiece. I didn't expect she's a master mixologist." Martin took a sip and slowly savored it. Every bartender's drink tasted different. Bruce glanced at Martin. He and Kelly Gray were the first to see paper airplanes. To seize the opportunity, Martin traded away all of these unpatentable items. Unrelated sentence fragment, no mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 look. Martin put down his glass and said, "You're too late. It's all over." Thomas felt a faint sense of guilt. He wasn't there at the critical moment and almost made a big mistake. He said, "I have other clients and too much work." Martin said bluntly, "Does anyone else have the same prospects as me?" Thomas changed his tone, "You need some freedom. You definitely don't want me following you around all the time." He swore, "I definitely don't have any other clients like you, and I won't sign another client like you." Martin clinked his glasses with him gently. "Don't forget, we're a golden partnership." Thomas took a sip. "Thank goodness you're okay," Martin said. "Everyone on both crews knows I'm a wimp. There's a lot of gossip behind my back." "You're smart. Smart people don't care about these things." Thomas, mindful of Martin's age, offered a warning, "Don't do unnecessary things for those around you who are just stepping stones. No matter what you do, they want you to fail." He said bluntly, "This wasn't an accident. Vogel's priority was originally higher. You just surpassed him, and he invited you to duel with Viper. There's clearly something wrong." Martin let out a little lightly. "So, I didn't have an accident." Thomas realized the implication. "I told you, if any trash gets in our way, we're going to take it down." Martin laughed, but said nothing more. Thomas took a red-eye flight back to Los Angeles that night. On the way back to his room, Bruce handed Martin a newspaper. "Take a look, it's quite interesting." Martin noticed a picture of Paris and Kardashian prominently featured in the paper. Bruce reminded him, "Lately, Kim has been appearing frequently in media interviews as Paris's representative, and the gossip magazines are starting to juxtapose her with Paris." Martin asked, "Is she trying to stir up trouble again?" Bruce said, "I just contacted her." Martin said, "You're the one stirring up trouble." "It's none of my business," Bruce said. "Kim is the one who's really trying to stir up trouble. I'm just using her as a training ground." In a Santa Monica apartment in Los Angeles, Paris and Kardashian erupted in a heated argument. A few months ago, Paris's license was revoked for dangerous driving. Due to her financial resources, her 45-day jail sentence was reduced to house arrest. Seeing her former Batgirl frequently appearing in the media under her name, Paris finally exploded. Kim easily angered Paris once again. She grabbed her car keys, angrily drove her newly purchased luxury car, left the house of house arrest, and rushed onto the road. Kim didn't even call the police before 2 LAPD patrol cars intercepted Paris's car. Paris crashed directly into one of the patrol cars. 4 LAPD officers surrounded her car. The paparazzi and freelance reporters who had been waiting for a long time swarmed in, filming frantically from the perimeter. They finally got the big news. The Hilton princess had left her house of house arrest without permission and was driving without a license. This time, she should definitely spend some time in jail, right? The car of the famous Batgirl was parked not far behind. She took out her cell phone and called an editor-in-chief of Vanity Fair magazine. "Paris is in trouble again, and this time it's a big deal. Do you want to know more about her? I can be interviewed." In the past few months, Kim has gained considerable fame by relying on the effect of eating Paris. I have exclusive information. Aren't you going to pay a good price? I have also contacted the American rumor mill. Paris's reputation became even louder, and at the same time, the reputation of a person named Kardashian gradually spread throughout the United States. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Acting as Oneself. A massive stuntman's prop axe swung down, and Martin rolled to dodge. A German shepherd charged from the side, grappling with the exceptionally strong, deformed freak. Quick-witted, Martin stabbed with his prop knife, piercing the blood bag strapped to the stuntman's leg. As he pulled it out, red liquid spurted out. Martin rolled again, dodging the falling axe once more. Agia called cut, and the shot went through successfully. After a brief break, the set was set up, and filming resumed, quickly reaching the final scene. With the help of the beautiful German shepherd, Martin took the old-fashioned shotgun thrown by the deformed girl and blew the giant freak's head off. Mainstream Hollywood must appropriately highlight the roles of women. It wasn't just a freak, the two German shepherds also suffered the clumsy deaths of male dogs and beasts. The beautiful woman, however, stayed with Martin until the very end. Covered in blood, Martin approached the dummy and unleashed a barrage of shots. The blood bag on the dummy exploded. Director Aya yelled, "Stop. Pass." He picked up a megaphone and shouted, "I declare that filming on the Hills Have Eyes is complete." The set erupted in cheers. The end of work meant not only time off, but also the impending arrival of paychecks. Buck, Lewis, and the others unscrewed handheld salutes, sending streamers and ribbons flying. The crew shot all the scenes in just 24 days. Post-production returned to Los Angeles. Champagne was even prepared on set, and the entire cast and crew toasted. Martin, having removed his makeup and changed his clothes, emerged to find producer Craven handing out small gifts on behalf of the crew, mostly inexpensive props. The truly valuable props on the books were definitely disposed of as trash. Of course, there were also those crews and production companies that were incredibly stingy. Craven came over with a red-dyed wooden baseball bat and a prop knife and asked Martin, "Which one do you want?" Martin asked, "Can't I have both?" "I want them all," Craven said seriously, "only one per person, it's an unwritten rule." Martin hadn't heard of this, but Craven, being a more old-school filmmaker, respected his opinion and chose the wooden bat. I brought 2 glasses of champagne, giving each of them one, and they toasted together. I felt really good about this shoot. Martin, Wes, you've been the best collaborators I've ever had, Craven said. I've watched most of the shots carefully. You filmed it well, and Martin acted well, especially the revenge scenes in the second half. He has been a screenwriter, director, and producer for many years. Unlike arthouse films, he truly targets the high-end market and has a unique understanding of the market. This format of one man, one dog, and one gun, seemingly taking on the world, feels really good from a purely audience perspective. It should have a certain market acceptance, Martin said. I think it will become a genre. Due to his lack of status and funding, he would not elaborate. A production manager came up from behind and announced, "The Screen Actors Guild is here." Craven asked, "Is everything okay here?" "What are they doing here?" the production manager replied. "They're looking for Martin," asking about the snake bite on the actor next door. Craven, already aware of the details, said to Martin, "Tell us what happened that day. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry. You paid your dues. So you're one of their employers." "Understood." Martin walked out. He was the investor's representative, and Craven and Agia simply followed him. Martin wasn't worried. Gallet had already evacuated his subordinates. This was Mexico, not Los Angeles, and the Screen Actors Guild wouldn't be able to find them. They arrived at a nearby conference room, where a man and a woman were waiting. The production manager introduced the 2 parties, with a middle-aged man, Wilson, clearly taking the lead. Martin shook hands with him and said, "We'll do it as soon as possible. The crew has activities to attend." Wilson was quite polite. "Mr. Davis, we're sorry to bother you. We mainly want to know about your communication with Mike Vogel on the day he was injured. He drank, and I drank too." "What did we talk about specifically?" "We just posted to each other, and he insisted on dragging me to the wild to duel with poisonous snakes." Martin roughly described what happened in the banquet hall. He could deny it without lying. I found a rattlesnake. I was scared, so I turned around and ran away. Many people saw it. On my way out, I heard that he was bitten by a snake. That's what happened. This was no different from what Wilson had learned. He asked a few more questions and took the initiative to say goodbye. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Davis, Martin said politely. It's okay. After everyone left, Martin asked Craven, Wes, how did they deal with it? Craven often interacted with a producer Brad next door and understood the situation. They initiated the exit procedure. Vogel left the crew and wanted compensation from the crew and the insurance company. The crew said it was his personal behavior and they would have to continue to argue later. Martin, with a look of relief, said, Luckily, the wind blew and sobered me up a bit. I'd rather be a wimp than get bitten. I said, guys like Vogel brought it upon themselves. If you'd gotten hurt, how much trouble would our crew have gotten into? Martin said, appropriately, maybe I'm from the same agency as him, so I had a higher priority than him and got in his way. Craven, who had been on good terms with Martin since filming began, specifically warned, that guy has bad intentions, kid. There are people like him everywhere in the industry. Be careful next time. After filming wrapped, most of the crew returned to Los Angeles, but Martin and Bruce stayed behind and moved directly next door. That evening, Martin hosted a dinner for his stunt doubles, Buck, Lewis, and Frank. Bruce presented Martin with a gift. Lewis said, You're so polite. Martin smiled, You took on the hardest, most injury-prone parts. The action scenes were the easiest for me. Buck shook his bald head and said, The crew paid for us. Martin picked up the small handbags and placed one in front of each person. They're not expensive, but mainly to commemorate this special experience for us. Frank opened them with a hint of surprise. A handheld game console, Martin said. You often play games during your downtime. I bought it for you. It's a Nintendo GBASP. It's not expensive, only $150 each. Lewis said, I've had my eye on Nintendo's new console for a while, but I never bought it. Martin, I'm sorry. Buck also put away his bag. He was preoccupied with his thoughts, so he went bald. Martin, if you need a stunt double in the future, remember to call us. Martin nodded. I'll definitely recommend you to the crew for another action scene. This time, the three of them were quite reliable in terms of weightlifting. After the crew of The Hills Have Eyes withdrew from Mexico, Martin relocated to the set next door. He didn't even have to change rooms, just a crew that paid the bills. His role also changed from an Avenger who killed all the perverts and deformities to a sunny and handsome football coach. On his first day on set, Martin approached Kappas at the training ground. Director, I'm here. Kappas glanced at him briefly. He was the same confident, sunny, handsome man he always was. He asked, Do you need a few days to rest and adjust? Martin replied, No, I'm ready. Kappas nodded. You don't have to force yourself, just play your character. Martin thought to himself, if he really played his character, he'd definitely mess up the role. Kappas glanced at the shooting schedule. You don't have any scenes today, so feel free to do what you want. Director, you're busy. Seeing Kappas working normally, Martin took the initiative to leave. However, he stayed on set, assuring himself as quickly as possible with the crew that had already begun filming. Filming began quickly. Martin went to the break area, sat under a parasol, and reviewed his role script, identifying the characters he would interact with. Blake Lively, of course, had the most scenes with, followed by the women's soccer team he led. Martin's role script was accompanied by a wealth of professional training jargon. While he knew some of the names of the stars, Martin wasn't even a pseudo-fan, so he had to memorize the technical terms by rote. Suddenly, someone sat down on the chair next to him. The woman with long dark brown hair took the initiative to greet Martin. Hello, I'm April. Martin nodded. Hello. He saw that the other person looked familiar. He had seen her at a movie some time ago. Are you the girl at the beginning of The Ring? April smiled and said, Yes, I am the girl who is seeking death. I play one of the four sisters here. Blake, who was wearing sports shorts, came over from the other side at this time, his eyes fixed on April. Very imposing. You took my seat. There is no deep sisterhood in reality. April wanted to say something, but finally held back. When she stood up, she said, Martin, I wish you good luck. Martin waved his hand. Goodbye. Blake pulled the chair away and sat down. The imposing manner on his body disappeared instantly. His originally tense face smiled brighter than the sun. "You are finally here." She crossed her chest with one hand and supported her chin with the other hand, staring at Martin's handsome profile. "Why do I think you are more handsome the more I look at you?" Martin knocked on the table. "Seriously, our scene will be filmed soon. Let's make time to rehearse," Blake said. "It's actually very simple. I fell in love with you at first sight." Martin flipped through the script. "Training camp is over, and then we're separated. Haven't you read the original?" Seeing Martin nod, Blake said, "The first draft was supposed to be separated. Brad disagreed with Uncle Capus's adaptation and recently revised the script. So, when I returned home, I was reunited with you. It's a perfect love." Both of them were very dedicated. After Blake finished filming his scenes in the morning, Martin didn't have to shoot that day, so they discussed their roles. Communication between co-stars is crucial. After the crew wrapped that day, Martin and Blake went to the beach to review their lines and rehearse. Blake, a beauty-obsessed actress, worked diligently, just like any other actor. Although she came from an acting family, her family background wasn't particularly outstanding among Hollywood's second-generation celebrities. In Martin's opinion, those with top-tier family backgrounds just wanted to be happy in the acting world. Chapter 137, Start Tearing. Soccer training camp began. Martin, tactical board in hand and whistle hanging from his neck, stood in front of the goal, solemnly directing the female players' drills. He blew his whistle, signaling the start of the scramble. The 6 women formed a circle, and the tallest, a Latina, volunteered for the ball. Martin shouted, "Kick the ball. Don't hesitate. That's the foundation of a quick pass and cut. Right. That's it. Speed it up." The tall player, Aisha, poked the ball away, sending it hurtling toward Martin. She had played soccer with Martin on the beach before, and she rushed over like the wind, slamming into him. Martin was hit hard, but he didn't fall, grabbing Aisha's support. Director Capus, unsurprisingly, called out, "Cut." Martin helped Aisha up and warned, "Be careful, don't rush so fast." Aisha, with her back to the director, winked at him. "How's it going? Pretty soft, huh? Let's go for a walk on the beach tonight." These young Mexican actors practiced English specifically to get more opportunities. Martin had no time for such playful banter. He calmly said, "Hurry up and get ready. Filming's about to begin." Aisha said, "I know a lot." Martin, a serious man, didn't understand. "Sorry," Aisha said, "give me a chance." Martin raised his hand and called out, "Makeup artist, I need a touch-up." Aisha pursed her lips and had no choice but to return to the scramble. Filming resumed, and Martin shouted again, and the scramble began again. This one went smoothly. Martin stood in front of the penalty area again, coaching the female players on their shooting practice. His shots were all cool and handsome, without complex characterizations or intense emotional conflicts. The one with the most angst was Martin himself demonstrating the shot. The penalty area line seemed close to the goal, making it difficult to angle the ball into the net. Martin's first kick was too strong, sending the ball flying into the air. The next 2 kicks, though within range, rolled towards the goalkeeper. Capus, not wanting to waste time, instructed Martin to shoot with standard form, regardless of where the ball went. Then, they'd have the local football coach take the field and shoot. If needed, they'd edit the scene. During a break in filming, Martin arrived under the parasol, and Blake sat down beside him. "You're not good at sports," Blake observed Martin's near-perfect physique. "That shouldn't be the case," Martin simply replied. "I played football a few times years ago, but haven't touched it since." "It's not my sport," Blake, eager to learn more, asked. "What are you good at?" Martin replied, "Riding, shooting, and boxing." Blake blinked and deliberately asked, "Are you talking about what I'm thinking?" Martin tapped the armrest of his chair. "I'm a serious person. Don't say anything inappropriate to me." Blake fell silent, sitting sideways in her chair, quietly admiring Martin's every move. Suddenly, she remembered something and reminded Martin, "My brother Eric, you saw him at WMA. He's here to visit." Martin didn't understand what she meant. Blake looked around, didn't see her older brother, and pointed at her head. "He's a bit clueless, sometimes he does stupid things," Martin said. "I won't pay any attention to him." The makeup artist came over to touch up her makeup, and filming was about to begin again. Blake picked up the script and shook it. "After we are done, shall we go to the beach to rehearse?" "Sure." Martin stood up and walked towards the set. Some of the most important scenes for both characters took place on the beach. Not far away, Elsa unscrewed a bottle of water and looked towards the lounge. Blake, with her blonde hair tied in a ponytail, was like a princess on the set. She liked to call the director and producer uncle, and no one wanted to mess with her. Even the other 3 female leads in the group had to give in to her. Elsa spat on the ground and cursed, "Bitch." She looked at Martin again, remembering what she had just said. Scumbag. She had sacrificed a lot to be on this set, and she dreamed of getting a plane ticket to Los Angeles. Her acting school teacher had told her not to trust middle-aged people and old men. They would coax them into giving them what they wanted, then just walk away. Young people are more impulsive. The target she'd chosen was a supporting character on her own crew, but a star on another production with a similar budget. Nearby, one of the lead actresses, April Templin, overheard Elsa's words and, following her face, spotted Martin and Blake. April thought about which team Elsa was on, found her closest ally, Erica, and went to the dressing room together. Elsa finished filming for the day and returned to the dressing room to shower and change. As she emerged from the shower, she heard the voices of 2 girls talking across a row of closets. Blake is very close to that Martin Davis. Are they together? Possibly, definitely. Someone saw them secretly meeting on the hotel beach yesterday. They then went back to Blake's room and stayed there for a long time. Yes, I heard from the makeup artist that they met on the beach again today. Blake's brother, what's his name? Yes, Eric. He came to visit the crew. It would be exciting if he knew about this, the tall blonde guy. He looks so secure, my type. Don't be so flirty. Eric doesn't like you. His father is a producer and has influence in Hollywood. Elsa put on her clothes and quietly left the dressing room. 2 girls popped their heads out from behind the closet and watched Elsa walk away. Erica asked, "Will she go?" April said, "It doesn't matter if she goes or not, we'll just have a few words. If she doesn't go, that's fine. She'd go the best. That bitch Blake's showing off in front of me, and I won't let her have it easy," she added emphatically. "I'm the main character, and yet she's demanding more screen time, stealing the show. What do we think we are? A bunch of leaves holding up a red flower like hers? The way people with connections steal the spotlight is truly abhorrent." "Nothing can be done," Erica said. "She comes from a rich family," April scoffed. "I'm more famous and experienced than she is. I've been acting since I was 10. I have things to do. I'm leaving now." Erica left the dressing room, her steps slowing down. Let's see what happens next. What good will she gain if a fuss gets out of hand? Erica was just an ordinary high school dropout with modest ambitions. She envied the celebrities' henchmen the most. Who has the greater potential to become famous, April or Blake? The crew finished work, and the hotel was not far away next door, so most people chose to walk back to the hotel. Aisha, carrying her bag, walked and looked along the way, and asked a few questions to her Mexican companions, and finally found her target next to the basketball court of the hotel. Eric checked the time and prepared to return to the hotel. He found a hot Latin girl standing on the side of the road. The girl kept staring at him, obviously attracted by him. Eric shook his blonde hair in a coquettish manner, and the Latin girl opposite strode over. Latin girls are known for their fiery passion, and Eric is confident in his appearance, so he thought it was normal. "Hello, my name is..." Aisha originally wanted to use a pseudonym, but when she came in front of Eric, she suddenly had an idea. "Isn't this a suitable target?" She was enthusiastic. "My name is Aisha Lassett, handsome. What's your name? Can you give me your contact information?" Eric was very happy to attract the girl to come over and ask for her contact information. He took out his mobile phone and said, "My name is Eric Lively, tell me your mobile number." Aisha first gave her mobile number, and then deliberately asked, "Lively?" She looked at Eric carefully again. "You look a bit like Blake." Eric smiled and asked, "Do you know my sister Blake Lively?" "I know her." Aisha nodded, and hesitated to speak. "I've heard something about her." No matter how stupid Eric was, he could see that the other party had something to hide. "What is it?" "I'm Blake's brother and have the right to know." Aisha was still very embarrassed. Under Eric's urging, she said, "There's a bastard in the crew who is very good at lying. He asked her to go to the beach yesterday. It is said that he even went into Blake's room." "Sorry, I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried that Blake is young and easy to be deceived. Eric is a competent brother. His face was not very good." "Who is so bold?" Aisha said. "It seems his name is Martin Davis." "Thank you, you're a good man." Eric waved his phone. "I'll call you." "I'll wait." Elsa was delighted. The other party clearly valued her information. Eric returned to the hotel and made some inquiries. Martin was quite conspicuous on the crew. Someone had spotted him on the hotel beach. After making inquiries, Eric hurried out a back door and onto the beach. He searched for a familiar figure near a reef. They had met more than once at WMA and knew each other. Eric quickened his pace, heading towards Martin. Martin sat alone on a rock, script in hand, waiting for Blake to arrive. Bruce felt he was sitting farther away. Acting was boring and not as attractive as the beach beauties. Martin also spotted Eric and, seeing him rushing over, stood up and greeted him. Eric suddenly sped up, shouting, "Martin Davis!" He waved his fists and charged forward like a golden bull. Martin's grip loosened, and the script fell to the ground. Eric looked fierce, but he was nowhere near Bruce, their frequent practice partner. Martin dodged to the side, grabbed Eric's wrist with his right hand, and shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you? I'm going to blow your head off." Eric struggled to break free. Martin, using his momentum, hooked his foot, tripped him, and pushed him with his right hand, sending Eric tumbling to the sand. Bruce, noticing the commotion, ran over. Eric scrambled to his feet, ducked, and charged again like a football defender. Martin easily dodged the blow and kicked him in the ass, sending Eric sprawling. He was about to get up when someone grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back, then a heavy knee struck him in the back. Eric screamed, "Martin Davis, you bastard, let me go. I'm going to blow your head off." Martin wouldn't let him go. He pinned Eric to the damp sand and told him to calm down. "I don't have a problem with you, do I? What the hell is wrong with you?" Eric felt like a mountain was bearing down on him, unable to struggle. Chapter 138. Watch the show. Eric struggled desperately, the damp sand smearing his face. The person holding him down seemed to exert a tremendous force, making it difficult for him to move. Bruce ran over, warning, "Martin." Martin looked up and saw Blake, dressed in a blue vest and white shorts, running towards them. But he didn't let go of Eric. Who knew if he'd go crazy? Blake ran, shouting, "Stop it, stop it." Seeing Bruce arrive first, Martin let go of Eric and stepped back. Bruce was standing by him. Martin turned his gaze to Blake, a look of scrutiny. Eric climbed to his feet and just as he turned to Martin, Blake rushed over and pushed him away. "What's wrong with you?" she demanded. "Eric, what do you want to do? Why are you hitting me?" Eric pointed at the sand on his face and said, "Are you kidding me? I'm your brother, and now someone's hitting me." Hearing this, Martin suddenly remembered the interview for Lord of War. Blake pushed Eric again, shoving him away from Martin. "I saw it all. You hid him first," Eric admitted. "I did. Why did I hide him?" "Because I'm your brother, and I want to protect you." Blake rolled his eyes. With Eric's brain, who's protecting whom? Bruce tried to interrupt, but Martin stopped him. They should just eat some watermelon while the siblings were bickering. It was a shame he didn't bring Coke and sunflower seeds. Bruce was frustrated. Martin had such a bad temper. Blake stopped his brother and asked, "Why?" Eric said, "Everyone on the crew is saying he forced his way into your room." He shouted at Martin, "When we get back to Los Angeles, I'll report it." Before he could finish, Blake slammed the script in his hand into his face. "Where did you hear that?" Martin held up his phone. "I'm recording you. I'm going to sue you for defamation." Seriously, he wasn't stupid. Why did he choose to act on the beach? Why would he just barge into someone else's room? Blake turned back and gave Martin an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, we're not on set today." She pointed at Eric and said, "I'll deal with him first." He might have misunderstood. They weren't the only ones on the beach. There were other people there, and some had already come to see them. Blake didn't want to be the center of attention. "You go ahead and do your thing." Martin, seeing there was nothing interesting to watch, picked up his script and told Bruce to go first. Blake pulled Eric away, taking him the other way. Eric kept saying, "Don't hold me, don't stop me. Are you trying to protect that jerk?" Blake tugged at his t-shirt and walked forward. "You're such an idiot." "I'm protecting you." At this point, she thought of Vogel, who had been bitten by a rattlesnake and might have lifelong consequences. She tugged hard. "You don't understand what he's like," Eric kept muttering. "I've trained with your brother. I could fight him all day." Blake thought to herself, the last person who boasted about his fighting skills is still in the hospital. After entering the hotel lobby, she took Eric to a deserted spot on the lounge and ordered 2 cold drinks. Eric took a tissue and wiped the sand off his face. Blake asked, "What's going on? Give me an explanation." Facing his strong sister, Eric took a sip of cold drink first, then said, "It's rumored in the crew that Martin did that to you. Are you kidding?" Blake crossed his arms. "I thought so, but he is more timid than a mouse. He didn't dare to touch me at all." Eric was very surprised. "Really?" Blake said. "Absolutely not. He and I were just rehearsing on the beach and talking about the characters. He came into my room." Coward, she was much smarter than her brother, and she had witnessed a rattlesnake battle with her own eyes. She was somewhat evolved. She guessed that this matter was not simple and asked, "Who told you those words?" Eric didn't want to say it, and defended himself. "She told me out of kindness. She didn't mean anything else." "Is your head that big?" Blake made a circle with his fingers that was smaller than a walnut, staring at Eric with burning eyes. "Who is she?" "Do you want me to call Dad?" Hearing his dad, Eric got scared. "A Mexican woman named Elsa Lossard." Blake pulled out his phone and called Brad's assistant. His voice was incredibly sweet. "Sister Gary, it's me. I need your help with something." "Is there a Mexican actress named Elsa Lossard on the set?" she said. "Hold on a minute," and quickly replied, "Yes, she plays a small role. Her contact information is." Blake wrote it down, thanked him, and hung up. "Go find her and ask if there's anyone else. Don't tell me you can't do it. Is there a honey trap? Also, don't sleep with her. If you want to stay in jail in Mexico, just ignore me. I'm going back to change and shower," Eric said. Blake reminded him, "I'll meet you here." Half an hour later, Eric emerged from the elevator and returned to the lounge. Elsa heard someone talking in the dressing room. She only heard the conversation, not the people. Blake said, "What a brainless bitch." Eric's head ached. "Why make it so complicated? I'm going to go find Martin." Blake left the lounge, took the elevator upstairs, and knocked on Martin's suite. The door opened, and Bruce saw her. He said, "Blake's here." Martin said, "Come in." Blake entered the living room and saw her idol drinking. She felt strangely relieved and smiled. "Give me a drink." Martin took the wine and the glass away, saying, "Your brother will kill me." Thinking of her idiotic brother, Blake explained, "He'll come to apologize to you tomorrow. He was used this time." "A Mexican actress named Elsa." She quickly repeated the story. Martin remembered Elsa. He loved watching actresses fight, and he could even bring his own Coke and sunflower seeds. But being forced into it was certainly not a good feeling. Blake knew that the favorability he had worked so hard to build was declining. Martin, still making a fuss, deliberately said, "I've been filming a lot of action scenes on the hills, have I? I thought coming here would give me some peace and quiet, a good rest, but I didn't expect to run into this shit again." Blake understood the meaning behind Martin's words and said, "I won't let that bitch off easily." "You wait and see," Martin said. "Then I'll wait." Blake said goodbye and left. Bruce closed the door and came back, saying, "They say Hollywood women look better when they make a scene." Martin thought for a moment and said, "That's right." Bruce didn't believe it. A bunch of little girls. The next morning, Martin finished filming a few scenes and came back for a break. Blake waved at him. Bruce whispered, "Are you ready to start?" A bit excited, pulling hair or ripping clothes, Martin said, "Not as lowbrow as you, using such shabby tactics." The Jeans Project was originally a collaboration between Blake's father, Ernie Lively. Producer Brad and director Kappas were close friends with a Lively family. So, Blake chose the simplest and easiest way. She approached producer Brad and said, "Uncle, a Mexican on the crew is making up rumors about me and Martin, and it's causing me a lot of trouble. If it gets back to Los Angeles, it'll be very troublesome for Martin and me, since none of the main cast members were Mexican." Brad said directly, "Tell Gary who it is and get rid of her." "Thank you, Uncle," Blake said with a smile. "When you get back to Los Angeles, you must come visit me. I know where Dad's good wine is." Brad chuckled. "It's a deal." Blake then approached Brad's assistant, Gary, and spoke a few more words. That morning, on the set, Gary called the Mexican actress's agent and informed him that the crew had dismissed Aisha. "I suggest you deal with this strictly. She's done a lot of terrible things on set." Gary only mentioned the consequences. "My boss is a senior member of the Hollywood Producers Guild. If you don't handle this properly, no other crew will work with you in the future." The agent said, "I'll give you a satisfactory answer." He had Elsa taken away. As they left the set, he told an underling, "Send her to Tijuana's red carpet. Spread the word to the crew, and let everyone else know that they can dream of going to America, but they can't cause any trouble for me." In the break area, Martin and Bruce were watching the scene. Bruce sighed, It's completely unskillful, Martin said. It's simple and easy. When the crew wrapped up that morning, Erica heard that Elsa had been let go, and she secretly went to Blake to report it. She prepared herself mentally and said, April brought up this topic and kept talking about you, so I just followed her lead and chatted with her for a few minutes. When I was leaving, I saw Elsa next door. I didn't expect it would turn out like this. Blake nodded slightly, looking gentle and considerate. If you could have told me, I wouldn't have cared less. Erica brushed it off completely. April was the one saying it, and I just agreed. I just heard about Elsa, so I rushed over to see you. Blake suddenly had an idea. I'll accept you into my sisterhood, but you have to do me a favor. Really? Erica was ecstatic. What do you want me to do? Blake lowered his voice and spoke a few words. At noon, the crew met in the cafeteria for lunch, still served buffet style. Martin and Bruce found a quiet spot and leisurely savored their Mexican barbecue. Blake brought his tray over and sat next to Martin. He whispered, the fun is about to begin. Look at April. Martin and Bruce turned to look over there. April was dining at a table with Erica. As she turned to look at someone passing by, Erica lifted her plate and slammed it down on April's head. Juice, sauce, and salad all trickled down April's hair. April turned, surprised, and stared at Erica. That bitch touched me. Following the physical assault, there was also the psychological one. Erica clutched her stomach with her hands. She harassed me. The suddenness of the situation froze April. Erica screamed, bursting into tears, pointing at April. I treated you like a friend, and you harassed me. The friendship had capsized in an instant. Chapter 139 The Real Purpose. An associate producer rushed over to deal with the chaos in the restaurant. April had secured the lead role, and with her backers, she wouldn't be fired over this incident. However, Erica, her closest friend, had publicly accused him, and a settlement was inevitable. The restaurant quickly quieted down, and the associate producer took the two to the production office to negotiate. After dinner, Martin walked back and asked Blake, who had followed her, she was behind this? So you took action. Blake shook her head. This has nothing to do with me. April and I are good sisters. When we face the media, the four of us sisters will definitely love each other and be like a family. How could we have such a conflict? Martin was implicated in this matter, and Martin was happy to see April suffer. He gave a thumbs up and said, well done. Actually, I wanted to say thank you. Blake, seeing Martin's confusion, explained, the Dual Rattlers has enlightened me to many things. It's been a huge inspiration. She turned and stared at Martin. You're not only my idol, but also my mentor. Martin looked confused. What? The Dual Rattlers? I was drunk and lost my mind, so I ran off to the wilderness with Vogel. Luckily, I came to my senses in time. Blake just smiled. Martin would never change her statement. Back in the hotel lobby, Eric, as expected, came to apologize to Martin. Martin simply lamented how different the children raised by the same parents could be. Bruce went upstairs to his room and closed the door. Martin said, we only have a few more scenes to finish, and then we can go back to Los Angeles for vacation. Bruce specifically asked, aren't you staying here with Blake? Her? Martin exclaimed in surprise. How could I give you that impression? Bruce, she's actually quite strong-willed. After a few months of training with us, she'll be a force to be reckoned with. Bruce said, it's about you, not me. Martin prepared to rest for a moment, and as he went to his bedroom, he said, I want to be a good person. On the hotel beach, the crew had set up the camera track. The assistant director was addressing a group of Mexican female players when Director Capis approached Martin and Blake. You guys have rehearsed, keep up the good work, he offered encouragement. Let's try to get this one shot. Martin worked diligently. I'll do my best. Blake replied, I'm fine. The crew was ready, and with the script supervisor clapping the board, filming officially began. Martin led a group of female players on a run along the beach, shouting, keep up. Don't fall behind. He turned and ran backwards. Come on. Watch your breathing. Keep up with me. In the crowd, Blake suddenly accelerated, overtaking the others and catching up with Martin. Martin turned back, and the two of them ran forward together. The camera, on a sliding track, captured their conversation. As they ran faster and faster, they surpassed the others, and the camera's image quickly faded to their backs. Capis shouted, okay, we passed. Martin was the first to stop and walk slowly to catch his breath. Blake, hands on his hips, followed. You're going back to Los Angeles? Martin said, "The crew booked me a flight. I can't stay here any longer, and I'm tired after being out for so long." Blake leaned against a rock and asked, "Where are you living?" Martin replied vaguely, "A small apartment in North Hollywood. As you can see, I'm broke. And I can't afford anything better right now." "You've been in these 2 movies, so you're making a lot of money," Blake suggested. "Why don't you move to Burbank?" "I'm in school there." Martin shrugged. "I'm not moving for now. My landlord's very nice." He glanced at the crew and said, "Let's go back." The two returned to the set, where Martin's scenes were finished. Director Campus, on behalf of the crew, presented him with a football, "The one you kicked away during filming." Martin smiled and said, "It's a very memorable thing." He high-fived the main cast and crew members and exchanged pleasantries. The crew still had to continue filming, so Martin didn't stay long. He and Bruce returned to the hotel, packed their luggage, the small gifts they bought, and the souvenirs given by the 2 crews, and headed to the airport. That same day, he flew back to Los Angeles. Bruce drove the car, while Martin bought several entertainment newspapers and magazines before getting in, flipping through them in the passenger seat. Back in Los Angeles, Martin's focus shifted to the October release of House of Wax. Kim Kardashian has revealed a lot about Paris, and it's even been on TV, Bruce explained. "We agreed to use Kim as a test case, and through her and Paris, we'll try to generate buzz for House of Wax. The film is over a month away, and I have control over the funds, but I don't have the media resources. It's your turn to find a way." Although Martin's role was secondary, the film's success would also bring many benefits. During filming, Bruce wanted to use Kim as a test case, and the two discussed it carefully. Martin thought for a moment. Susan said that the crew used Paris because, on the one hand, she can bring in funds, and on the other hand, she is popular and can naturally attract a group of audiences. The general public likes to see rich daughters with scandals rather than good girls from big families. Bruce expressed his true feelings. "Without the videotapes and scandals, I'm too lazy to watch her," Martin thought. "I'm going to meet Zoe and Susan tomorrow. You control the pace of Kim's revelations. If she can get the publicity resources of Warner Brothers, the effect will be better." Bruce nodded and suddenly said, "We are really 2 pieces of stinky shit." Martin pointed at him and said, "You are stinky shit, and I am not." Bruce drove out of the airport area and said as he accelerated, "Yours is just in your head." Martin put away the newspapers. "Old Bruce, do you want to go back to the past?" Bruce said, "If you are finished, I will leave." "I know," Martin said seriously. "Sophia has been waiting for you." As soon as these words came out, the conversation died instantly. Bruce didn't want to talk to this trash anymore. Arriving in North Hollywood, they parked the car and walked back, carrying their bags. Just as they were about to go upstairs, Antonio, dressed in a formal suit, slowly rolled down the stairs like a ball. Martin greeted him. "New clothes? Do you need them custom-made?" Antonio was too wide and the stairs were too narrow. He pointed at Martin and Bruce and said, "You two, stay away. Don't you want to dirty my new clothes?" Martin said, "Hey, men, I've been gone for almost 2 months. Don't you miss me?" Antonio's face was full of disgust. "When you're not here, the apartment is so quiet. No one ever disturbs my sleep at night. The novelty of them has worn off." Martin stepped aside and said, "Where are you going?" Antonio said, "To the community association and donate money." Bruce said, "You donate money?" Antonio raised his chin and said, "You don't qualify to donate." After he moved down, Martin and Bruce carried their luggage up to the 2nd floor. When they passed by the door diagonally opposite, the door opened from the inside. Emily came out to greet them. "Old Bruce, Martin, good afternoon. You just came back." Martin patted the heavy suitcase. "I haven't even entered the house yet." Jessica also came out from the door. "Do you need our help to clean the room?" "There must be a lot of dust," Martin said. "No need." Bruce opened the door and took off the cloth with Martin. It had been more than a month since he came back, and there was dust everywhere. Martin went to get the tools and prepared to clean it thoroughly. The house was dusty. Bruce sneezed several times in a row. He quickly opened the door and windows. The air circulated back and forth, and the situation was slightly better. There was a light knock on the door. Emily stood outside and said, "We are neighbors. We are here to help." When Martin was in Atlanta, Elena was always responsible for hygiene and clothes. Being used to being the boss, she didn't refuse. "Thank you for your help." Emily and Jessica came in and helped to clean up. Jessica took the tools from Martin's hand. "With more people, we can do it quickly," Martin was no longer polite and went to get a rag. The four of them worked quickly, cleaned up here, and went to Bruce's place. After everything was cleaned up, Bruce was ready to treat everyone, but Emily and Jessica politely declined, as they had to go to acting class in the evening. Martin found the saltwater crocodile tooth pendants and gave one to each of them. Seeing that the stock was running low, after sending Jessica and Emily away, Martin called the hunting club in Australia and asked them to make another batch and send it over. Bruce was convinced. I finally understand what the true nature of a scumbag is, Martin retorted. Others help with cleaning and giving small gifts out of courtesy. What does that have to do with being a scumbag? I have an appointment with Kim tonight, so I won't be back. Bruce went out and left. Martin packed his luggage carefully, putting away the baseball bat and football, took out his cell phone and called Thomas. I'm back, do you have time? In the office cubicle, Thomas was inexplicably nervous, and said with a stiff upper lip, I have a date tonight. Martin loosened the reins appropriately. I just came back, it's nothing important, you go ahead and do your thing. While Thomas was relieved, he actually felt that Martin was still very reasonable. You take a few days off first, and I'll contact you later. Martin hung up the phone, took out his notebook, checked the important things recorded, and called Atlanta again. You actually called me, Harris said with surprise. Martin, is there something important? Martin had asked Bruce to check the relevant models before. Go buy me a Cadillac and give it to Robert from the Marietta Theater. You have seen him, he has a big head, Harris replied. No problem, Martin specifically instructed. Don't send it to the theater, send it directly to Robert's house. Harris agreed immediately. Martin paid for Robert's car, something he had planned before leaving for Mexico. Robert didn't want to leave his hometown to pursue his career in Los Angeles. And he couldn't force him. Martin showered, changed into fresh clothes, and finally called Louise. Drunkard, I'm home. Let's drink together tonight. Louise's hearty laughter came from the phone. I'll come to your place. No, the landlord is really going to shoot. Martin's conscience was now awakened, and he didn't want to disturb the neighbors in the building. I'll go find you. Louise's words were unchanging. You can come, but don't forget to bring the new formula. Chapter 140. What should be snatched must be snatched. On the villa terrace, Louise, dressed in a figure-hugging silk casual outfit, sat at the small dining table, enjoying a steak dinner with Martin. Martin cut a piece of the grilled meat and put it into his mouth, saying, the chef is very skilled, and the meat is excellent. Louise ate slowly, swallowing her food. Italian quinine steak. I know you like meat, so I called the chef over. Martin savored the deliciousness of the meat and said, I don't know how to thank you. Louise ate little, wiping her mouth with a napkin. She said bluntly, you didn't bring me a souvenir? Martin felt in his pocket, balled his fist, and held it out to Louise. Louise's face was filled with anticipation. Martin loosened his grip, and a pendant fell out. Beneath the string was a polished, white, smooth crocodile tooth. Louise was so angry she wanted to hit someone. You gave it to me once, it's different. Last time it was an Australian saltwater crocodile, Martin said confidently. This time it's a Morelli crocodile. Louise raised her glass and stared at Martin, ready to throw it in his face. Martin stopped teasing her, put away the pendant, pulled out a pad, and pushed it towards Louise. There's only one for now. He then pulled out a small totem pole, a main luck totem. Louise only took the pad, opened it, and smiled. Martin Davis, you've paid a small portion of the debt you owe me. Can I pay it off tonight? Martin said seriously. One-on-one, I promise I can. Go away. Louise ignored him and studied the new recipe Martin had given her. Martin didn't bother the international bartender for the time being and continued to enjoy his dinner. As darkness fell, Martin finished dinner and wiped his hands with a wet towel when lights came on outside another villa across the street and someone could be seen approaching the tennis court. It was too far away to hear any sound, and only vague silhouettes could be seen. Louise put away her notepad, glanced back, and said, my neighbors, the Olsons, Ashley Olson and Mary Olson, have you heard of them? This is the house they bought. Martin retracted his gaze. Of course I've heard of the famous Olson sisters, he asked. I saw gossip media reports that they have a younger sister. Louise nodded. Elizabeth, she's in middle school. Martin stood up. Let's not talk about them anymore. Shall we go downstairs? Louise came over, took Martin's hand and walked downstairs. Martin asked, I've read the Screen Actors Guild's charter. Anyone with a supporting role of a certain size gets a share of the film's profits every year. Louise replied simply. That's part of the agreement between the Screen Actors Guild and the Producers Guild. Even if a member doesn't sign a profit-sharing agreement with a production, as long as their roles meet the requirements, they'll receive a share of the profits stipulated in the agreement. The percentage is very low, but the revenue from the film's copyrights is staggering. For example, last year's North American box office was less than $10 billion, but the copyright revenue exceeded $100 billion, she added. Do you know who got it first? Reagan, when he was president of the Screen Actors Guild, was the same guy who was later nearly killed by Jodie Foster's admirers, Martin said. Reagan and Schwarzenegger were the most successful actors transitioning to politics. Louise nodded slightly. It's hard for Schwarzenegger to make further progress. He wasn't born in the United States, she teased Martin. What? You want to go to the White House? Martin smiled and said, then I'll press the nuclear button, and boom, Louise leaned against the stair railing. Am I going to kill you in advance? Martin tilted his head back. Come on, I won't resist. The battle to protect the Earth has begun. Robert's income has increased this year, and he's become well known in Atlanta's acting community. He's rented a new house in a middle-class neighborhood on the west side of the city. He wakes up in the morning, washes up, makes a cup of coffee, eats a simple breakfast, and opens his notebook to review his work for the day. More and more Hollywood crews are filming in Atlanta, with Gray Pictures Studio already signing 2 major productions. While the main cast has been finalized in Los Angeles, many smaller roles and extras are being recruited in Atlanta, further boosting the city's acting market. The Marriott Community Theater is about to undergo a major change. Its director, Jerome, is considering a career as an agent. Robert will serve as the training director for the new company. His job won't change much, he'll still be teaching acting. After finishing most of his coffee, Robert closes his notebook and pulls out another small one. Written on the cover is a line, Coke. Aging and with a failing memory, he looks through it every day. Robert also offers Coke to Martin and several other actors he's close to at auditions. It's hard to say whether it's the cola, or the fact that all the roles being auditioned come from Gray Pictures and its partners, but the ritual has a 100% success rate. After Robert finished eating and drinking, he reviewed the ritual, put his notebook away, stood up, stretched, and muttered, should I start a cola cult? Satisfy my urge to be a leader. That thought remained for the time being, as he grabbed his bag and headed out for work. As he closed the door, a beautiful Cadillac, his favorite model, drove up. It parked on the curb, and a young man, no more than 20, got in the driver's seat. Robert looked familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere. Harris recognized Robert instantly, his large head was so conspicuous. He walked over and said, Good morning, Robert. My name is Harris. Martin sent me here. Robert remembered seeing Martin around and smiled. Hello, what's up? Harris said. Martin sent you something. Robert was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was doing and looked towards the Cadillac. Harris approached him and handed him the car keys. The car is yours. The paperwork is in the passenger compartment. It's too expensive, Robert said, his eyes glued to the Cadillac. This is too expensive. Harris thrust the keys into his hands. Martin told me to tell you that because of you, his audition success rate has increased by at least 50%. You must accept it. Robert grasped the keys, his heart calling him. Okay, I'll take it. The stuff's delivered. I should be leaving now. Harris left without pausing, walked a distance, and got into a black BMW 7. Robert recognized the car. It had previously belonged to Martin. Thinking of Martin, Robert wanted to call him, but after calculating the time difference, he figured he'd probably still be asleep, so he didn't. He pulled the new car into the garage and returned to the old one. In 2 days, he'd find a suitable opportunity to drive the new car to the theater. Sitting in his car, Robert thought of something crucial. He called a Coke distributor and said, please collect as much Coke as possible from Atlanta in 2003. The distributor was puzzled. What's so different about the 2003 Coke? Robert and Martin were the only ones who knew the secrets of the Coke cult. Robert didn't intend to tell anyone else, so he made up an excuse. Last year's batch of syrup tasted exceptional, and the Coke made from it was special. Sherman Oaks, Los Angeles. The sun had just risen, and Martin and Louise, in their workout clothes, were out for a morning run along the south slope. After walking around the nearby park and returning to the road, Louise stopped, holding her knees with both hands and gasping for breath. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Wait for me for a while. Let me catch my breath. Martin turned around and went back, pulling her up. "Don't stop, walk slowly." Louise let him lead the way, and while walking she kept making excuses for herself. "I was the one who moved last night, I consumed a lot of energy, otherwise." Martin asked, "Next time do you need me to take a picture and then calculate exactly who of us moved longer? I'm warning you, don't do anything rash." Louise said, "You are younger than me. It's normal for you to have good physical strength." Martin remembered something and said seriously, "You should drink less alcohol. Excessive drinking will accelerate people's aging." This stirred up a hornet's nest, and Louise stopped moving. "You mean, I'm old?" Martin meant well. "Just a reminder, don't really become an alcoholic." A car drove over and stopped next to the two of them. The passenger window was lowered, and the blonde girl in the driver's seat waved. "Louise, it's rare to see you up so early." Louise glanced at the chubby girl in the passenger seat. "Has Hall Middle School started yet?" Mary Allison pointed at Louise. "Elizabeth, Louise is our neighbor," Elizabeth politely greeted her. The two sisters quickly left, the car heading towards North Hollywood. After breakfast, Martin and Louise went to Warner Brothers Studios. Martin was continuing post-production on Alexander the Great, aiming to make the film as commercially viable as possible. Martin went to another post-production studio. House of Wax was already in the process of adding the front and back credits. Unexpectedly, he ran into Thomas upon entering. Martin took out a Mayan lucky totem that Louise disliked and handed it to the agent, a little gift, Mexican style. Thomas took it. The thing was not expensive, but he felt inexplicably happy that his client was thinking of him. "Very good, I will find a place to put them later, and when you become a big star, these will become treasures." Martin thought to himself, "You are worthy of being an agent," and asked, "Why are you here?" Thomas said, "I came to attend the crew's publicity meeting." Paris Hilton's agent asked to list her name second in the actor subtitles. "This is absolutely not possible. Elisha Cuthbert is the well-deserved sole female lead, but her most important role after that is Nick, played by you." Martin agreed. "What should be grabbed must be grabbed, and this matter is handed over to you. This is the job of the agent," and Thomas took it upon himself. "Don't worry, I won't let them succeed," Martin encouraged. "Come on, beat them down." Thomas waved his fist and walked into a conference room as if he was going to participate in a war. Note: since last Friday, due to force majeure, the author has been making extensive revisions to the previous chapters. These revisions have been reverted, and further revisions are needed. I can only strive to maintain 2 updates per day. If I can manage to get 40 of the first 60 chapters, I'll be lucky. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 141: Creating a Surprise. In the producer's office, Martin met Susan Levine. The producer was beaming with joy, basking in the sweet romance of her prodigal fiancé. Martin had also heard some of the news and specifically asked, "When will I be attending your and Donnie's wedding?" Susan brightened at the mention of this. "We've just made plans, but it won't be until the first half of next year at the earliest." Martin added, "Don't forget my invitation." "Of course I forgot you. I'll invite you in advance." Susan had a good impression of Martin, not only because he was also a prodigal, but also because he had helped the crew avoid trouble. If that kangaroo had really injured Mean, the financial consequences alone would have been enormous. Susan then asked, "Have you finished filming your new movie?" "Just came back from Mexico." Martin handed over a lucky totem and pointed to the newspaper in his hand. "Paris has been all over the entertainment media recently, and I'm a little worried." Susan played with a lucky totem and comforted him. "It's okay, she has had bigger scandals. This little scandal now will only increase her exposure, which may not be a bad thing for the film she starred in." Martin understood what she meant. The crew was hoping that Paris would have more scandals. She then asked, "Has the crew formulated a relevant publicity plan?" Susan smiled and shook her head. "No, she is too uncontrollable." Although she was truly responsible for less than 5 films independently, her ability was unquestionable. She couldn't help but look at Martin. "Why, do you have any ideas?" Martin said, "Recently, people around me have been talking about Paris. She was arrested for the 2nd time and went to jail. She became a big name." Susan was also paying attention, and the assistant she had when she was on the crew, her name was Kim Kardashian, Martin reminded. Susan nodded. "Yes, Kardashian. She reveals Paris news every other week. Paris is hotter than Spider-Man 2, she said with regret. Unfortunately, Paris is a completely uncontrollable factor." Martin didn't beat around the bush. "What if Kardashian is controllable?" Susan looked up at Martin. "Are you kidding me?" Martin said appropriately, You've met my manager, old Bob. He has a good relationship with Kim." Susan suddenly laughed. "Martin, you really know how to create surprises." She looked at Martin carefully again. "I finally understand why Louise admires you so much." Martin didn't respond. Instead, he said, "If the film performs better, we, the main creative staff, will all benefit." Susan took Martin's words seriously. "Tell me what you think." Martin said, "I asked a few neighbors before, if Paris was killed in the film, would they be willing to watch it? They were surprisingly unanimous and said they would applaud loudly." Susan understood this mentality. Ordinary people want more scandals for this wealthy princess, to align with their self-perception that rich people are all worthless. At the same time, they detest these scandals and wish the ugly rich dead. For example, Martin couldn't help but say, "I'm like every other ordinary American. I think a pig could sit in the White House, but if something were to happen to the pig..." Susan laughed again. "I'm the same as you." She quickly dropped her smile. "Go contact the Kardashians, and I'll have someone initiate a random survey." As for Paris, ever since another scandal broke, the relevant investors have been unhappy. Susan made a few calls and quickly convinced them with the producer's professionalism and the film's expected profits. In the satellite city of Venice, on the enclosed beach of a seaside hotel, Jin Zhao swayed her waist as she ran toward the sea. While not as exaggerated as she later became, her figure was still quite perky for a normal person. Bruce, in his floral shirt, was a truly civilized man. The phone rang. He answered it and said a few words to Martin, then shouted to the front, "Kim, come here." Kim came back jogging, sat sideways next to Bruce, and asked, "What's going on?" Bruce had already grasped her key point. "Do you want to appear in more media and get more people to pay attention to you?" "Of course." Kim was very thoughtful, "but my personal ability and resources are limited." She moved her hips towards Bruce, turning like a millstone. "You have another idea, right?" Bruce said with a mixture of lies and truth. "A producer from the crew of House of Wax called me and asked if I knew you well. He knew we were close when we were on the crew." Kim realized something, but she hadn't figured it out yet. "The movie that Paris invested in and starred in? The crew asked me to help promote it? But I'm on the opposite side of Paris. It's impossible for her and I to reconcile in the short term." Bruce said, "No need to reconcile. The crew will work with a film distributor to invest more media resources in you. You just need to reveal the news according to the crew's rhythm." Knowing that Warner Brothers was behind House of Wax, Kim agreed without much hesitation. "No problem. With the media resources of the production crew and Warner Brothers, the publicity could be several times, perhaps even 10 times, better than it already is." Bruce stood up and headed for the hotel. "Let's go back and make some preparations. It'll only take a few days. They'll send someone to discuss the details with you." Kim deliberately walked ahead of him, swaying her waist, turning back and flirting. "Old Bruce, you'll always be there for me, right?" Bruce's gaze was focused. In the post-production studio at Warner Brothers Studios, Parker, the production's publicity director, was dealing with the agents for Martin, Eliza, and Paris. The three agents were arguing fiercely over the placement of the actors' names and images on materials like the opening and closing credits and promotional posters. While the contract stipulated this, there was still room for maneuver in the specific placement. Eliza's agent demanded that promotional materials prominently feature Eliza herself. Besides being the center of attention, her image should be at least twice as large as that of the other main actors. Thomas, of course, objected. He argued that Martin and Eliza had equal parts, so their image could only be slightly smaller. The film's title card could appear after Eliza's, but the size and color should remain consistent. Paris's agent demanded equal treatment for Martin and Paris. Another argument ensued over the color and styling of their respective clients' images on promotional materials. All three agents were very assertive. The crew wasn't about being gentle and agreeable. Whoever was weak or complacent would be unlucky. Eliza's lead role was unshakable, and Thomas fought for Martin to be treated as closely as the lead actress in all materials. In the end, Martin's name appeared separately in the opening credits, behind Eliza. Paris Hilton's name also appeared separately, after Martin, with the phrase "special appearance" added. On the main poster, Eliza remained front and center, with Martin's image 1/3 smaller than hers, positioned to her right, and Paris's image another 1/3 smaller, positioned to her left. The poster lists Eliza and Martin's names prominently above their respective images, while Paris's name is placed separately to the left of her portrait. Martin and Eliza will also have special posters featuring twins. Martin will also attend media events featuring Eliza. As for Paris, she's temporarily locked up. It's a shame Eliza and Martin broke up, Parker lamented. That would have been a great publicity stunt. Thomas and Eliza's agent, Victor, who had been arguing fiercely, exchanged a tacit glance. Victor bluntly asked, "Should we get them back together?" This is a common promotional tactic in the industry, and Thomas himself has no objection. For example, the media hyped Peter Parker and Mary Jane for the release of Spider-Man 2 this year. In reality, Tobey Maguire hooked up with the daughter of Warner Brothers CEO Barry Meyer. Thomas mentioned the key point: "I can convince Martin, but only if she doesn't force him to become a vegetarian." Parker immediately picked up the phone and called Susan for a routine update. Susan replied, "No need. Our key marketing pitch isn't that." "Parker, have you finalized your deal? Come to the meeting right away." Parker concluded his meeting. As Thomas left, Paris's agent, Steve, approached. "How about a relationship between Martin and Paris?" Steve, thoughtful of his client, said. Martin could capitalize on Paris's popularity to draw attention. Thomas asked, "Will Paris use a relationship to deflect attention? To distract from her scandal?" Steve, knowing his colleagues weren't fools, conceded, "It's a win-win for both of us." Thomas couldn't make his own decision. "Let me ask Martin's opinion." Steve exchanged business cards with him. "I'll be waiting for your good news." In the director's office, Martin was chatting with Zoe Sarah. After that special art party, Zoe and Martin, while not completely close friends, were close friends. Zoe was nervous about directing a movie for the first time. "The film is done. Warner Brothers had an internal test screening, and the response was pretty good. It will be sent to the MPAA for rating soon. We estimate that there will be a theater manager screening in mid-September, and we'll know how many theaters will premiere then." Martin smiled and said, "Your treatment was much better than mine the first time. My first theatrical movie only had 8 theaters showing it on the first weekend." Zoe was under a lot of pressure. "I've been dreaming about a movie coming out lately. I'm afraid of failure." Martin suggested, "You need to relieve the pressure. Go out for a drink tonight and invite Wes, Aya, and Michelle. Wes has a place that's very inspiring." Zoe replied, "A drink is good. Alcohol helps me sleep." He rubbed his temples. "I messed up this time. There won't be a second chance. I can only go back to making music videos and commercials." Martin joked, "That's not enough pressure. Let me tell you how much pressure a director can have. If the movie you shoot fails at the box office, you can only go home and inherit billions of dollars." Zoe was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Martin, it's still fun to be with you." Martin called everyone separately. Michelle was attending film festivals preparing for awards and was not in Los Angeles. Wes Craven and Alexander Io were happy to come out and relax. Chapter 142: Mean is on fire. After receiving a call from his agent, Martin left the director's office and found Thomas in the lobby. The two of them left the studio and walked along the studio sidewalk, chatting. Thomas explained the outcome of the meeting and outlined the proposals of the other two agents. "There's no need for Eliza. The production team won't push for it." "What about Paris?" "No need," Martin said simply. "Her reputation is too bad right now. It'll drag me down. I don't want to gain any fame, but end up with a bad reputation." Thomas shared a similar view. "I'll call Steve later," Martin instructed. "As for Eliza, I've parted ways amicably. If there are any promotional activities, please communicate with her agent in advance. I don't want to cause any conflict with her." Thomas took note and reminded, "The second $100,000 salary for the Jeans crew has arrived in the company's account and will be transferred to you soon." Jeans and The Hills Have Eyes will bring Martin a total salary of $850,000, of which the agency will receive a 10% commission. With the money, Martin felt more confident. "You get a lot of commission, right? Let's have a party someday to celebrate." 10% is the agency's commission, so Thomas doesn't get that much? But including the Wax Museum, his income from the 3 films is more than $50,000. He decided to be generous. "Wait a little longer. Once all your salaries come in, I'll have a big party to celebrate." Not only to celebrate, Thomas also wanted to show his strength and build relationships with his superiors. He asked Martin, "Tell me what specific requirements you have." "You're welcome, then I won't be polite." Martin deliberately made an exorbitant request. "Dozens of young and beautiful female models are a must, right? Swimsuits or pajamas are a must, and then some new things." Thomas quickly stopped him. "Wait, a party like this will cost at least half of my commission." Martin put on an understanding attitude again. Forget it, can you invite a few more beauties? Thomas breathed a sigh of relief and felt more and more that Martin was someone he could get along with. There are a lot of young actors in the company. Martin suggested a bad idea. You can sell them tickets. An invitation to the party of the famous agent Thomas costs $50. It's a rare opportunity, Thomas said. If I were a star, I could sell them for $100. They walked around for a bit, and Martin called Louise to tell her he wouldn't be visiting her that night, instead planning to meet up with Zoe Sarah. Thomas specifically warned, "You're not ready for a high profile yet. Don't tell anyone about your salary, especially your corporate clients or those you interact with. Most won't congratulate you, let alone praise you. They'll only create obstacles for you, keeping you stuck at their level." Martin, having experienced many similar things in his past life, said, "I understand. You can't bear to see those around you suffer, but you can't bear to see them live better than you do." Thomas said, "That's the mentality." Martin returned to the Wax Museum studio and met up with Zoe, who was off work. They went to Sunset Boulevard, had dinner with Wes Craven and Alexander Aya at a Brazilian barbecue restaurant, and then went to a newly opened luxury nightclub. Wes Craven said, "Dinner's on, Martin. This is my treat." The old man bought $4,300 tickets. "Let's go." "I want the front row," Martin, familiar with the industry, asked. "Are the tickets so expensive?" Even in Los Angeles, $100 would be considered a high-end venue. The four of them walked inside. Since they arrived early, the nightclub wasn't crowded, so they found seats near the center of the stage. I asked a similar question to Martin, "Are there any female stars coming to perform tonight?" "Striptease is a bad movie, but Demi Moore is really good," Martin said. "She is too old, unless she is willing to pay." "You are so shameless," Craven laughed. "Do you know how much Columbia Pictures paid Demi Moore to star in the movie? $12 million in salary." Zoe looks honest and introverted, but he is actually a stuffy. "In fact, it doesn't cost money. I heard a rumor that after Demi Moore divorced last year, she got a new boyfriend. It is said that they like threesomes." Martin deliberately persuaded, "Zoe, I sincerely suggest that you don't try it. It will be very dangerous for you." Craven and I both laughed. Zoe said seriously, "I've always felt out of place. Now I'm sure it's me, because I'm not a pervert." Martin waved over the waiter, ordered a drink, and got back to the point. "Wes, you still haven't told me why," Craven said. "Tonight's Disillusioned's performance." Martin had heard the name before. "America's Top Stripper, that's her," Craven said. Zoe was puzzled. "I haven't seen any posters or promotions," Craven said. "Those who have access will know she's coming." "No need for posters." The four chatted for a while, and more people arrived, including many Hollywood celebrities. Martin spotted Marilyn Manson, Johnny Depp, Brad Pitt, and others. The performance began soon. Disillusioned clearly combined classical dance, burlesque, and striptease. It looked quite different. After the show, using Craven's presence, the four of them went backstage, hoping to ask someone out. When the sultry Zoe went to get contact information, he nearly got into a fight with Marilyn Manson, who was waiting in the dressing room. Marilyn Manson was dating the stripper. After their disappointment, the four men changed their target and headed to the second-floor VIP room for a lap dance. In a Los Angeles shopping mall, Evan, a reporter from a tabloid, was randomly interviewing passers-by, targeting those under 25. Evan stopped a girl, quickly introduced himself, and offered her a pen as a small gift. He asked, "Do you know Paris Hilton? What do you think of her?" The girl nodded, "Of course I do. A spoiled, mean girl. A nuisance." Evan then asked, "If she got killed in a movie, would you go see it?" "Really?" the girl asked, surprised. "What movie?" "I know. It's a horror movie she's in." "Is it a tortured one?" "I love seeing her get killed," Evan said. "You'll see when you see it." The girl quickly left, and Evan moved on to his next target. He spent half a morning randomly interviewing over 20 young people. Everyone knew Paris Hilton and everyone hated her. 60% of them expressed interest in a movie where Paris's character was killed. Because she's rich, she was originally going to jail but was instead placed under house arrest. Later, she was sentenced to 45 days for a 3-year offense. The media reported she wrote a letter to Schwarzenegger. "She's done so many awful things and yet she doesn't receive the punishment she deserves. I want to see her brutally murdered in a movie. Because it's impossible in reality. Look at the media reports. That bitch lives and eats better in jail than we do." And she's in a horror movie, and she's murdered in it? That's a great idea. I want to see it. Similar random surveys were conducted on the streets of Los Angeles, New York, Atlanta, and Chicago. Several websites also conducted random polls online. The relevant summary results were quickly provided to the production crew. Parker immediately reported to Susan Levine, "Random sampling shows that nearly 50% of young people like to see Paris Hilton's character killed in the film, and they prefer it to be a brutal slaying." Susan said, "That's a high percentage." Parker agreed, "For an R-rated horror film, it's quite high." Susan made a decision. Go ahead with a plan. Parker contacted the media to prepare promotional materials and posters for House of Wax. Susan called Martin, hoping to speak with Kim Kardashian in person. Martin didn't show up, so he contacted Bruce, who brought Kim Kardashian to the Warner Brothers studio and into Susan's office. Kim Kardashian's revelations subsequently slowed slightly, but their content appeared in more media outlets. With the film's generous investment, even Warner's Entertainment Weekly dedicated a column to Paris Hilton's gossip. The goal was to further stigmatize her. This was a common practice among all media outlets. Warner Television began planning an interview with Kardashian to air closer to the film's release. For the next month, Kardashian's only focus was on one thing, rhythmically revealing secrets about Paris. Compared to Bruce, a complete newcomer to the entertainment industry, the production professionals had a much better grasp of the pacing. Meanwhile, the production team released the first trailer. The short, one-minute clip focused primarily on Eliza, Martin, and Paris. Paris's segment featured her being hunted. The production also released a main promotional poster. There were also 3 individual posters, one for Martin and Eliza, and one for the wax sculptor and his brother. Both posters bore the same title, Twin Duel. The other poster was a solo poster of Paris. It featured a fresh wax figure lying on a workbench. Encased in flowing wax, it was unmistakably Paris Hilton. The title of the poster was, "A Psychopathic Demon Cruels." The twin duel sparked some reaction, but Paris's poster was immediately shared by countless media outlets, websites, and blogs. There's no way around it. Paris, who's in jail, is so popular. Not to mention someone like Martin, who's only a little bit famous. Even Eliza, whose neighbors caused a sensation this summer, can't compare. The crew also broke the news that Paris took the initiative to tease the kangaroo during filming, almost causing injuries to her and another black actor. It's so common to create and release false information during movie promotions. When the poster's popularity died down a bit, Kim Kardashian jumped out again, revealing many of Paris's private lives during filming, such as paying men for sexual relief. The betrayal of a personal assistant is really terrible. Since Martin had discussed it with Mean and his agent in advance, Kim Kardashian directly mentioned Mean's name. Uncle Mean suddenly became famous. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Conscience. On the second floor of an office near the entrance to Warner Brothers Studios, Mean was rubbing his hands nervously. Looking out the window, he could see a crowd of reporters and paparazzi thronging the Warner Brothers studio entrance. He had returned to Los Angeles 3 days earlier after filming Land of the Dead, and his boss had gifted him with a press appearance. His agent, Munir, also black, came over and said, "Don't be nervous. You always say that big events are a piece of cake for you." Mean forced a smile, uglier than tears. Publicity director Parker asked Martin, "Is he mentally unstable?" Martin replied, "He's mentally very strong. He's just having trouble adjusting." Going from obscurity to media fame takes time to adjust. Parker understood this. Many people suddenly become famous, their mental state crumbles, and they fall off the cliff. Martin then said, "Mene, is this okay? If not, don't force it. I'll send someone else. That kangaroo you beat up in Australia was more relaxed than you are right now." Mene came over and said, "I've been through this before." Martin pointed at Bruce. "You've memorized the script, what are you afraid of? Do you want Bruce to come with you? He'll have your back." No. Mene shook his head. "Munir will be with me." Martin lowered his voice. "Man, think about it. The people you served, your swollen lips and tongue, how you were so broke you had to live with Bruce. Isn't this the opportunity you've been waiting for?" Mene pursed his lips and nodded silently. None of this was particularly helpful. Martin frowned, then suddenly realized something. Are you afraid of those bitches in the media? Man, do I have to remind you to remember that you have nuclear weapons? Mene looked at the back of his hand and the color of his skin. Yet, I have nuclear weapons. He raised his head and straightened his back. I have nuclear weapons, except for Bruce. No one else in the room understood what he meant. Min called out to Munir, let's get out and fuck those bitches in the media. Munir followed Min out of the Warner Brothers studio. As they left the security checkpoint, a sudden flash of lights nearly blinded them. Munir, a small-time agent at a small agency, had never experienced anything like this before, and instinctively shielded his eyes with his hands. The paparazzi swarmed over him. Are you still in a relationship with Paris? Tell me about your time in Australia. Why did Paris fall for you? At this question, Min nearly unleashed a nuclear weapon, but after all, it was a last resort, so he held it back. The cowardly agent was unreliable, and the paparazzi had actually pushed him to the sidelines. Min regretted not asking Bruce to come along. It would have been helpful to have him back. Parker, the production's publicity director, had already arranged for several burly security guards to rush out and form a human wall between Min and the paparazzi. Min took a breath and shouted, "You're all so chaotic, I can't answer." The paparazzi present were experienced. After the initial rush, they managed to maintain order, because if the chaos continued, no one would get the news. Quiet gradually settled down. You want to know about Paris and me? I can tell you. It's free. No money. Min was generous for once. When he was actually in front of the paparazzi, he found he wasn't as nervous as he'd thought. He shouted, this was a mistake that shouldn't have happened. But Paris is young and beautiful, and you all know that. The male reporters present smiled knowingly. It was obvious that they had all seen the tape. Min continued, Paris is so beautiful and sexy, and she threw a thick wad of money in my face. He spread his hands, helpless. Tell me, what can I do? Who in their right mind can refuse? The men nodded slowly, understanding. They would have rushed forward even without money, let alone money. Later, I gave her the money back. I'm not that kind of person. Min patted her chest. I thought love had arrived, but it came and went just as quickly. A female reporter, indignant, asked, why did Paris choose you? Min smiled and said, because during filming, Paris was flirting with a male kangaroo. It was dangerous, anyway, and I rushed over to seduce him. No, I lured the kangaroo away and saved Paris. I thought I'd been a hero saving a beautiful woman, and that love had arrived, but it wasn't. She asked a few more random questions, and as reporters called for photos, Min posed for them to take as many photos as she could. Then, under security escort, she got into a car and left. 2 hours later, Min returned to Warner Brothers Studios and found Martin in the studio cafe. Boss, I give my performance full marks. Min came in and ran across to Martin. You are absolutely right. Those people are not as strong as the Australian kangaroos. Martin said again, have your agent keep in touch with the crew. Susan Levine is a very good producer and will supervise more film projects in the future. Min nodded frequently. I understand, boss. If you have anything to say in the future, just say it. As he was speaking, Louise and Susan Levine entered the cafe. Susan glanced at Min. I remember you. You played a supporting role in the crew and did a good job. Min took out her business card and handed it over. Mom, if you need anything, just call me. I'm always available. Susan put it away. Min looked at her with a look in her eyes. You guys chat. I have something to run. Louise pulled out a chair and sat down next to Martin. You have so many ideas, she said. Susan sat across from Louise and chuckled. They're quite feasible, too. Martin asked what they wanted to drink. Susan, you made my ideas feasible. Without you, they'd just be fantasies. Susan nudged Louise. Did you hear that? You're so sweet. Even better than Donnie? Louise raised her eyebrows. How could I have chosen the wrong person? Susan finished her coffee and said, I'm going to work. Martin and Louise sat for a while. Louise said, walk with me. They left the cafe and headed down the palm tree-lined path. Louise asked, have you been planning this Paris thing for a long time? Martin, of course, wouldn't admit it. Does it really need planning? Isn't it normal for her to do what she did? Louise didn't press the issue. Actually, if this movie does well at the box office, the actress will benefit the most from the cast, so you won't get much. A possibility suddenly occurred to her, Because I'm involved in the syndication? You're trying to reward me, Martin simply said. My benefits aren't as great as the actress, but they still have benefits. I'm playing the supporting role. If the movie does well at the box office, other crews won't reject me because of commercial failure, Louise said. If the movie does well at the box office, consider it just paying off a debt you owe me. Martin deliberately asked, didn't you pay it off last time? Louise remained silent, walking forward with her head held high. Martin had heard about Alexander elsewhere and it was set to be released in November. Pacific Pictures was participating in the syndication, and although most of the funding came from various foundations, he anticipated a significant negative impact on Pacific Pictures if the movie flopped. If House of Wax did well, The Drunkard would probably be better off. Martin said nothing more and continued walking with Louise. After a while, Louise reminded him, your agent has prepared promotional materials for you, right? If the film is a box office success, you'll be the lead actor. If it fails, you'll just play a minor supporting role, Martin said. I understand. Promotion for House of Wax has been steadily progressing. Pre-screening trailers for some newly released films are being used to warm up the market. TV and online promotional videos have also been released. Posters, road shows, trailers, various media ads, and outdoor advertising, all the usual promotional methods are in place. This film, a remake of an old horror film, has some appeal among those over 25. The production team's focus on promoting Paris is also progressing steadily. 20 days before the North American premiere, distributor Warner Bros. Held a screening for theater managers and press. The former received an estimated market value rating of 65, which is mid-range for traditional American slasher films. Warner Bros. Easily secured 3,220 theaters for the film in North America, a relatively high number for an R-rated horror film. By early October, publicity efforts were intensifying, with Kim Kardashian, in particular, releasing more shocking revelations. Paris was accusing her of being extremely narcissistic, deliberately calling paparazzi to follow her while out and about. She also alleged that she had sought reproductive health treatments, concealing them from those close to her, and suspected she had contracted certain medical conditions due to her blue gel. Paris's agent, Steve, also spoke out, declaring he was fed up with Paris's ethics and resigning as his agent. Gradually, a growing internet buzz began to swirl. Want to see Paris Hilton get her comeuppance? Go see House of Wax in theaters. This was followed by a wax figure poster released by the production. A week before the premiere, the production pulled a drastic action. A female anchor at Warner Networks lashed out at the media's hype about Paris Hilton. During her broadcast, she refused to read any news reports about her and even took out a lighter to burn the press releases, only to be stopped by a colleague. She later said on the show, I'm definitely going to see House of Wax and see that lawless woman executed on film. It'll at least give me some peace of mind for days. The next day, Paris's lawyers served her with a letter of attorney. The incident was once again brought to the forefront. Mean was even invited on a television program, Facing the Cameras, to tell the story of how he and Paris Hilton met through a giant kangaroo. Kardashian's loyalty has spread across America, and for both good and bad, she's become famous. During an interview, Kardashian announced she was planning a book and had even decided on the title, What Paris Hilton and I Have to Say, as long as the right marketing and promotional methods are found. There's no doubting Hollywood's execution capabilities. Even the dead can be brought back to life and monetized. In comparison, Martin and Eliza's regular promotional efforts were much less intensive, but they were still effective. Thomas has been managing Martin's blog, updating it 2 or 3 times a week. After the promotional materials for House of Wax were posted on the blog, at least hundreds of comments expressed their support for the film. Chapter 144 God Hates and Ghosts Hate. At the Fox Theater in Westwood, Los Angeles, a red carpet was laid out on the sidewalk, and fans flocked to the theater, gathering on either side of the barrier. Emily and Jessica, armed with complimentary tickets for Martin, had arrived mid-afternoon. They had thoughtfully brought Martin's character posters. The crowd was unexpectedly large, with most holding Paris Hilton's character posters. The Wax Figures Corpse poster was incredibly popular, selling out like hotcakes. They also carried signs insulting and criticizing Paris. Both sides of the red carpet were practically taken over by Paris's eccentric fans. Fans of Elisha Cuthbert, the lead actress, were relegated to a corner near the press area. Jessica, a tall woman, pointed to the other side of the press area. There are some people holding Martin's posters over there, Emily pulled her over. Let's go check it out. To the left of the press area, a group of about 20 young men and women gathered, led by a young woman wearing glasses, who was distributing posters. Seeing two girls holding Martin's posters, Rachel waved, "Come over here." "We're all here," Emily, curious, entered the crowd and asked, "Are you all Martin supporters?" A freckled boy chimed in, "Yeah, the zombie gigolo. That's so cool. I've always wanted to learn the machine gun dance." Jessica had seen many people trying to learn the dance. Most people can't get that effect. Several people around her chimed in, "It's too hard." Rachel then asked, "Did you sign up through the blog?" Emily shook her head. "We came on our own." Rachel quickly said, "We made the appointment through Martin's blog. If you like Martin, you can follow him. There's a fan section there, and we'll notify you of upcoming events." Jessica was surprised. "I didn't expect Martin to have so many supporters." Rachel still remembered her first meeting with Martin. "Martin's a great actor and a really nice guy." Phoebe, who was standing by, called out, "Look, a car's coming." The people on both sides of the red carpet were thrilled. The person getting out of the car was Elisha Cuthbert, this summer's actress next door, who's been attracting quite a bit of attention. Screams erupted. Bruce approached in a black Cadillac. In the backseat, Martin flipped through his notebook. Bruce said, "If you'd worked so hard in high school, you'd have gotten into an Ivy League school long ago." "I'm a natural underachiever." Martin, a true underachiever in his past life, said, "I know I'm not cut out for academics." Bruce understood, "My talent lies in macing things up." Martin ignored him and memorized the words in his notebook. These were the words a few fans had written for him at his first fan meeting. He had a blast back signing, easily controlling the flow of the event, but remembering the words was a bit difficult. Rachel, whom he had met on the Saturn Awards red carpet, had posted a message on her blog urging her fans to come to the premiere to cheer him on. Martin took note. If the others came, he'd have to show them that he hadn't forgotten them. After carefully reviewing them, he closed the notebook and vowed never to do that again. The Cadillac pulled up to the red carpet. Martin opened the door and stepped out. The moment the flashlights came on, he smiled and waved. Unlike previous releases, House of Wax had been heavily promoted, and reporters were able to recognize Martin as the film's leading man. Martin paused briefly at the red carpet, waiting for the reporters to snap their photos before heading toward the theater entrance, where he was greeted by posters of Paris's character. For a premiere, the publicity was effective. Martin waved frequently in both directions, soon spotting his supporters and striding over. Seeing Martin, Rachel immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, "Martin! Martin!" Everyone around them erupted in cheers, even Emily and Jessica, their voices rising to the top. The voices of over 30 people temporarily drowned out the hundreds of people present. Martin reached the guardrail where they were standing and said, "Hi, Rachel." He nodded to Emily and Jessica and greeted everyone, "Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to support me." Rachel offered him a pen and took the poster. Martin had just finished reviewing his notes and quickly wrote, "You are the lightning on a rainy day, lighting up the entire night sky." Rachel covered her mouth with her hands in joy, tears welling up in her eyes, unsure of what to say. Martin gave her a gentle hug and said, "Go ahead, Rachel." He then signed autographs for other fans. Phoebe, seeing Martin in person for the first time, kept muttering to herself, "He's so handsome. So handsome and stylish. He's my man." Emily and Jessica were neighbors with Martin and saw him often. Unlike his casual personality in real life, Martin's formal attire shone brightly, exuding both a friendly and distinguished aura. He blended these two distinct qualities perfectly. The noise at the front of the red carpet grew louder again. Someone else was approaching. Martin turned and saw an old acquaintance, Kate Winslet. Louise must have invited her. After Martin finished signing autographs, Kate also approached, stopping to wait for him before entering the press area together. A reporter immediately approached. "Kate, are you familiar with Martin?" Kate smiled at Martin, then turned and said, "I met Martin when we were filming in Atlanta." "Did you notice he's in my movie?" Most of the reporters had seen Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, but had no memory of Martin. Martin had already seen the film, and in that film, only 4 of his scenes were cut, with only 1 line remaining, for a total of just over 20 seconds of screen time. The reporter asked Martin about Kate again. Martin praised Kate effusively, "I'm undoubtedly Kate's lifelong fan. Ruth is my forever goddess, and so is Kate." The two stood in front of a backdrop advertising the film, posing for photos. Then, they entered the theater together. Louise emerged from the lounge, greeted the two, and approached Kate. "You came all the way back from out of town?" "Not really, I finished my work at the Toronto Film Festival," Kate said with a smile. "You're an investor and producer. If I don't please you, I won't have any roles in the future." Martin followed the two into the theater. "Awards season has already begun," Kate said. "I'm planning a party and will send you invitations," Martin replied. "Please introduce me to some British directors and producers." "No problem," Kate winked at Louise. "I can also introduce you to some British actresses." Louise looked back at Martin. "English roses." Martin just smiled and asked, "Does awards season officially begin?" Kate said simply, "In a narrow sense, it starts in December, but in a broader sense, it starts with the Toronto Film Festival in September." The three of them entered the theater together, and Martin took a seat in the front row. Director Zomi had already arrived. The two chatted for a while before Min entered the theater and sat next to Martin. She was a little excited. "Boss, you have no idea. When I walked down the red carpet, fans on both sides of the room shouted my name. It felt so good," Martin said. "You're a celebrity now. You should show some style." Min licked her cheeks and said, "I never thought. Just one time with Paris, and I'd get so much. I'm a celebrity now." Eliza, wearing a red dress, came over and greeted the crew. She smiled and nodded at Martin. Martin also smiled and nodded. Neither of them spoke. Guests, audience members, and media reporters gradually arrived. Susan and Zomi led the crew to the small stage in front of the curtain. After a brief photo and speech, the film began. This was a traditional American horror film, but the killing methods were changed from knives, axes, and chainsaws to wax. The crew also made some innovations, such as the twin versus twin gimmick. The wax figure artist and his conjoined twin brother in the film are twins, and the heroine and supporting actor who kill them are also twins. Perhaps this was intentional on Zomi's part, or perhaps Paris is just born with it, but her character in the film is all bitchy the moment she appears. The first climax for the average audience comes during the intimate interaction between Paris and Min's characters. Even in the front row, Martin could hear bursts of curses. Paris's reputation had already been tarnished after the tape, and after the recent torrent of publicity, her reputation as a wealthy slut has plummeted even faster than Martin's in his previous life. Because Eliza is the primary protagonist, Martin's role can only be described as mediocre. But Zomi, Susan, and the editors know how to appeal to female audiences beyond the realm of horror. Whenever Martin appears on camera, he stands tall, cool, and handsome. In the audience, Phoebe, who had followed Rachel, was fascinated. "That's my man." Rachel nodded repeatedly. "He's handsome, has great acting skills, and a great personality. Our Martin will soon be a star," Jessica replied. "I think he's better in person." Everyone around agreed. Emily reminded him, "Martin's also starring in a horror film. He's definitely the leading man. It might be released next year." The theater erupted in cheers. Everyone fell silent and settled into the movie. Paris Hilton had encountered a killer. The moment many had been waiting for had finally arrived. Paris was being pursued by the killer. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Kill her! Kill her!" There was a flurry of responses. To torture oneself to the point of being hated by all, is a remarkable talent. Take Paris, for example. Born into a Hilton family, this talent is unmatched. Perhaps House of Wax will set a new record for audience anticipation in horror film history. Never before had the audience watched such a character being slaughtered by a killer so eagerly. Thus, the theater experienced the true climax of the night. When Paris' ankle ligaments were severed by the cannibal and she was taken to the wax museum to be sprayed with wax and made into a statue, the audience erupted in applause. The audience, bombarded by the news media and oppressed by the Paris scandal, vented their frustrations freely. Chapter 145 Fans need to be managed. At the end of the film, twins Carly and Nick narrowly escaped death, finally defeating the murderous twins. The audience erupted in applause. Susan held out her arms, inviting the entire crew to stand. Martin and the others turned and faced the audience, applauding. Zomi, thrilled to have his first film released, came over to hug Martin. "I still can't believe it. This is real." Martin smiled and said, "Men, with the first one, there's bound to be a second." Delighted, Zomi turned and hugged the rest of the crew. Martin high-fived Susan and fist-bumped Min. Min said, "I died a horrible death. I was stabbed to death by a pair of scissors. There wasn't even a frontal shot of me. Martin exerted force on his hand and punched him hard on the fist. "You're the most popular person on the crew, besides Paris." Mean laughed heartily. Regardless of his acting skills, his value at the club would definitely increase significantly. Susan led the cast and crew onto the small stage in front of the screen for their curtain call. The premiere concluded. Martin followed the crew through a side door and into the adjacent lounge. Champagne was prepared, and everyone toasted to celebrate the film's successful premiere. Martin glanced at Eliza. She wasn't drinking alcohol, but natural fruit juice. Thomas approached and reminded him, "Let's go together later." Martin knew he had something to say. "No problem." The atmosphere on set was good. Even Zoe and Susan, worried about the film's performance, were smiling. While the film's exact results wouldn't be known until its wide release, tonight's premiere went quite well. Not only did no one laugh or leave early, but the atmosphere was incredibly lively even as Paris's wax figure was being made. Susan, perceptive enough, could wait until tomorrow to speak to Parker, the production's publicity manager, and say, "Keep focusing on Paris." Many films can achieve significant box office success simply by hitting one key point with the audience. After the premiere, supporters of Martin, including Rachel, Emily, Jessica, and Phoebe, emerged from the theater but didn't immediately disperse. Jessica suggested, "It's not easy for us to get together through Martin. Let's go for a drink together." Rachel checked the time and said, "We shouldn't go back too late. The security situation has been bad lately." Emily said, "Martin's role is great, isn't it? Everyone, go back and say something good about him on your blogs and movie websites." Phoebe reminded him, "You can give him ratings on IMDb." The freckled boy said, "Martin's acting is good, and he's good looking too. The only pity he's not the lead." Another said, "The male lead is second only to the female lead." Rachel raised her voice and said, "Don't forget to rate and leave a comment on Martin's blog. If you have a blog, write a post about it. Also, everyone, spread the word about this movie." The others agreed. Fans are a very strange thing. Even if there's no benefit to them and it's hard for outsiders to understand, they will still do it enthusiastically. Emily and Jessica shouted, "Let's cheer for Martin." Rachel and the others shouted, "Go." Every major movie premiere is accompanied by reporters and paparazzi. Especially in a place like Los Angeles, besides the reporters working for various media companies, there are also a large number of unofficial paparazzi who love to chase hot topics. The main cast of the crew arrived near the exit. Parker left first and made a phone call to say that a large number of reporters had gathered outside. Susan turned to look at Mean. "Go, make more news." Mean walked towards the door, looking back every few steps. "Will I be like Diana?" Martin encouraged. "You are the focus now, the only star among us. Go, take all the attention. I'm coming." Mean stretched out his arms and walked out of the theater, shouting, "Where are the flashlights? Turn them on." At that moment, the entrance was as bright as day, and Mean was like a superstar. Then a reporter shouted, "Menai, there are rumors that you filmed that video with Paris. Is that true?" Flanked by theater security, Menai squeezed toward the car, evasively saying, "What video? I can't remember." Another reporter called out, "When Paris gets out of prison, will you go pick her up?" Menai replied passionately, "I will go see her. I love her." Both sides needed each other, and they cooperated. Menai got into the car, and a swarm of paparazzi chased him. Throughout Los Angeles, Menai was a hot topic due to his close relationship with Paris Hilton. The others gradually emerged from the theater and got into their cars. Thomas got into Martin's car. Bruce drove out of an intersection and reminded, "There are 2 motorcycles following us." Thomas looked back. "It's okay, just wild paparazzi." Martin smiled. "I'm starting to be followed by paparazzi too. Being a celebrity, you have to get used to this." Thomas said, "Since you are standing up as a public figure, you should not be afraid of paparazzi. Not only do paparazzi need celebrities, but celebrities also need paparazzi." Martin thought of the revelations made by Kardashian. Paris often has people call paparazzi to reveal her own secrets. Thomas said seriously, "This is worth learning." Martin was very conscious. "Don't worry, I will fully cooperate if needed. Wait until the first week's box office comes out before deciding how to publish the news in the purchased newspaper space." Thomas followed Martin's instructions and made preparations for both situations. If the box office is not high, you are just a supporting role. If the box office is good, you will be the male lead. Martin said, "There is no rush about this. As far as actors are concerned, The person who benefits the most from success is Eliza, and the same is true for failure. Thomas mentioned another matter. You met your fan club today. There aren't many people there right now, and they mainly use your blog as a gathering place. Martin nodded. Is Rachel the lead organizer? Thomas remembered this person. She has a certain appeal. Martin, you need an assistant. One to manage the blog and communicate with the fan club, but not right now, of course. Martin said as a matter of course, you'll be in charge for now. Thomas opened his mouth and could only respond, I'll handle it for now. Martin thought more. Please pay more attention to the fan section over there on the blog. If there are any problems, please communicate in time. Thomas thought to himself, why is all this my business? But then he thought, as long as House of Wax and The Hills Have Eyes perform well at the box office, Martin will have his own office, and an assistant will be sent from the mailroom. Martin continued, is there a suitable company? I'd like to set up an official fan website. They'll handle the back-end maintenance for now, and then we'll hand it over to a professional team. Thomas said, you're thinking too far ahead. A blog will suffice for now. Martin smiled and said, we'll find the right company, they'll come up with a plan, we'll finalize it, and they'll produce it. It all takes time. If we're slow, maybe The Hills Have Eyes will be released. Fandoms require cultivation. Thomas said, I'll ask someone. Martin wouldn't rely solely on his agent, he'd check with Louise later. Like an accountant, he politely declined Thomas's recommendation. For now, Martin and Thomas' interests are aligned, and they can basically work together. Who can guarantee what will happen in the future? Bruce drove to Century City and dropped Thomas off. Martin called Louise, who had a late-night chat with Kate Winslet, so he sent Bruce back to North Hollywood. Kate was aiming for an award, and Louise, having worked as a producer in Hollywood for many years, naturally had connections and influence. Martin knew full well that film quality, acting, and character were often not the deciding factors for Oscars. The most recent tragedy had happened just a few years earlier. Shakespeare in Love was fine, but who knows how much the Queen paid. Two paparazzi on motorcycles followed Martin all the way to his North Hollywood apartment, even trying to get in to take pictures. As they reached the door, they were met with a dark mass of flesh. Antonio, clutching the gun of friendship, stood in the ground floor foyer, glaring at the paparazzi outside and warning, this is private property. No trespassing. Martin and Bruce stepped aside, because the gun of friendship's criteria for judging who was best was strange. Those who weren't hit were friends, but those who were hit were definitely not friends. With a click, the gun of friendship was loaded. The paparazzi turned and fled. Antonio wiped the sweat from his face, took a few shaky steps, and sat down on a chair. He said, it's going to be hard to get quiet here anymore. Martin bought a beer from the nearby vending machine and tossed it to Antonio. I'll move out when my paycheck arrives, Antonio said, don't leave yet. I'm raising the rent soon, and you're the perfect excuse. Martin spread his hands. What's in it for me? Antonio looked at Bruce. You and Old Bull's rent won't go up. Bruce studied Antonio with a deliberately odd look. The portly landlord shrank back. Old Bull, what are you trying to do? Bruce went up the stairs. Going back to rest, Martin followed, reminding Antonio, guard the door. Yeah, Antonio replied instinctively, then realized, how did I become the doorman? The two of them went upstairs. The door across the way opened, and Jessica and Emily came out. The latter said, Martin, you are so handsome. Jessica took credit. We mobilized your fans to give the film good reviews and high scores on the internet. Martin had not mentioned it specifically, and he did not expect the other party to have such awareness. He immediately smiled and said, Amy, Jesse, thank you. Jessica quickly pulled Emily back. Come on, let's register a few more accounts and go to the forums and IMDb to get good reviews. Emily thought to herself that it was clearly me who mentioned it, but you took the initiative. She hurried back. Martin, if you need our help, just call us. Martin replied, I will. After the door closed, Bruce followed Martin back to his apartment and said, you haven't become a star yet, but good people are starting to appear around you. Martin said, I can't always be surrounded by bad people like you. Bruce went back to his apartment. Go to bed early, dream of being a big star, and wake up tomorrow to find that you have been sold out and have nothing. Martin knew that Bruce was reminding him, don't worry, I won't lose my mind. Chapter 146 Kardashian's Most Admired Person. I'm finally feeling better. Although the media is still bombarding Paris Hilton, I'm in a completely different world from her, the same Warner Network host, fresh from her previous controversy. publicly discussed the wealthy, promiscuous woman caught in the public eye on her show. In the movie I saw, Paris Hilton was literally encased in a wax figure. She held up the wax figure poster and said, "House of Wax shows the entire production process." The pent-up anger in my chest finally dissipated after watching it. The program garnered a strong response, with other media outlets both echoing and criticizing it. Paris's lawyers filed another letter. Later, the Los Angeles Times reported that several Los Angeles wax museums had launched similar small commemorative wax figures to appeal to the public, and were facing potential copyright infringement lawsuits from the production crew. Madame Tussauds, seeing an opportunity, issued statements through multiple media outlets, stating that it was contacting Paris Hilton to obtain authorization for her wax figure. Hot topics are like rotting meat, and the media are like vultures. One media outlet even offered $1 million for a photo of Paris Hilton using the prison restroom. More and more people were eager to see how Paris Hilton was made into a wax figure. With the support of the production crew, Mean resurfaced, publicly declaring his love for her on television, saying they could marry immediately upon her release if Paris agreed. Mean grabbed a wave of headlines. Sitting under a parasol on the rooftop of a North Hollywood apartment building, Bruce gave Mean a can of beer and said, "Brother, you really understand life." Martin was deeply impressed. "You did what I wanted to do but didn't dare to do." Mean said, "Boss, I came to Los Angeles to work hard just to live a rich life. If Paris marries me, I can gain a beautiful woman and a wealthy life. My life will be perfect. Isn't this the meaning of struggle?" Bruce held up 2 fingers to Martin. "You don't have to envy him. You have 2 rich women." Mean had met Louise and exclaimed, "Boss, teach me a few tricks." Martin shook his head. "This is a natural ability. You can't teach it." Mean was stunned for a moment, then he understood. "I understand." He changed the subject. "A few days ago, 2 crews called my agent and wanted me to audition." Martin asked, "Are they trying to write on the popularity?" "Probably." Mean asked, "Boss, should I go?" Bruce pointed out a key point. "Why don't you ask the casting director if he is a man or a woman? And how old he is?" Martin earnestly suggested. "Which crew has a middle-aged female casting director? Pay attention to them." Maine knew what he was best at. "I'll have my agent find out." Everyone knew Paris wouldn't agree to Maine's media overtures. Martin checked the time, picked up the binoculars from the table, and walked to the edge of the building to observe a distant theater. Maine leaned over and asked, "Is there a line?" Martin replied, "What are you thinking? Only sequels like Star Wars, Spider-Man, and The Lord of the Rings have packed theaters and long lines for tickets." This afternoon, October 14th, at 6 p.m., House of Wax will open in 2,000 theaters across North America. There will be 3 consecutive screenings, ending at midnight. Some call them the midnight shows. The wait is the most agonizing. Martin received a call from Zomi, inviting him out for a drink. Maine followed suit. The media celebrity was followed by a dozen paparazzi. Arriving at the Avalon, they requested a private room. Zomi, somewhat concerned and unwilling to be alone, dragged Martin along to drink until the early hours. After 1 in the morning, he frequently checked his phone. Martin said, even if the final show's box office could be predicted, it wouldn't come out this soon. Zomi picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. "I'm more nervous than when I was taking a college entrance exam." Martin wasn't the lead, and he had The Hills Have Eyes as a fallback, so he was more relaxed than Zomi. Zomi had botched this one, and it was hard to get a second chance, and he didn't have a multi-million-dollar fortune to inherit. Even the lively Mean was now silent. More than half an hour later, Martin's cell phone rang suddenly. He glanced at it, picked it up and said, "Are you still awake so late?" "Wait to record a new account for you," Louise said directly. The latest statistics from the North American Theater Alliance show that the advance box office of Wax Museum is $2.65 million. Martin has enough understanding of the box office of the first weekend. The advance box office is much less, and asked, "Is the number high or low?" Louise said, "Generally, the first weekend can reach about 7 times the advance box office, and it depends on the competitors during the same period." She was obviously in a good mood. "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I want to go to bed. Remember, you owe me another debt." Martin is not worried about having too many debts. "Save more, so I can pay you back in one go?" He put down the phone and said to Zomi, $2.65 million. Zomi breathed a sigh of relief. It should be able to reach $15 million in the first weekend. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't laugh after the relaxation, after the tension. Martin chimed in, This weekend's wide releases, American Soldier, World Police and Love, Dance, are different genres from House of Wax, so there won't be much of a clash with their audiences. I think it should gross more than $15 million. Bruce popped open a bottle of champagne and poured each of them a glass. Martin took the glass, patted the coffee table, and exclaimed, "Either way, this is great news. Cheers." As the leading actor, he was equally excited about the film's success. "Guys, we're off to a really good start in Hollywood." Ming clinked glasses with Martin. "Cheers." Zomi, after a moment's adjustment, finally cracked a smile, jokingly saying, "I don't have to go back to Barcelona to inherit that old house." Martin burst into laughter and clinked glasses with Zomi, Ming, and Bruce one by one. "I guess I don't have to go back to Atlanta to live off my wife." The four of them were in high spirits, drinking until after 3 in the morning. On Friday, House of Wax opened nationwide in North America, opening in 3,220 theaters. Thomas called Martin specifically and said, "Go to the theater, go to a public place, I don't care where you go. Increase your exposure and let people know you're the star of this movie." Martin immediately contacted the crew and requested a book signing event for him that evening. Susan agreed, and the crew would contact the venue and notify the media. Martin then said to Bruce, "Where are the entertainment media you're in contact with? It's time to get them involved." Lately, Bruce has been keeping a tight rein on Kim Kardashian. Through the two gossip-mongering forces of Kardashian and Paris, he's established connections with numerous gossip reporters, including renowned publications like American Rumor and Hollywood Kaleidoscope, as well as some unofficial paparazzi. Martin would not overestimate himself and asked, "Old Bruce, I am not attractive enough by myself, am I?" Bruce told the truth. "There will be reporters and paparazzi coming, but it will not meet expectations." Martin, being shameless, asked, "I ask Eliza out for a temporary reunion? I have absolutely no problem not eating meat for 3 days, be a human being." Bruce reminded, "She asked you to make a statement in front of so many media reporters, saying that you will be a vegetarian in the future." A terrifying cloud instantly enveloped Martin, and he shuddered. Forget it, I would rather no reporters come." Bruce suddenly thought of a good idea. "I'll get Kim here, and you guys will act out a scene. As a fan, she confesses her love to you on the spot, and you reject her. She is very eye-catching now, and you can use her to increase your halo." Martin asked solemnly, "Do you mind?" Bruce was puzzled. "Aren't we using her and Paris to practice, just to profit from it?" Martin exclaimed, "Old Bruce, you're a real talent. It was such a waste being a street sweeper." He pondered, "No need for all the showbiz stuff. Just make her your little fangirl." "That's fine," Bruce said, getting more and more into the rhythm of the entertainment industry. "We'll do it separately. Don't get involved. Just treat it as a chance encounter." He pulled out his phone and called Kim Kardashian first, telling her to come to the IU Cinema in North Hollywood that evening for a movie. He outlined the details. "I'll do it." Kardashian, seeing the media buzz, didn't hesitate. "Old Bruce, whatever you say, I'll do." Bruce then called the entertainment reporters and paparazzi he'd been contacting frequently, informing them that Kardashian was going to North Hollywood tonight. That evening, Martin arrived at the theater he'd contacted in advance and signed autographs for fans in the lobby. He was the leading man, after all, and attracted a large crowd. Only 3 media outlets sent reporters to cover the event. Martin, no matter the number, was very accommodating, frequently posing for photos with fans. Suddenly, the theater was swarmed with entertainment reporters and paparazzi. Kim Kardashian, who rose to fame after being imprisoned by Paris Hilton, entered the theater. Upon arriving in the lobby, she saw Martin and immediately transformed into a fangirl, buying a poster and asking for his autograph. Kardashian also accepted an interview with the reporters, and as if it had become a habit, she began by lashing out at Paris. "During filming, I was Paris's assistant and was often scolded by her. Martin helped me so many times, and I admired him so much." Martin scribbled his signature on the poster, saying, "Everyone should be treated fairly." Kardashian's instincts in front of the media were awakening, and she automatically added drama. "To be honest, I had a crush on Martin at the time. He was so great, but he had a girlfriend at the time, and I was heartbroken for a long time." A reporter interrupted, "Martin is single now, right?" Martin reclaimed the conversation. "Kim and I have been friends since we started working on the film. I didn't expect to meet here tonight." Kardashian said nothing more, standing next to Martin and allowing the reporters to take their picture. Originally there were only 3 reporters, but now there were more than 10. Martin always felt a bit strange. He and Bruce had created a socially charged figure, then capitalized on that popularity. That night, entertainment news about Martin and Kardashian spread all over the internet. I'll check and revise the sensitive words and paragraphs in the VIP chapters today. Tomorrow I'll be able to work hard on my writing, striving for more updates. Double the monthly votes now, please give me some as a token of encouragement. I've been feeling really down lately. Chapter 147 Hollywood's #1 Macho Man. Early Saturday morning, gossip newspapers like Rumors published even more outrageous pictures. Kardashian looked like a fangirl ready to eat Martin. The caption read, "Kim Kardashian's biggest admirer." Other gossip publications ran a story, "Hollywood rising star Martin Davis, Kim Kardashian's secret crush." By creating his own buzz and then capitalizing on it, Martin had arguably created a new genre. Bruce, a scoundrel with no manners, even suggested that Kardashian and Martin check into the same hotel that evening. Fortunately, Martin, a bit more discerning than Bruce, didn't agree. In this day and age, even the best films require promotional efforts to achieve widespread recognition. Even so-called art houses like Daniel Day-Lewis and Meryl Streep desperately generate buzz for their releases. The crew also released news that Martin and the director subdued a giant kangaroo during filming. Movie promotion and marketing should be all about hype. As soon as the report broke, the North Hollywood apartment was immediately targeted by paparazzi, and the entrance was barricaded. Paparazzi work is cheap. Many practitioners don't even have any professional credentials, just a camera and a beat-up motorcycle. Los Angeles is teeming with celebrities, and any valuable photos they take can be sold to gossip magazines for a profit. Antonio was just about to sit outside in the sun, but before he could even move his chair, the sound of camera shutters rang out, and 2 small recorders were thrust into his face. "Are you the landlord here? Who did Martin Davis spend the night with last night?" Antonio instinctively wanted to mention some jerk named Bruce, but then, remembering Bruce's constant, malicious gaze, he shouted, "Get out of here. This is private property." Jody, the female paparazzi, slunk inside the apartment building. Antonio patted his coat and said, "Anyone who dares to trespass on my property will learn the meaning of a friendly firearm." Jody stopped dead in her tracks at the sound of the gunfire. Seeing they couldn't get any more information out of him, his colleagues dispersed, patiently waiting. Jody came over to Antonio and whispered, "Business?" Antonio asked, "What business?" Jody pulled out a roll of dollars. "Let me in, and I'll take some pictures of Martin's place." Antonio looked down, seeing the roll was quite large, but it only had $10 bills. Such a small amount, the millionaire wouldn't take it seriously. "Warning, I'll call the police." Undeterred, Jody pulled out 2 more rolls. "These are yours, if you help me install security cameras at Martin Davis's door." Antonio calculated the lost rent and other risks after the news broke and said bluntly, $50,000, whatever you want." Jody was stunned for a moment. She had $50,000, and she was still doing such hard work? But she refused to give up. She raised her hand and unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt, revealing a large expanse of skin. "I'll spend the night with you." Antonio had initially disdained the small amount of money, but hearing her words, he immediately became alert. "What are you trying to do?" "My property." Jody realized that the fat man's thinking was completely different from hers. Antonio suddenly heard a familiar voice overhead. "Landlord, you're not going to talk to the paparazzi about selling me out, are you?" Martin, standing on the rooftop of the apartment building, looked at Fatty and Jody and shouted, "Your house is full of actors. If your reputation gets ruined, who's going to rent it? Where are you going to collect a $50,000 a month in rent? You'll go bankrupt on the property taxes." 3 other tenants peeked out, beer in hand. Antonio warned Jody, "See? If you dare go in there, they'll kick you out." Jody left, keeping an eye on the tenants as they came and went. Naturally, some tenants would give interviews and share information about Martin, but Martin had spent most of these months on the set and part of his time at Louise's, so he hadn't interacted much with the other tenants. On the rooftop, Bruce put away his binoculars and said to Martin, "I saw 5 paparazzi, and the bravest one was that woman." Martin picked up the binoculars and took a quick look. The wild paparazzi and the average gossip press can't offer Antonio the price he'd pay. Antonio's assets and good reputation were one of the reasons I chose this apartment. It's not that the paparazzi and gossip media can't afford it, it's that you're not worth it. Bruce revealed the harsh truth. Martin was frustrated. Why did I hire a piece of filth like you as my manager? Bruce said to himself. If Antonio isn't interested in these small sums, the other tenants might be. Martin was prepared. Of course we have to sell the most valuable ones ourselves. This didn't surprise Bruce, as Martin had done this more than once. Martin waved toward the round table on the rooftop, and Emily and Jessica, who were drinking beer under a parasol, immediately ran over. Continue to post good reviews on the website. Emily was very enthusiastic. Let's go back now. Martin waved his hand. You have helped me a lot in the past 2 days, Jessica said first. You treated us to a beer. Martin was generous. I'll give you a little reward, Emily said before Jessica. No, really, I can help you. Listen to me. Martin raised his hand to interrupt her. I haven't lived in the apartment for a long time. What can attract the attention of paparazzi and gossip magazines? Emily was still thinking, and Jessica had reacted. He often brings 1 or 2 women back, making so much noise that the whole building can't sleep well at night. Martin waved his hand. Go downstairs and sell this news to the paparazzi. Whatever amount you sell is yours, he asked. By the way, do you know how to say it? Jessica nodded. I know, you are very powerful, and several women are no match for you. Very good, Martin urged. Hurry up, don't let anyone take away your business. Jessica pulled Emily downstairs, as if she was going out shopping, and soon attracted up Jody. Martin, he's our neighbor, Jessica, younger than Emily but more active in thought, said. He occasionally chats with us. Jody asked, can you tell me more specifically? What did he talk about? Has he done anything out of the ordinary? Jessica stared at the paparazzi. It's okay to tell me. Jody understood and took out $2.10 bills and handed them over. These are yours. Emily instinctively wanted to take them, but Jessica quietly pulled her back. It's very explosive news, involving a woman. We're his neighbors, so we know. Jody took out 2 more bills. Seeing that the girl, whose pale skin was so white she reflected light, was still not satisfied, she simply gave her the rest of the roll. That's all the news about Martin Davis is worth. In her eyes, the news about Martin Davis was worth no more than $100. And that was because House of Wax had a very good opening, and Kim Kardashian's attention was also a factor last night. Jessica collected the money. Martin often brought a few women home. I don't know them specifically, but no matter how many, he'd have them singing all night long. The apartment wasn't very soundproof, and the noise kept people awake. The landlord nearly shot down Martin's door several times. Jody's interest peaked. Are those women famous? Like the Kardashians? Elisha Cuthbert? Jessica shook her head. Not sure, I don't know them. With no more valuable information, Jody gave up on Jessica and Emily. Looking back at their backs, she suddenly had an idea. She grabbed her camera and took a photo of them with their North Hollywood apartment as their backdrop. Compared to many of her future colleagues, Jody had a modicum of professionalism. At least she was prepared to write based on the pictures. She quickly sketched out the story. A young actor who had won the Saturn Award for Best Newcomer began to indulge himself, bringing women home every night for a revelry, sometimes even dragging 2 beautiful neighbors along. His excessive noise displeased the neighbors, and the landlord shut him. Jody worked primarily in online entertainment news and understood the importance of headlines. The frame was drawn, and the title automatically appeared. Shocking. Hollywood's most hunk is actually him. Jessica and Emily drove out for a spin and soon returned to the apartment building. Emily said, "Shall we split the money?" Jessica said as she climbed the stairs. "We'll talk about it later." She was young, but her mind was strong. When she reached the rooftop, she placed $10 bills on the table in front of Martin. Martin, of course, refused to take them. "I told you, this is your reward. Take it." Jessica picked them up, pointed out 5 to Emily, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Martin. What do you want for lunch?" "It's my treat." Martin didn't refuse, pointing down. "There are too many paparazzi, so old Bob and I won't go out. It's still early. You can go get some fried chicken, burgers, or something like that at 11 o'clock. A hit movie always generates a slew of news and creates new stars. House of Wax took in $7.23 million on its first day in North America, surpassing the opening of its 2 previous releases, American Soldier and Dancing Dance, to take first place at the box office. It then remained at the top of the North American box office for both Saturday and Sunday. After its opening weekend, including advanced screenings, House of Wax grossed $20.13 million, exceeding the $15 million projections of Warner Brothers and the North American Exhibition Alliance. As a traditional North American slasher film, its reviews were naturally mediocre, with an IMDb audience score of only 6.3 and a Cinema score of B, a decent score. Cinema Score officially predicted a North American box office of around $50 million. Similar American horror films often see similar overseas box office returns, meaning House of Wax could potentially reach $100 million worldwide. The film's publicly announced production cost is an astonishing $40 million, largely financed by various syndication efforts. Martin wasn't foolish enough to inquire about the actual investment, but director Zomi, in a drunken stupor, had hinted that the total cost of production, promotion, and distribution for House of Wax was under $40 million. With Louise around, Martin wasn't surprised. The straw hat, worth 7,000 yuan, must have been left over. The incident that had caused such a stir in Leo's past life wouldn't be an isolated incident in Hollywood. Chapter 148. Martin is the male protagonist. Thomas arrived at the office early on Monday morning. It was early, and not many people were inside. As soon as he entered the first-floor lobby, Natasha, the front desk assistant, greeted him warmly. Good morning, Thomas could clearly sense. Natasha's smile was especially bright today, almost as bright as when she was with her partners. Natasha beamed. Congratulations on winning the North American Box Office Championship. Thomas understood and corrected him. It wasn't me, it was Martin, my client, Martin Davis. Natasha stepped closer. You cultivated the client. Thomas knew full well that while he had put in a lot of effort, many things, like the film and the role, weren't his. Martin had largely secured the resources himself. Natasha's position as a front desk assistant was part of the mailroom management department. She had joined the company in the summer, and among the many positions in the mailroom, front desk assistant wasn't a particularly prestigious position. She took another step toward Thomas. You've cultivated a star client like Martin. I think you'll have your own office soon. Thomas, if you need an assistant, don't forget me. Thomas quickly stepped aside. I'll remember. He was about to head to the elevator when he looked up and saw senior partner Jim Witt, and quickly greeted him. Jim Witt nodded in response, pausing to call Thomas over. Martin's the leading man in Wax Museum, isn't he? Thomas said. Yes, absolutely the leading man. He's given the company another box office hit this year. Jim Witt was pleased. Martin, you're doing great, and you're not bad either. Thomas smiled, not forgetting to use his client's name to brag about himself. Martin always says he and I are a perfect match. Keep up the good work, Jim Witt encouraged. Martin has great potential. I'm optimistic about his future. Thomas was delighted at first, but then he was startled as Jim Witt headed for the elevator dedicated to the upper floors. Agents poach each other's talent, and within the industry, it's not uncommon for partners within the same firm to snatch clients from smaller agents. Previously, Martin was just a promising actor. The success of the Wax Museum will probably attract a lot of attention. When going upstairs, Thomas thought of another important thing, Martin's contract. Martin is a new client. According to laws and regulations, WMA can only sign a one-year contract. After 1 year is up, the actor can sign the longest 3-year contract. It is already October, and there are still 2 months before Martin's contract expires. By then, even if Martin renews his contract with WMA, he can choose a new agent. The client is unknown, and Thomas is worried. The client is famous, but Thomas is still worried. Sitting down at the partition, Thomas couldn't help scratching his head, and more than a dozen hairs fluttered down. Hey, Thomas, congratulations. The usually quiet neighbor, the agent in the cubicle to the left, leaned over it. Your client just won a box office hit with the lead role. That's impressive. He pointed at Thomas's cubicle. Oh, you'll be moving out soon. Thomas shook his head. No, not really, the neighbor asked curiously. Where did you discover Martin Davis? Share some of your experience. Why can't I find such a promising client? Another agent passing by also piqued his interest. Thomas, the leading actor in a North American box office hit? Don't be shy, the neighbor added. How did you get the leading role in a $40 million blockbuster? Tell me about it. The neighbor on the other side also joined in the fun. I won't let you introduce me for nothing. I'll treat you after get off work today. Grapevine Manor or Avalon? It's your choice. Thomas was momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden warmth of his colleagues, who usually only nodded in agreement. But he had a clear mind. realizing it was all because Martin's lead role had won the North American box office. Perhaps these smiling colleagues had secretly bought shovels. Agents are part of the entertainment industry, and what Thomas had said to Martin in the past applied equally to him. He smiled and declined. "I have a meeting. Let's talk later." Atlanta, just after noon, at the Beast House Club. Vincent stretched and emerged from the lounge, only to see Hart rushing in. He shouted, "Big news, big news." Vincent reached the second-floor fence. "What's going on?" Hart waved the newspaper in his hand. "The movie starring Martin's dad, House of Wax, has topped the North American box office. It took in $20.13 million in its first weekend." Hearing this, Vincent, disregarding his bossy attitude, descended from the second floor. In his haste, his cowboy hat fell off, and he didn't even bother looking back to pick it up. He took the newspaper from Hart's hand, saw the box office champion and the numbers, and saw Martin's image on the movie poster, and couldn't help but smile. His smile was so wide that his hooked nose trembled. "I knew Martin was a talent. See? I wasn't wrong." Hart nodded beside him. "Martin's dad would be successful anywhere," Vincent said. "I had good eyes. I gave him a chance and discovered him." Hart disagreed, but Vincent was the boss, and the boss had the final say. Carrington came in, and Hart shouted, "Martin's dad has won the North American box office. Let's book flights to Thailand now." "Martin's dad has always wanted a daughter. Martin's dad is amazing," Carrington exclaimed, then lamented. "Hart, we've missed the best opportunity." Hart knew that going to Thailand would have been the best opportunity back in Atlanta. It was too late now. His eyes were red and he wailed, "It's all our fault for not having determination." Vincent put down the newspaper and called his stepmother, Sophia, to tell her the good news. Because the more successful Martin was, the more likely their investment in the eyes across the mountain would have been successful. Marietta Community Theater. A van arrived at the theater, and Robert and several students arrived to receive the goods. The driver opened the rear door, revealing boxes of Coke. "Unloading now?" he asked. Robert, hands behind his back, with the air of a seasoned acting teacher, beckoned to the students and instructed, "Pay attention to the production date. Don't accept any Coke not from 2003, one student, curious, asked, "Teacher, why did you insist on 2003 Coke?" Robert thought for a moment and came up with a plausible excuse. "Martin Davis loves 2003 Coke, so I bought it for him." Another student asked, "That Martin Davis who just won the box office title and left the theater?" Robert replied, "That's him." The students, each filled with enthusiasm, checked the production date and carried the Coke to Robert's office, each dreaming of becoming the next Martin Davis. Half of the van's 2003 Coke was unloaded at the office, while Robert had the driver deliver the remaining half to his home as strategic supplies. Martin gave Robert a car. Robert would repay her with countless bottles of Coke from 2003. Unbeknownst to Martin, before the release of House of Wax, Robert solemnly performed a Coke ceremony at his office and home, facing west. The effect seemed to be quite positive. Inside the slightly shabby basketball gym at Marietta Public High School, Lily and a few of her minions cornered the blonde girl, Lindsay, in the locker room. Facing the school bully, Lindsay instinctively stepped back. "What do you want?" "I'm telling you." Lily strode forward. "Bitch, you publicly declared House of Wax a terrible movie and urged everyone not to see it?" "Did you say that? What does it have to do with you?" Lindsay's back slammed against the closet, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Lily approached. "Do you know, Martin is my neighbor? We grew up together." She waved her arm. "Hold her down. I'm going to teach her a lesson, so she knows what to say and what not to say." 6 sturdy girls from the basketball team emerged from behind and easily subdued Lindsay. Lily didn't go too far. She simply gave a stern warning, stuffed a smelly sock into the man's pocket, and left. On the school bus home, Lily pulled out a copy of The Hollywood Reporter, which she had picked up from the Marietta Community Theater. It was exclusively in the entertainment section. On the second page, a large photo of Martin and a news report appeared. "Hollywood's new power, Martin Davis," Lily read carefully, noticing many familiar faces. Martin Davis was born in a poor Atlanta neighborhood in 1981. 5 years after his birth, his parents separated. His mother fell into a river while driving drunk, and his father was a drug addict and con man, addicted to alcohol and drugs. It was in this environment that Martin fell in love with acting and made it his goal. Martin's childhood was unhappy. Poverty and loneliness were his constant companions. Due to his irresponsible guardians, he had to work odd jobs to support himself as a child. This left him without friends at school and made him an object of ridicule. Martin briefly considered giving up acting, but it was his dream, and he ultimately embarked on this path. And then there are the various hardships of life, even more exaggerated than Lily actually experienced. Lily knew that most of the family's hardships were borne by Elena, and she felt much less directly. Martin has been working hard, never giving up. Finally, last year, he got his chance and debuted with Zombie Gigolo, funded by Grey Films, officially entering the film and television acting field. And then he got a leading role in House of Wax. This is a young actor who has emerged from hardship. He has outstanding acting talent. He is independent, self-reliant, and hard-working. He is an excellent leading man, handsome and capable. Lily, who knew Martin well, couldn't stand it. The praise was too much. It was almost like a true rendition of the American dream. She was one of the people who knew Martin's character best. Lily was also unhappy that the article didn't mention her or the Carter family. Martin was clearly a gigolo who survived by living off his wife. Chapter 149 Proposal. As if premeditated, overnight, numerous gossip media outlets began to publish reports praising Martin Davis, the leading man of House of Wax. The film's opening weekend's box office exceeded expectations, so Martin naturally had to be the undisputed leading man. And he had every right to claim the role. In the villa's living room, Louise stood at the bar, poured a drink, and asked, "How much did it cost?" Martin replied roughly, "Those gossip papers didn't spend much. It's not the front pages of The Hollywood Reporter, the most influential publication." Thomas applied for resources from the company. Louise pushed a glass of whiskey at his expense. It's only natural for WMA to give a boost to a box office topping actor. Martin clinked glasses with her. "Celebrate me," Louise chuckled. "Celebrate your becoming a minor star." Martin downed his drink. "From a producer's perspective, am I worth $1 million now?" Louise wouldn't mislead Martin. "No," she said directly, "the reason is simple. You're not the star of House of Wax. If the Mountain Eyes could achieve these box office results, your salary would definitely be over $1 million. Martin knew that risk is proportional to reward. The protagonist bears the grave consequences of failure, naturally enjoying the greatest rewards of success. Louise poured more wine. "Tonight's wine tastes especially good," Martin said, "because this film compilation will make you money." He shamelessly refused. "Honestly, I envy Mean. Once Paris agrees, his life will be worry-free. Rich woman, support me. I really don't want to struggle anymore." Louise pulled out a box and pushed it towards Martin. "Take a look." Martin was surprised. "Do we need to sign an agreement?" "I don't think it's necessary." "What's mine is yours," Louise said. "Shut up and take a look first." Martin opened the black box. Inside was a mobile phone. The battery in the back cover was as thick as a brick. He had seen similar things before. The knockoff phones claimed to have a standby time of 1 month. "Are you giving it to me?" Martin was puzzled. As it turned out, Louise was just as adept at playing. "This phone can hold calls for half the night." Martin immediately understood. "You're going to call Kelly." Louise extended a long finger and playfully lifted Martin's chin. "The movie you starred in has become a box office champion. You have to call your former boss who helped you and let her share in the joy." "Right," Martin agreed. "Come on, let's go upstairs and call Kelly." A few minutes later, Kelly Gray, far away in Atlanta, cursed inwardly and turned on the speaker of her phone. The next morning, Martin summoned Bruce and drove Mean to the prison where Paris Hilton was being held. Today was the day Paris would be released from prison. The crew, of course, wouldn't miss out on this delicious treat, having already made arrangements with Mean. "Boss, do you think I'm okay?" Mean asked, holding a bouquet of flowers. Martin looked him over carefully, straightened Mean's tie, and said, "Very handsome, a definite killer for middle-aged and older women." Bruce said, "We're almost there. There's too much traffic and people, and we can't get through." The open space in front of the prison was filled with countless reporters and paparazzi, and several TV stations had even driven their OB trucks in. Mean asked, "Will she not go this way?" "She absolutely will. Susan talked to her about it ahead of time," Martin said. "Believe me, she won't pass up this opportunity to become even more famous." Susan had already discussed this with Paris's agent, and Paris had been convinced that her only path forward was a rebound. Bruce honked his horn, but the vehicle in front refused to give way. Martin patted Mean and said, "Lower the car window and stick your head out. Those bastards will automatically make way." Mean opened the car window, stuck his head out and shouted, "Guys, please don't delay my proposal, okay?" Many reporters and paparazzi turned their heads and saw Mean's fiery face. They made way very consciously and shouted to the people in front to get out of the way and not block Mean's way. Bruce drove smoothly to the gate and turned around. "Hey, men, let's go." Martin pulled out a box and handed it to Mean. "If she says yes, don't forget to put the ring on her." Mean opened the box and saw a large pigeon egg. "Boss, this," Martin said. "Don't worry, it's fake. Paris doesn't want it. You can keep it for the next one." Mean scratched his head. "If she really says yes, wearing a fake diamond ring wouldn't be nice." "That's okay," Martin suggested. "If she says yes, let her pay for it, and you can buy a real one." Mean agreed. "That makes sense." Martin glanced at his watch. "It's almost time. Let's go." He and Bruce wouldn't steal Mean's limelight at such events again. Mean got out of the car, straightened his suit and tie, picked up the bouquet of roses, and strode towards the prison gate. At that moment, dozens of cameras and video cameras were focused on Mean. Mean stood just a dozen meters from the prison gate, waiting for his goddess to emerge. Who knew the scene would grab countless headlines in the gossip media tomorrow? Bruce unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "This world is so much fun." "Much more exciting than being a street sweeper?" Martin asked. "Are you addicted?" "Don't get lost in Kim," Bruce laughed. "Once the promotional period for this movie is over, it will naturally end." Martin taunted. "You don't sound civilized, you sound like a scumbag." Bruce said, "I can't help it. I learned all this from you." The prison door opened, and Paris Hilton emerged, bag on her back. Countless flashing lights flashed, and the media feast began. Mean, holding a rose, walked towards Paris. When she was 2 meters in front of her, she knelt on one knee and offered the rose. "Paris, marry me." The surrounding reporters and paparazzi joined in the excitement, shouting, "Marry him! Marry him!" The sheer volume was breathtaking. After all, if Paris agreed, the love story of the poor boy and the princess would be a huge hit, and it would definitely be a news story. Paris suddenly realized something and looked closely at Mean, the unknown young actor in the crew. Her lips curled up as she took the rose and tossed it to the ground. What a frivolous trick! She turned and walked towards her car, where her agent was waiting. Mean squeezed his eyes hard. Though his acting skills weren't as good as his speaking skills, he hadn't wasted them. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if he accused Paris of discrimination against black people for refusing to agree? Mean slowly stood up, head bowed, tears streaming, and walked towards the Volkswagen. Surprisingly, many media cameras were turned towards him. Love is unattainable. Tragedy is at its peak. As Paris got into her car and left, the farce finally came to an end. Not wanting to be surrounded by dozens of reporters and paparazzi, Mean got into the Volkswagen before they could reach her. The goal had been achieved, and Martin told Bruce to start the car and drive away. Mean wiped away tears and sighed. "My love ended before it even began." Martin received a call from Susan. After chatting for a while, they hung up and said to Mean, "Hey, buddy, I have some good news. Susan asked me to tell you that in her next film, she's giving you a supporting role that's just as significant as the one in House of Wax." Mean immediately perked up. "What film, boss? Are you in it?" Martin shook his head. "The male lead is Susan's fiancé, Robert Downey Jr. I can't compete, so I won't participate. There's no point trying to make a move like this. The chances of success are infinitely close to zero." Mean immediately put the failed proposal behind him and said to Martin, "Boss, my luck has improved since I met you." Martin thought for a moment and said, "My luck is pretty good, and you've brought me good luck too." Indeed, although House of Wax's ratings and reputation had been declining, the continuous publicity boosted the film's box office performance. With Halloween, traditionally a popular horror film season, approaching, Hollywood horror films began to arrive in droves. House of Wax's box office crown lasted only a week before it lost to Columbia Pictures' The Grudge. However, its $9.58 million was enough to secure House of Wax its second-place spot the following weekend. Including Monday through Thursday's box office, the film's North American box office totaled $36.14 million, putting it on track to surpass $50 million. Global distribution is a hallmark of Hollywood's 6 major studios. Warner Bros. Released the film in several overseas markets this weekend, including the UK, Mexico, and Germany. helping House of Wax's international box office revenue quickly surpass $15 million. Silver Pictures, the film's producer, and Warner Brothers, its distributor, jointly hosted a celebration party for the film. The event also featured a brief red carpet ceremony, a standard promotional event. When Martin walked the red carpet again, he was treated quite differently by the media. The small crowd of fans at the hotel entrance erupted in screams, camera flashes blared non-stop, and some even stopped him for interviews. Martin only granted interviews to collaborators, speaking freely before the cameras of Warner Brothers Television. The film's box office success is a credit to the entire crew. Every single person worked so hard. He maintains a high profile in his work but a low profile in his personal life. Personally, I'm very lucky. Silver Pictures gave me the opportunity to act, Warner Brothers helped bring the film to life, and Susan and Zomi and the others gave me so much help on set. As he spoke, director Zomi Hill approached. He extended his arms and embraced Martin, a gesture that made it clear they had a close relationship. Zomi, in the interview, was full of praise. I'm incredibly lucky to be working with such a brilliant actor like Martin on my first film as a director. He's a natural talent. I just need to tell him what I want, and he delivers perfectly. I never have to worry about his performance. The two have a good relationship and enjoy exchanging commercial praise. Susan, who arrived shortly after, also praised Martin and Zomi's work. The film's success benefits everyone, and naturally, everyone benefits in front of the media. Here comes the third update. Please give me your monthly votes. Mr. Mean has proposed marriage, please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 150. For the sake of popularity. The main cast and crew gathered, a champagne tower towering over a man. Susan Levine climbed atop a lift, accepted a large bottle of champagne from Robert Downey Jr., and poured the wine down. The audience erupted in applause. At that moment, the crew was in perfect harmony, with not a single murmur, as if no conflict had occurred from pre-production to filming to release. After all, the losers of a conflict were ineligible for the celebration. A waiter passed champagne to everyone. Susan shouted, "Cheers to success!" Everyone, including Martin, raised their glasses and drank. Laughter and jubilation filled the air. Martin, holding his glass, approached Susan, who introduced him to Joe Silver, the president of Silver Pictures and her immediate boss. He was one of Hollywood's most renowned producers, known for his work on films like Die Hard and the Matrix trilogy. However, he was already in his 80s and had retired from direct line work after the Matrix. Joe Silver wasn't impressed by a young man like Martin. With a career spanning over 50 years, he'd met a wide variety of people. He briefly acknowledged Martin's greetings and left the celebration. Robert Downey Jr. then approached, put his arm around Martin's shoulders, and spoke with a bossy air, "Man, your role was great. It had a bit of my old style." Martin clinked glasses with him and said frankly, "You've been nominated for an Oscar for Best Actor. I'm nowhere near that." Downey, being shorter, felt uncomfortable holding Martin's shoulders for too long. He released his arm and offered a polite, "Let's have a drink someday." "Sure," Martin said, clearly distinguishing between a genuine invitation and a polite remark. He left and found Zomi Sarah. Far from the nervousness he'd felt when the film was first released, Zomi was beaming with joy, the look of a successful director practically written all over his face. Martin smiled and said, "How many are you going to pick up tonight?" The two old perverts had a tacit understanding, no ordinary ones. "Let's go to Avalon after the party and see who can snag a famous actress," Martin said confidently. "Men, success makes you forget who you're dealing with. You're facing a Hollywood lover, Georgia's most handsome man. You're doomed." Zomi laughed heartily. "I have the director's aura now." Martin scratched his head. "Can you be a little more civilized and decent? Picking up girls should be about skills, not profession." Mean, who had heard it from a distance, joined in the fun. "How about I join in?" Martin sighed. "Zomi, we're doomed. Mean's lethality towards middle-aged and elderly women is like a nuclear bomb." Zomi, in a good mood, deliberately asked Mean, "Aren't you going to win back Paris's heart?" Mean was like a poet. Love lost is irreversible. Several representatives from the investors came over to have a drink with the three of them. They said the Wax Museum would recoup its investment through ticket sales alone, and that future sales from videotapes, television broadcasts, and DVDs would be pure profit. Horror films are a popular genre in offline markets like videotapes and DVDs. Thomas was there tonight, and he felt clearly valued. He struck up a conversation with everyone on the crew. and everyone was willing to speak to him. Even Elisha Cuthbert's agent, Victor, came over to revisit an old topic. The movie is a huge hit, and Martin and Elisha are the lead actors, and they were in a relationship before. The young star needed to maintain her popularity, so Victor suggested again, a reunion would be perfect. Thomas agreed, but he insisted, "You must promise not to force others to eat vegetarian food or discuss vegetarianism before I can talk to Martin," Victor said. Eliza plans to use vegetarianism and environmental protection as the focus of her social activities. The two sides couldn't agree, so Thomas quietly approached Martin, went to the lounge, and briefly explained what had happened. Martin had already made up his mind. "Ignore it," Thomas reminded. "As the popularity of the film decreases, your attention will also decrease. You have just gained some fame, so there is no problem of marketing and overexposure. Before The Eyes on the Hill is released, it is very necessary to maintain a certain level of exposure and topicality." Martin asked, "A relationship is the best way, right?" Thomas nodded. "Even someone as strong as Leonardo uses this method to maintain exposure when he has no works." Martin suddenly realized, changing girlfriends frequently has this benefit. "Your ideas are very different from Eliza's, and Paris is a pit. Neither of them is suitable," Thomas suggested sincerely. "Martin, you are known as the most talented person in Georgia. Use all your skills to pick up a female star," Martin asked. "The bigger the better," Thomas said. "Of course, if you can pick up an Oscar-winning actress, you will be more popular than me." Martin knew his own limitations. "Except Kate, no one will pay attention to me as a first-line actress. Kate is married and is still Louise's friend. It is not suitable." The two well-dressed guys discussed how to take advantage of the popularity of female stars. Thomas thought for a moment. "I'll ask around at the agency to see if any of the other established actresses working for other agents would like to capitalize on your current popularity, but the odds are slim." With his agent so concerned, what could Martin say? "I keep an eye on this stuff. There are so many celebrities in Los Angeles, maybe an opportunity will come my way someday. Identify your target, don't be afraid of losing face, just go after them and keep pursuing them." Before he could finish this sentence, Thomas shut up and slapped his forehead. "You should be the one teaching me, not me." After the party, Martin, Zomi, and Bruce drove to Sunset Boulevard and arrived at the Avalon bar for the second half. As they sat down at the bar, a woman in her 40s approached. She approached Mean. "Would you like to have a drink with me?" Mean glanced at the woman's Hermes bag and Patek Philippe watch and agreed without hesitation. "Sure thing." The two of them went to a booth on the second floor. Martin exclaimed, as expected of a middle-aged assassin. Bruce put down his glass and said, "Manet is very famous now, more famous than you and Zomi combined." Zomi regained his confidence. "I see. She wants to try what Paris used," Bruce reminded him. "Aren't you two going to compete?" "The losers treat tonight, and I'll be the judge." He looked around, but surprisingly, no one had a bigger bottom than Kim. Avalon and the Grapevine Manor across the street were popular nightclubs for Hollywood celebrities. Many female stars also like to have a drink there. Legend has it that Sandra Bullock hooked up with Ryan Gosling, 16 years her junior, here. Their relationship over the past 2 years has skyrocketed Gosling's career. Thinking of Thomas's words, Martin's eyes darted around the place. If Nicole Kidman and Charlize Theron weren't available, Halle Berry would be just fine for him to practice on. He had a thick skin, and he wouldn't be embarrassed if he failed. What young actor wouldn't want to cling to the thighs of an Oscar-winning actress? Zomi was the first to find his target. Fresh off a huge success, his confidence soared. He winked at Martin and headed for a booth, glass in hand. Several women were seated there, the most prominent of whom was Penelope Cruz. Martin found nothing on the first floor, so he turned his gaze to the second floor, his gaze quickly settling on the booth across the way. There sat a young actress with bright eyes, white teeth, and a sweet smile. Martin adjusted his clothes briefly, stood up, and went upstairs, observing her as he walked. Anne Hathaway, in her youth, was truly stunning, unless she smiled. How could he approach her? This wouldn't faze an old pervert. No, it wouldn't faze Atlanta's most talented man. Martin retrieved his car keys, twirling them in his hand. As he passed Anne Hathaway, his fingers loosened slightly, and the key swung free, landing with a thud on her desk. The three girls at the table, including Anne, were startled. Martin quickly turned around, his face etched with embarrassment. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." He paused at the sight of Anne, then said with obvious surprise, You're Princess Maya." Like a fan meeting their idol, he was at a loss for words. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The sincere apology from such a handsome, sunny man made the three girls forget what had happened. Anne picked up the keys and handed them to Martin. "It's okay. I'll be more careful next time." Martin took the keys and put them away, then busily searched his pockets, muttering, "Why didn't I bring my notebook? Damn it, why didn't I bring my notebook?" He spotted the tissue box on the table and pointed. "Princess, can you please leave an autograph for me?" Anne Hathaway pulled out a tissue, signed it, and handed it to Martin. "Thank you." Martin folded it carefully and put it away solemnly. Having succeeded in the first step, he immediately began the second. "I'm deeply sorry for disturbing you just now. I'll buy you all a drink as apology. Please give me a chance to apologize." A fan of Princess Maya, a handsome and elegant man, and a man who spoke so politely, it was hard to refuse. Besides, it was the apology he deserved. The other two girls looked at Anne, who nodded slightly. "You're very polite." Martin called the waiter, asked the three girls what they wanted, and ordered 4 drinks. One of them was, of course, his own. When the drinks arrived, Martin naturally pulled out a chair and sat at the table. He raised his glass. "Thank you all for forgiving my stupid mistake." Anne led the way, and the other two girls raised their glasses and drank together. Martin took the initiative to find a topic. "Maya." Anne Hathaway shook her head slightly. "Just call me Anne. I'm lucky to meet Anne tonight." Martin introduced himself. "My name is Martin Davis, and I'm also an actor." "Anne Hathaway." Anne smiled and nodded. The other two girls also introduced themselves, one named Laura and the other named Sandy. Anne was curious, "Are you an actor? You look familiar to me." Martin said at the right time, "I was in the recently released House of Wax." Sandy was just a small-time actor. "So you are also a star like Anne." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.